can't conceal it. What deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so.
हाँ कांग हाँ जीत गया। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस बड़ी, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। हाँ कभी आएगा तो बता, मैं इंडिया में पानीपुरी वानीपुरी का इंतजाम कर लूंगा। ठीक है ठीक है, चलो मैं भी देखता हूँ रिप्ले 2-0 का। ठीक है चलो बाय कांग कांग। भाई सुबह सुबह कॉल आ रहे, सुबह सुबह। एमवीपी था बोला हुआ, एमवीपी। इसी का रिमोट है, सुनो मेरा फोन बाहर चार्जिंग पे करके मैंने इलॉन भाई से बात करके कनेक्टिविटी ये वाले रिमोट में किया था। हेलो सुबह भाई, मेरा सुबह इतना जल्दी हो रहा है ना यार, इतना जल्दी क्यों हो रहा है मेरा सुबह। 9:30 बजे उठा है यार, 10:30 बजे बाहर निकलना था मेरे को। मेरा सुबह इज सुबहिंग मैन, माय मॉर्निंग इज वेरी मॉर्निंग्स। हु विल विन? हाँ सोच रहा हूँ ईडीजी के साथ ऐसे टूर का नाम डालू। कभी है अपना मैच? आज आ जाए क्या? इसकी तो मैच कितने बजे स्टार्ट होएगा? अब भी भाई वॉकआउट वॉकआउट सब आएगा। हाय बंक्स भाई, हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग गाइस। अभी चालू होएगा।
You are the only person that went with Team Liquid.
I think they can possibly do it. I know that when we get to the maps, maybe I change my mind.
जिंसु
But
और
they've been
ककुका
so
का आवाज आ रहा है।
insisting in someone
क्या
believing
बंक्स
in them
बढ़िया
and what
ले,
they can
cheers
achieve. That
everybody।
honestly, I believed it. I've been in the past. I've been in this situation in the past. Didn't end up well, but I'm going to believe them for this one. I think that they
तीनों
should
बेस्ट
know how
पर्सन
to
है
work
डेस्क
against
पे,
this.
तीनों
Only
बेस्ट
seeing
पर्सन।
Pacific talent go for DRX too is a bit of a surprise.
मिमी जी
to
आपका
me. I
आवाज
think
कम आ रहा
Chen
है।
is favored there,
अच्छा
but
मेरा
I
वॉल्यूम
don't
कम।
think they're massively favored.
I got bribed.
This
That
is
was
gonna
a
match
bribe.
is coming,
Yeah,
that's a good
I would have
one।
gone with DRX. I got bribed, you know.
Cosy
I
को
had to
बोलना
be
पड़ेगा।
the allegations are somewhere. But the wait
Cosy
is nearly over
369
for
का
our first
matches
global event
कब
of the year.
है?
We are kicking things off with EDG versus Team Liquid,
में
and
डाल
then
देना।
followed by DRX versus Sentinels. I hope you guys are ready, because we definitely are. You don't want to miss any action today. And
W।
without further ado, day one of
W।
Masters Bangkok starts
Welcome Jinx
right
sir।
here,
Excuse me।
right now.
भाई फर्स्ट टाइम हम कांग को देख रहे हैं ना, इतने टाइम बाद, 1 साल बाद देख रहे शायद। सेम है क्या बीपी बंदा? वैसी ओपिंग एकदम। हाँ आईपैड मिनी से खेलते हुए। इसको सपोर्ट करो कांग यार, कभी सपोर्ट किया ही नहीं उसको, आज करेंगे। रोहित भाई लव यू, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे। Hey be भाई एक मूवी बनाओ ना यार,
พูดมันได้พูดเก็บไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อนนะอย่าเอาไปใครจะยิงหมาพับPack it out, back it out กูสามึงพับหลับ Yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงกูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกนะ
भाई एक मूवी चाहिए बे हेलो किलजॉय को मारा ये गया तो ये भी सोफे पे आज
Pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of reps for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมัน panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรใน pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปกับไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดโตพวก
लिरिक्स नहीं समझ रहा भाई बे लेकिन लिरिक्स नहीं समझ में आ रहा वन पंच में मतलब वन टैप मार रहे बेसिकली मैं समझ गया मैं फ्लेक्स यूज कर रहे हैं अच्छा वो फोन था फ्लेक्स नहीं था
ในภาษาไทยเรามีคำว่า
भाई क्या प्रोडक्शन है भाई
หมายถึงหัวใจที่ทรหดไม่ยอมแพ้ต่ออุปสรรค
ऐसा कैमरा
แม้ว่ามัน
मंगता
จะหนักหนาสักแค่ไหนซึ่งเป็นคำที่เติมไฟให้เหล่านักสู้ดูริสทุกคน
Once the game begins, my confidence just kicks in.
You mean क्या बना है बे फौजी थोड़ा धू काले बे ऐसा बना ना एक मोन्टाज किधर है फौजी भाई है
Lotus, I always keep my eyes forward.
भाई सोचो आगे जाके वैल्यू ऐसी दिखेगा तो गेम प्ले तेरे को कुछ गेम प्ले समझा इसमें गेम प्ले ऐसे
应该有勇气，应该去面对。但是我认为，身为一个决斗者，你不仅需要这些，你需要创造力。
क्रिएटिविटी मेरे जैसा हाँ ए शॉट का
天赋是
राजा
我 EDG
दैट्स क्रिएटिविटी राइट देयर
VCT 万古如长夜。
पूरे वर्ल्ड में डिप स्मोक
我准
किसने
备好
इन्वेंट
卫
किया
冕。
डिप दे भाई क्या बनाया है बे न्यू एजेंट था लास्ट में हैं? आपका व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करना मॉड्स बाप बनाए बे बाप बनाए बे सब लोग मेरा फोटो क्यों खींच रहे हैं
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหวันนี้นะครับก็เป็นไงบ้างรู้สึกไงบ้างชาวไทยทุกคน
भाई ये लोग पूरा ट्रैवल करके जाते हैं पता है
วันนี้เกิด
जितने
ขึ้นมา
भी
จริง
चाइना
ๆก่อน
के
อื่นเลย
फैंस ना
ขออนุ
सारे
ญาตแนะนำ
ट्रैवल
ตัวนะค
करके
รับ
जाते
ผม
सपोर्ट
อิด
करने
นะครับก็จะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรของทุกคนในรายการแข่งครั้งนี้นะครับเราเจอกันยาวๆอย่างแน่นอน ก็ถือว่าเป็นรายการ
ये लोग को लग रहा है कि मेरा
แข่ง
एंट्री
ที่
होने
ใหญ่
वाला है
มากๆ
मोबाइल अंदर रखो मैडम मैं यहाँ पे घर
เดียว
में हूँ
นะครับผมที่รวบรวม 8 ทีมจากท็อปที่สุดของโลกนะครับเพื่อมาประชันกันในการแข่งครั้งนี้นะครับผม and hello ladies and
लड़का लोग को है
gentlemen
क्या एंट्री
watching
वहाँ
back
पे
at home watching in the stadium wherever you are I'm Asara and I'll be your host for this event for the next 2
love
weeks
you buddy
and trust me man this time like the teams top 8 teams coming from all over the world for
It's our first
the
time,
Valorant
first time.
qualifiers
First
are
time.
able to come here to fight, to compete in one of the biggest international stadiums in Thailand. And of course, let me give a round of applause to all the teams.
Yay! Love your
Apologize
content,
there. I'm
bye.
super
Derek,
excited
bye.
to be here,
Love you.
being in the middle of all the Thai fans, all the fans from all over the
तुम्हारा
world as
peach
well.
बार आ रहा है,
But
संभाल लो.
anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let me attempt, okay, to welcome all of you to the local name of this incredible city. Welcome to Masters กรุงเทพมหานครอมรรัตนโกสินทร์มหินทราอยุธยามหาดิลก
कुछ तो जोक मारा.
พบรัฐราชธานีบุรีรมย์อุดมราชนิเวศหาสถานอมรพิมานเอาตาลสถิตสกทิตยะ
कुछ
วิ
तो
ษณุ
जोक
กัน
मारा.
ประสิทธิ์
मेरे
โอเค
सारे
ครับ
friends हंस रहे.
ขอบ
क्या
คุณ
हुआ?
มากครับผม thank you everybody for all the support I really needed that but yes that is the full name anyways I'm sorry I'm taking so much time I believe that everybody's super excited to watch the games
कैसे हो
already so
यार?
let's
तभी
do
मैं
this
नहीं आ
one more
सकता
time
था. मेरी
together
बात समझो.
make it short make it simple let's
कपड़े नहीं
do it
पहने थे
officially
मैं. नंगा घूम
ladies
रहा था
and
पर मैं.
gentlemen welcome
आधा.
to Masters Bangkok.
जे बात. कैसे जिल भाई? अरे कोई मोबाइल से फ्लैश लाइट ही मार लो. हाँ आगे. कांगकांग किधर है? भाई मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है कि बंदा बदल गया है. तुम लोग को दिखा क्या कांगकांग?
Welcome to Masters Bangkok. Indeed, both of these teams had a bit of a shaky start, but they are here for
अबे वो
a
कांगकांग
reason.
नहीं
EDG
है.
still to see if they are the best team in the world, and Team Liquid to prove everybody else wrong. But Kukuka, you mentioned earlier the map vetoes are going to be super important. So talk me through why.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're just gonna go straight onto
भाई
it.
किसने
Everything's
उसका
displayed.
jersey
Team
पहना है?
Liquid keeping their permaban. Same goes for EDG. Going on to Split as the first map. EDG deciding to go onto Pearl. Makes a lot of sense. Team Liquid,
Huh?
a little bit wacky, still has not won it. But I wonder if Team Liquid is comfortable enough in this split, and especially not having that much tape onto EDG. Just not much.
Yeah, it is also really interesting. You mentioned this earlier, Yinsu. The Chinese teams had 30 whole days off from when they qualified this to
भाई
this
सबसे
tournament,
ज्यादा
now
chance
playing their
boost
first
यही
match
हुआ है
at
भाई, कुछ
Masters
भी बोलो.
Bangkok. So a lot of chances
कुछ
for
भी बोलो.
EDG to iterate, to come out with something new.
ये
that
कांगकांग
shows
का
that
look
that's a
लायक है
position
मेरे
Liquid
हिसाब
does not have.
They do not, but I do think the advantage they have here is forcing EDG to pick the Pearl. I think this is a trap. We've seen Liquid do this before when they leave Lotus open and they looked insane on it. So I think EDG have to be careful because for Split, as we talk about this map, I will be very, very surprised. Just, you know, even with the break, can take it into consideration that EDG can come out with something better than Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid had looked really good. They were 3-0 in EMEA.
भाई ये लोग
This one, I
stage के
love the
इतने
look they were
close कैसे
showing
है
with
भाई
this
रील
double
बनाने
dive,
के लिए?
Raise your composition on Split, and I'm interested to see them go back
कोई
into
खेलने
that.
के लिए ना बैठ
Kiko's
जाए.
going to be amazing. Having his debut just being on the duelist. What is it?
But people are going to be so confused. They're like, Kiko roll swap. He's an open player now.
Love you,
Why is
Ariman.
it
It
great?
is a weird
Flexible,
map.
okay? He can do it all. You know, if we're going to talk about everybody playing duelist, just rock T1 already onto the stage. But especially for this split, as I was mentioning, there is not a lot of tape on EDG. And also,
भाई ये
very
कांगकांग
important,
नहीं है,
the
look
tape
का
that they
लायक है,
had
मैं
is
बोल
playing
रहा हूँ.
against a team that was running the Deadlock Vice, right? And they were struggling a lot getting onto the site when I was
अब
both
बुड्ढे
reviewing this.
तो
And I understand
हो.
that they were taking more time than
अंडे
they
भी
usually
हो
do.
गए. खुद को अंडा
Yeah, I'm
क्यों बोला?
interested too. EDG
Love
plays
you,
away,
Zilix,
not a lot of
bye.
the teams do. They still have the neon. They
Tuh
still play their
Monday.
very unique style, and they're going into
Flame
Green
Cup.
Tejo here to start things off.
Yeah, exactly. And if I'm
Oh,
not
frame drop हो रहा है.
mistaken,
रुको,
it
रुको,
was-
रुको, रुको,
was it
रुको.
a
Refresh
Simon
करो,
playing
ठीक
the
है?
Tejo
Frame
here
drop हो रहा है.
previously? It was something to do with Tejo, and he was
Loading.
much more reactive.
They were playing the Teo Sky last time. I think this comp makes
ठीक हो गया.
a lot more sense. You have a ton of utility
Refresh,
to
buddy.
combine, set Kung Kung up for success on that jet. When we swap the defense, he's going to be an absolute menace
Pass
with the off
bolte.
as well.
Yeah, and I want everybody to remember what Nats used to do on this map. You have that in your head. He still does it. Nothing has changed.
Absolutely
and EDG should know.
What a perfect perfect head-to-head too. Him
Breach
against
थे
Chichu,
और
the
raise
same
नहीं है.
role
I don't like
on the
it.
lurk to start off on split, getting to see those guys play
I don't
against
like
each
it.
other once again.
Raise नहीं
I
है.
want to see the explanation
लेकिन
on
कांगकांग
why
है
the
Jet.
jet instead of the
जीत गया
raise.
बे
I
कांगकांग.
like the trade denial here. Both of the teams also playing without a sentinel, right? They are going to rely more on Chichu and Nats to just
भाई
have that
देखो
control over middle.
technically
I
ये
think that
मैप में
is
मेरे
going to be
को
one of the
डबल
key
डिविलिस्ट
areas
पसंद
of
है.
the map.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. And it
भाई
sounds
देख
like
लो
the
सारे
crowd
लोग
cannot wait to see it either. So
सारे
let's
लोग
jump
cheer कर रहे हैं
into
मेरे
this
भाई के
game
लिए.
and welcome your casters for this matchup. It is Sideshow and Bren.
मेरे बाद आएगा तो टूर्नामेंट जान के
Absolutely.
टूटे
We've got an
अंडे.
absolute banger here for our opening match of the first international event of our year, of our calendar here in Bangkok. EDG, reigning champions, going up against Team Liquid, who've been on a bit of a heater. Couldn't quite stick the landing in terms of that regional performance, but
That's
they made
good.
a hell of a go of it.
They certainly did. Team Liquid
That's
have already
handsome,
taken
eh?
out one of our last year's champs finalists
Kang
to make
goat
it here. They destroyed Heretics 3-0, and now here's another one of these champs finalists that Team Liquid has an opportunity to take down. Split's a wonderful map to open things up. We know what to expect from Liquid. One of the big questions about EDG and Trace throughout this tournament is going to be,
बदल गया बे
how
कांगकांग.
effectively have they used their break? They had over 2 weeks extra to prep before Bangkok, but they'll have used some of that.
अरे
taken a
मम्मी
bit
जी
of a
भी आई है.
holiday
हेलो
break
नमस्ते.
because of Chinese New Year. Here we can already see that EDG have retooled their composition. They'll have the ability to anti-Team Liquid a bit more heavily.
देख देख
By the
शर्म
look of
करो
things that
शर्म
open,
करो.
Team Liquid are pulling out the same
आंटी जी
defense
भी है वहाँ
pistol
पे.
that they played against Vitality, where they play B for full retake, a flood defense over towards A with that teleport.
EMA
so that Hammer
number
can get
2
back
versus
while
China
fighting
number
in
1.
mid. Have EDG been watching the tape?
Let's find out, we'll see.
जिंक्स किया तो
Shy away from it whatsoever.
HKL.
Instead, Kangkang's going to be going straight up through a ram. Now, he's alone when this is happening, and the fight is kicking off into
No,
mid.
they have not watched the tape.
Yeah.
Simon was not ready for that. He's just out in mid with the spike.
Donated, yet still the right click in the hands of Kangkang, and he picks up the upgrade, but he's going to be cleaned up. This
इससे
is what Team
headshot
Liquid
लगा उसको.
are good at. Comes down to that discipline. They've honed it, they've refined it. Still, openings could be found. It's a
Like
2v3,
me,
and it's going to be a difficult one at that.
I mean, how on earth do you recover this spike? Chichu and Smoggy are
You
gonna have to
don't.
take fights.
You just go next.
At the same time, there's a bait and switch setup here as well.
Cam सही कर.
Kiko
Gaff
has
में
been
डालूं.
playing
अच्छा इधर है.
some
Sorry. I
incredible
would like to
Valorant so far
apologize.
in EMEA kickoff, and if
Sorry,
he
sorry.
fails, Camo's played in.
Sorry.
The micro plays that Team Liquid love to cook up.
भाई सारे एजेंट्स का मुंडी
So
कटा हुआ
good.
लग रहा है मेरे को.
It's what's
क्या
really
मटा?
set
Sorry.
them on that path, and it really begins here in Bangkok with a pistol
सारे
round
एजेंट्स
the
को
wing.
हेयरकट मिले हैं क्या?
Already at the beginning, I'm
अपना वॉइस
reminded of
कम
what
करो.
Chichu was talking about in the press conference.
क्यों?
The Chichu Nats
दोस्त सही क्या?
romance.
Sure.
People are loving it.
कर
People
रहा हूँ.
are loving it. But what I got from
Hello.
the press conference was that Chichu was saying
Hello.
because he's such a
Yeah.
fan of Nats, he's been watching all of the Team Liquid games. So he
नहीं
said,
हुआ
I
यार.
know how their play style has
मुझे तो
shifted.
समझा ही
I've
नहीं.
watched all of their footage, and I think we need to play slowly to counter what Team Liquid is doing. I think that's accurate. Team Liquid love fighting on their defense side, and I think
Gamers
EDG
बड़ा.
need to find those moments to
200%
slow
करो.
down the tempo. That pistol round was the exact opposite of what Chichu said. Kangkang went instantly up ramps and died. I mean, they died in mid.
Some semblance of an idea, but Kama's going to be postured early off the angle. We all grouped up now, obviously. By the buy for them. Walls up. Kama a bit of spraying and praying. No reward though. Gets the info.
बाप रे क्या बचा है.
TP to evacuate in case he needs it. There's going to be a flash into his face, just slightly turned, but no. Still lines it up. It's going to be a Prowler to supplement it, peeking out wide, but he's still going to play his life. And so, giving up the site, it'll be an
ठीक है,
open
प्लान
plan.
मिल गया. Not bad.
But
Not
EDG,
bad.
Spike planted.
We'll find out what I can do past this pointer here. Cheeky angle for Kangkang. Tucked up
Pata.
close and personal.
फटा रे फटा.
Nice set up that as well, but the horn just reveals as well. Not quite anything to break it. Satchel, lay it down. Stuns right behind them. That's an attempt by EDG just to try and bail out one of their star players.
थोड़ा casual
It's going
सा
to
थोड़ा
be
सा
an inevitable
scene
round
है
of that.
यार.
Team Liquid up to 2.
Now we get to see whether Team Liquid have got a new bonus round idea. They ran a very similar pistol to the
हाँ,
finals
थोड़ा
that they played in
casual सा
EMEA.
sound हो गया.
Have they got a different bonus round idea? Kiko is only 2 away from getting his showstopper online. He's been able to get tons of kills early on.
हाँ, कोई reveal नहीं
Four
थोड़ा.
of those, pick up some ult orbs.
जिसमें कोई नहीं
Fuses,
मरा.
that kind of stuff. Last defense bonus round that Team Liquid
EDG
ran
थोड़ा
was an
lost नहीं लग
explosion
रहा.
out through B main.
मोइस भाई आपका फेवरेट एनिमल हाथी है. हाँ नहीं अभी वो लोग गेम चालू किए 2 राउंड नहीं हुए लॉस्ट लग रहा है तेरे को. पूछ ले उसको कॉल करके, कुछ पर्सनल लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम चल रही है क्या? लॉस्ट लग रहा है.
Be another one though. Oh my god, barely getting a handle onto the
Really
horns.
good
There's a
loss
ball
लग रहा है.
supplements, and this guy is being chased now. Chomping at the bit to try and get a piece of him, and meanwhile, Kangkang's cracking open the opposite side of the psych.
हटा.
Nico does isolate a fight, with Chicha going down, but still Kangkang will not be stopped. It's relentless here. The opposing section of the map gets that plant down, cracks open a site for them.
If Camo had just played that a little slower instead of trying to go in through the smoke,
I would like to apologize.
would
Sorry.
not have been in a bad spot. But now, player disadvantage, weaponry disadvantage.
entry
it's hard
कैसे
to
मारा
convert
वो
a position
दिखाओ
like
ना.
this. They're just looking to do damage to EDG.
मेरे को भी मारना है इसे entry.
Having said that,
Hey,
Kiko just got the ult
इसके
on.
बाद ulta गया.
Yeah, and that's also a critical kill of that. It's going to be catching mid-lurk, and already you can see it, the ult, the threat of it, already pushing out and pulling out some of that util. Kangkang tucked up top rafters, nobody swinging for this guy, and it's all dealt with. 2 surviving.
And that's an enormous round from Kangkang. He really makes that work for EDG. The entry that we didn't get to see over towards the B side takes down the side anchor, that Astra. And also, let's dial it back. Let's talk about prep. EDG got completely caught by the same pistol round, but they were ready for the bonus round idea. 4 players waiting outside B main. They just weren't ready for the fact that it was happening on the opposite side. The A push.
Audience पे masters
It's Kangkang that
बड़ी.
comes out with the goods, as
Top 8
he's
teams.
so often gonna do.
Despite the fact that only 2 players survived of EDG, they pull out the showstopper in that round. It's not a bad one for them. We are already in to the following round, round 4 here. And guns across the board.
कुछ nerf नहीं है ना
Bit
तेरे
of
का?
reaction. There was that conditioning with the
भाई जो Theo लिया वो जीता
salvos,
भाई.
bit of fault
Simple
line
है.
into B
Broken
main, from
agent
what I
है.
could see. Just to get EDG into position.
Yeah, and that makes it does make it more difficult for Team Liquid to fight over this B area. And their comp is actually not very good
ROG
when they're
Academy
forced
का
to play
form कैसे
passive
भरो?
positions as they are
घर से
currently.
बाहर निकल के
Liquid are
पहला
gonna want to
right
try
ले.
to take time. They're gonna
ठीक
want
है.
to try to push
उसके
through
बाद
smokes,
सीधा
attack
जाके
the
left लेना. एक गड्ढा दिखेगा.
It's
बारिश
EDG's
के टाइम
job
पे वो
to
थोड़ा
control
पानी
the
भरेगा
pace
उधर.
of this
उधर
game
पानी से
and
मुंह
then
धो लेना.
allow their
मालूम पड़ेगा
overwhelming
form कैसे
utility
भरे.
to come through good on the executes.
Masters
Now
चालू है.
used on the other section of A. Team Liquid just trying to clean up the unknowns across the map. There's only 1 player left to stand here. Kamek is going to be tested into this spot and position. He's got some help from on high. People are going to be joining him, and what a beautiful shot that is. Easily dismisses it, but EDG are not to be trifled with. They're going to be running them down onto the site, and just walking straight into the sightlines. Nats makes a decent go of it. That is flicky. You need more than that at this point with EDG playing like this. Nobody, a 4-piece to finish off the 4th round.
And that shows you that even when Kangkang is going to get taken down in some of these entries, EDG have that second wave follow-up. It was this flash push through. Breach util from Simon. Empowering Smoggy and Nobody to get into the B side. They didn't need Kangkang to make the space. They still were keeping util in reserve. Great shots hit, and Team Liquid now, after a successful pistol.
Heavy fans, heavy fans, heavy fans. लड़का लोग का एंट्री नहीं है. मेरे को एक नहीं दिखा अभी तक.
See, the pause of the timer could mean one of 2 things.
Yeah, I mean...
Someone spilled a drink.
I prefer a tactical pause, and I do think that this would be a reasonable time for Team Liquid to take one.
Sorry, उसके Discord पे जाके फॉर्म भर
Who
दो.
knows?
एक काम करो, मुझे ही दे दो. मैं भर के देता हूँ.
Can't always be lucky.
A dagger to the heart.
Yeah, can't always be
अच्छा
lucky.
ये
And
भी
he
होता
really
है वहाँ
lights
पे
up
यार
already.
ये.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
भाई stage तो है.
There are warning signs. We'll see. I'm going to take a gander over the stage. Who do I have to blame
उसका
about this
setup
one?
दिखाओ ना iPad वाला. इधर क्या?
I think it is really interesting that Kangkang has gone for the jet on this map. The fact that he's
Utkar's slang
working with an unconventional pick, I suppose, of the...
close
Normally you would want to see people running the Rays on this map, generally speaking, if they're going to be playing the duelist. But I think one of the reasons for this too is going to be that on the defense side, he's able to play those off angles, dash out of position. And here you can see his follow-up on the entry. Nobody in Simon's util is still really solid. He doesn't necessarily need
काइको और
the ball to be
कमो
able to,
फॉर्म
trade
में आ गए. EDG का GG होने वाला है.
It's time for the teams to collect their thoughts.
सुनो ऐसा रिप्लाई करूंगा ना वाइब नहीं कर
I gotta say, I
पाओगे.
was a bit worried when we saw the pistol and EDG just ran straight into what Liquid were cooking.
मेरे knowledge के हिसाब से EDG
As
जीतेगा
taken as
2-0.
EDG, you know, sometimes it can be a bit nervy.
2-0.
Laner.
I mean, if you want to talk about nervy, if we're talking about
Binks से
inexperience
Bangkok है
versus
देखकर
experience, this is another game that
तू गया
typifies that
तू गया रे
completely.
तू गया.
We've seen Paditech, obviously, on the big stage.
भाई
Rosa
क्या
Saka most recently
बनाया है बे.
getting his chance here to
डब्लू
avenge
बनाया है.
Team Heretics for that champions loss. And we've also seen
Sare
Nats, of
friends,
course,
Sare
at big
friends.
stage
तुम
as
लोग
well.
sad हो?
If you're looking for anybody to be crumbling under the pressure slightly, I think your eyes would have to turn to the rest of the Team Liquid players. Somebody like Kiko has honestly looked like a top 5 player at Masters Bangkok, I think. Like, if you're looking at all of the players heading into this tournament, Kiko has looked top 5.
I mean, it's phenomenal. Yeah.
He's been otherwipotherworldly, and yet last year, when he was playing Duelist, you barely got a hint of this kind of potential. So they saw something. They did a fantastic job of swapping him over to Smokes, but even here on Duelist, he's been electric. Those are the kind of players that I'm looking at. Can you keep it up when the pressure's on?
Yeah. We'll be getting into games shortly as well. Just have to do
Prediction
a remake.
2-0
not rolling anything back as well, just all in the loop. I can see the timer ticking down at that, so we will be getting into the action momentarily. I didn't lie to anybody.
And we're back in.
Yeah.
Lovely. Good stuff. A lot of ults starting to get up here. Kiko obviously decided to invest his a little earlier on to see if he could secure the bonus round. But now we're starting to get up to everybody else's cycle. So looking towards nobody, looking towards Camo as well, to potentially be a bit of a playmaker.
माफ करो पुडू किसको लग रहा है कि तुमको मैसेजेस आ रहा है भाई कोई मैसेज नहीं करता भाई तुमको गेमिंग
I
करो
think the entire defense, they've got to take risks.
Yeah.
This composition is not comfortable playing slow rounds at the start. And one of the big reasons for that,
Short
goes to try to take a risk, is Camo's gate crash. It's got a 30-second expiry date on it. And once that's dissipated, you don't have the ability to reinforce the other side. So you want to get things going in the first 30 seconds, force EDG to make faster reactions rather than
I think
slow the
last
pace
2
down.
साल से नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ मैं टाइमिंग क्लास की वजह से
Can't quite find the options they were looking for, I guess, into mid, but with nobody picking off towards A, that's where they're setting their sights at the 50 seconds mark. It's important that you don't
आज क्या हुआ भाई 3 घंटा सोया हुआ यार love you
against yourselves.
And they have
बड़े
historically
भाई से कुछ
struggled on
गलती होगी माफ
anti-ecos,
कर देना
but I don't see the resistance here.
No. Just one player's paddy with a shorty in hand. I mean, we've seen some ridiculous stuff with this gun, but don't think in this scenario it's going to be paying off too much unless... No, not quite.
Shorty versus Outlaw.
Unless... I mean, can
क्या
be
लगता है?
expected. Wait a second! How the hell is he getting away with that?
This might have all distracted for Nats coming around on the flank, you know. No Sentinel.
Yeah.
Defense pushes like this, they've got to be watched, and Smoggy's got eyes.
No Sentinel बोल रहे next match किसका है तो फिर मेरा है Sentinels का है भाई
Smoggy, very aware. All avenues accounted for, apart from Kiko's actually done, what's that, 140 as well on top of that?
145 as well.
Oh my god.
किसी का HP मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है तुम्हें भी नहीं दिख रहा
Damage definitely being done, but the time is ticking. Chances to win the round, dwindling still. This is sharp by Kiko, man. Kiko is doing damage and more. Even Kamek side by side. The rifle picked up, but we'll be able to keep it into the next. EDG, keep to it at guns at least.
It's good signs for Liquid that somebody like Kiko, who has been instrumental to them getting here in the first place, is still performing. I mean, he is hitting shots. He's looking super sharp here.
कैसे नहीं लगा ये भी
Wanted desperately to make it at Masters Bangkok. Got his own personal reasons to do so as well. His family, I believe on his mother's side is Thai, so he's been here quite a lot in the past. So he's obviously going to want to perform when it comes to an event like this too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he's also half Canadian. Maybe he's going to pop off for Masters Toronto too.
We'll see. Camo's got the op though in the hands, and he's got plenty of targets to choose from, especially when no one deals with that bloody eye on high.
Reveal कोई तोड़ कैसे नहीं पा रहा है It's been 3 rounds
Can't quite dodge the flash in time.
नया लाइनअप आया क्या मार्केट में
gained here for EDG, but
क्या
issue is what you do after that point.
कोई अनतोड़ेबल वाला रिकॉन आया क्या कि तोड़ नहीं सकते
Paditech almost always plays A at the start of these rounds. It has to be something that EDG are aware of. Of course, you don't know where Camo is at this point. He could have easily teleported away and set up on a different part of the map.
Yeah, it's a trouble. Dealing with the Euro. Pesky.
Toxins going up.
EDG actually have a free path all the way through mid if they wanted to go there.
Choose to take it. Double drop down into vents.
But it's not easy to hit B. You've lost B main control. Nats and Kamek are going to hold on to that till the ends of the earth.
Yeah, this is really quite struggling, I think, isn't it? Team Liquid.
कौन
Primed
किधर
and
जा
ready,
रहा
I
है
think,
किसको नहीं
to
पता
persuade and push back any sort of attempt onto the B site. And
मुझे भी नहीं
EDG,
पता।
oh dear. I'm seeing Melons, man. This is a time issue potentially occurring.
30 seconds left.
जीत गया EDG का round है
Just
जीत
30
गया
seconds, man.
2v4 का situation है कम्मो भाई मिस करेंगे shot and easy win.
Paddy is going to be tested, challenged. A shot missed, going wide. Camo does have the dimensional drift. That's going to give him all the information he can work with, but Paddy cannot really help. He's not much longer, but his wall still stunned. Hits that. Trade inside, kick off to the side. Plenty more targets where that came from. Simon has to stick that plant down so to get that extension, but it's a 2v4 at that. In through the corner, Kiko is taking names, ripping off heads at this point. Too much to overcome for Kang Kang.
अरे आराम से तू कर
That's 3 in a round,
क्या हो
man.
गया Kiko को
Kiko is just on one. He's already earned himself up to another showstopper.
He looks spectacular. How was the horn not getting broken at the start there? It felt like with nobody dying at the beginning of the round, they were lacking a little bit of their execute power. They won't be worried about it next time. They have the Rolling Thunder. Simon got that off his death.
Jinx क्या Jinx
Got it right as he died, I should say.
थोड़ा ही left right हुआ ज़्यादा नहीं
Now you're worried about the operator, you're worried about showstopper being used by Kiko, and the fact that Kiko is 11 and 3 to begin with should send shivers down
भाई
the
Nots
spine.
is not playing Cypher क्योंकि
EDG
वो
are
मेरा
approaching
Soul
this well
Viper
from
का
a
बड़ा
macro
fan
point
है
of
इसलिए Viper खेलने का मन था उसको
They just tripped up a little bit there in round 6.
Time to jump.
देखते हो कि नहीं गेम लास्ट टाइम भी उसने यही एजेंट खेला
If they
था
want to make a go of things over towards B at least.
कैमरा का लेंस टूट गया उसका नहीं खेल सकता Cypher
A fake teleport over towards B main. Should make
I'd like to apologize, huh?
that they've taken this control, but
Kaiko can
still pretty bold.
1v5 EDG in form
for the rest of the team.
फॉर्म किधर भरने के बोल देना भाई
Oh my,
वो एकेडमी वाला है तो उसको बोल देना
cheeky with a peek, but it's a head ripped clean off, and here's that showstopper.
1v5 का पता नहीं उसको 5 जन को तो नाम डालना पड़ेगा ना
He's going to be running out. What is that? That's unbelievable. Ludicrous stuff from Kong Kong. Pulling that one out. It's our opening game, man. You got to hold some of it back still. Nats tucked up, ratty position at that, but he's traded nevertheless. And here's where the fight really kicks off. Straight through mid. There's going to be another kill found with Kamek. Can't quite find it. Camo off to the side as well, and he finds that stray shot. Slightest of angles to work with, and Simon is left alone. Back against the wall. 2 targets to deal with. Knows the rough positioning. Heads on a bloody swivel. And not enough to dismiss Paddy. Not from that high ground.
भाई वो क्या शॉट था दिखाओ
Crazy
please
impact from Camo in this round with the operator.
Please.
The fact that EDG are trying to play slowly, and then Team Liquid have gone, all right, we're going to adjust, we're
Welcome
going to
back,
add the
Paisana
op
kya?
into
Question back
the
is
equation,
love you.
and suddenly it's so much more difficult. Yeah, we've got to see the replay of this.
Oh,
that is almost really the fact they don't win the round after that is actually a disaster.
I don't even want to talk about the round they just lost, bro. I want to talk about that shot a little bit more.
Why?
Oh my god.
EDG have just called a timeout.
What the fuck?
Crazy.
So legit. So legit.
The
That is one of the
fuck,
most disgusting
man?
Lick one taps I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to go in many people's front.
Yeah.
And the reason they lost the round, I think, is so much to do with Camo repositioning. He got that op kill right at the start of the round over towards A from Chishu, and then he's in B in an anchor position.
क्या
by the
शॉट
time they
था
actually
भाई
get to the
वो
B spot. That's really good.
भाई I think अब तक का by far the best
Doing all
shot
the
था
right
ये
things,
बे
trying to get into positions, even countering the showstopper.
देख भाई क्या सीन पहले नहीं होता था क्या
But they're not really being able to navigate this.
shame
No, finding it difficult.
shame Vic भाई shame
Because it's exactly the thing you don't want to be going up against if
बचपन
you're
में
playing
नंगा
slow.
घूमते थे पता है
Trying to
घर
bait
वाले
out
बोलते
somebody.
थे
The
shame
aggro plays on Team
Vic
Liquid's
भाई
defensive side of Split. The more you run the time down, the more you try
I
and
like to
contact into it.
apologize
You just leave
again.
gaps open. Like you said, I mean, Camo's all over the map.
Sorry.
He's everywhere at once. When you're on a Euro, you get that luxury. Be fluid with your placement.
kill of the year भाई हाँ बे tweet बनता है मेरा
He
phone
can be on the other
charge
side
पे
of it in a blink of an eye.
Look at him here, for example. I mean,
why are
they've
they
actually swapped the
using
operator
2
around.
earphones and headphones कितना कान है उनके पास
Got it up here.
And this is a lot of presence. I mean, emphasis being placed by EDG up towards ramp, but that spam.
yeah, baby.
Again, instinct.
इसलिए 1 million नहीं हो रहे पता है ये one of
Forced
the
to really
reasons
dash
है
away from the fray.
Kamek
मेरे
re-clearing
सबसे
over
इसलिए
towards
मेरे
Binks.
1
Got
million
it
नहीं
in
है
day.
I'll take it in that direction here. There's going to be paranoia sweeping forwards up towards heaven as well. There's going to be a bit of safety around for EDG. With passage into the side as well. Even plant that is
एक
possible
जो
for heaven here. Team
headphone है
Liquid
ना
looking to try and take
जो
this one.
बाहर लगा है
Potentially
वो
just a flash around the
mic
corner.
के लिए
Kank dropped single
और जो
digits. 1
earphone
HP
है
at
अंदर
that,
लगा है वो
but
sound
potentially
के लिए
all he needs.
I'd like to apologize shit
They know
यार
what the danger player is. They just don't have
sorry.
utility to be able to flush him out properly.
भाई 10 के likes करो बकचोदी बंद कर दूंगा सच्ची जिंक्स भी बंद
Players corralled onto the side. EDG, they win out that critical fight though, out towards elbow.
1 HP पे
Had he
भी
gone?
peak clear है Steel देख रहे हो
Try and
Steel
fight their way past. Time is ticking here. This operator in the hands of Kiko is really slowing them down to a degree as well. And now you're seeing it. The peak's coming out. Smoggy tries to take that fight, but surely the openings are done and dusted.
Yeah.
Kiko just trying to save this operator, trying to keep it into the next. It's a round one. The goal is damage for Team Liquid.
And I'd say they achieved their goal there.
चलेगा चलेगा
Everybody on
I think
EDG
one
falling.
more round
Score
and
up to
EDG is
4
good.
each. But
एक और round
EDG's
बस
economy is going to
EDG is
be
good
in a bit of a rough spot.
तो गया भी
They're
तेरे
definitely
stickers भी
primed to get
करो
ecoed
यार
again here. They're going to have enough to be able to buy for this one. But if Team
बंस
Liquid
भाई
can
आप
come out
रूड
with
के
a big
इसलिए तो नहीं हो
strategy,
रहे रूडी आपकी टीम में
admittedly, well, they've got time to think about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Take a look at how this one went down, though. Paddy, does he spot something?
नहीं ऐसे
Glimmer, perhaps, but often people are going to be going for that kind of spam lineup based off the wall timing as well.
भाई कांगा का
So
वो वाला
as
शॉट
Chichi
वापस
puts up the
दिखाओ
wall,
यार
you spam that
प्लीज
kind of angle. Really
क्या
likely to be able
शॉट
to
था
get
भाई
damage,
वो
if not a kill out of that spot. But yeah, this time, swapping the operator over to Kiko's hands did not get the job done.
हाँ
Took a little bit of the pace out of the retake, I agree with you.
For sure. There's a tech pause.
Well,
Now, let's hope it's
organisms
because the
कोई
stage wasn't initially lit
Binks
up
भाई से
in an ominous shade of red.
मतलब?
That we might have just escaped. It was going to be a quick and easy fix, but
40
alas,
बर्बाद
tech pause gear.
Alas,
Take
here we
guesses of
are.
that.
भाई
Yeah.
इसके
Afraid that they're not a
सुपर भी नहीं आ
sponsor of the
रहे
show.
Well, I mean,
subs भी नहीं बढ़ रहे
maybe it's because Kiko's on the gear. I don't know.
Okay.
He's
टेक
playing like he
पॉज
is.
गेयर
mouse
है
issue,
तो
I
पहले
bet,
क्या
so,
टेक पॉज था
okay,
ऐसे ही
digging.
हाँ
Next time the camera.
इसी कम चल रहा था
Right
करके
onto the
पहले
stage.
क्यों नहीं लिखा कौन सा टेक पॉज है
This is a crucial round that's coming up as well. You hate to have this kind of pause in momentum, but
Love you,
actually for
Pratik
both
bhai.
teams, it's not like it affects Team Liquid more than EDG or the other way around.
प्रतीक भाई आपका भाई पात्रित्रिक
EDG needs
खेल
to
रहा है
win
वहाँ
this
पे
one.
तुमने
Their
खेल रहे हो
economy
क्या
is at
सीन
risk.
है
So is Team Liquid's.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, did they even...
ओ प्रतीक
Sounds weird. Did they even want to buy into it?
Yeah, I'm not
Their
sure.
money's odd. It's all over the place.
that means
Yeah,
your
they
brother
don't
is
have
better
very good
than you
money.
man
You could put together a buy, but
Is it worth it to try to
बहुत
damage
गंदा था
EDG's economy further? They'll be thinking about that, but they're not allowed to communicate during a tech pause. So those are the thoughts going through the players' heads in this
ये
kind of
देखो
situation.
क्यूटी
how
देखो
to go for the
क्यूटी
adjustments.
भाई बदल गया है अभी
It's going to be interesting as we move on to the later maps as
ये
well
जो
to see whether
पेटेटिक था लैंग्वेज
the off time that EDG has had has meant that they retool their comps for every map.
yeah.
We saw them run. They
अपने
literally
प्रोडक्शन
ran
है
more
प्रोडक्शन
neon
चढ़
than
क्राउड
Taeho
देखो बे
in kickoff, which I think is
क्राउड
bonkers.
देखो फुल बे
Almost
एकदम
every other region was going crazy with the Taeho. Almost every team that got here was going hard with the Taeho.
But it's a symptom, I think, of the fact that they played their games earlier, right? You got to
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
बंस
I've had a lot of
भाई
time
एक
to grab
क्वेश्चन
upset.
है
I mean,
कांग कांग
potential
क्या
double-edged
क्यों
sword,
करता है
you want the
बम्बल
momentum
भी
coming
आपकी
into the
तरह
event, you want
एंड
the
च्यू
extra
तो
press
नहीं
time
करता
where you
हूँ
can trip up some of your opponents who might be prepping, because honestly,
Sorry,
a large
sorry,
portion
Bumblebee.
of Team
I would
Liquid's
like
game
to
plan when they were in
apologize.
that finals versus
Chewing gum
Vitality
खा रहा है वो,
came
chewing
down
gum
to
खा
some
रहा है. I would
very
like to
individual
apologize.
reads and tailoring their game plans around it, especially on
Last
splits,
game,
especially on Haven. They do like to counter strat, changing one or two major elements to the way
Bumblebee
they play.
माफ करना यार.
It's so difficult to anti the Chinese teams at this event.
I mean,
I think
like
that's one of
EDG
the
have only
big.
played split once. It was
Thank
the
you
beginning
for
of the game.
apologies. Love
And they've
you
changed their
यार.
composition, so even if you
Love
did
you
look at
यार.
that game, it doesn't matter. You can see here from the POV, we're watching Kang Kang have a couple of issues with what's going on. He's the one that's suffering from mouse issues, but you wouldn't believe it looking at the flick on the Kiko earlier.
Maybe the hospital flick. Transfer the pain
Yeah.
to the mouse.
Video
Did
call
he
है
break
वो.
the
Video
mouse,
call है बे.
destroying it? I don't know. I don't know
Comedy
what
के
he's
बाद
done
आप
over there.
सीमेंट
I
मत
mean,
करो.
we're framing it as if it's his fault, but I doubt, I
उसके ही
heavily doubt
पैसे
that it
तेरे
is.
पे
You can see
उड़ा
him
रहा हूँ.
examining the mouse.
इज्जत
What's
दे.
happened to
40
him?
में नहीं दे
What's
सकता.
happened to him?
Pick it to pieces.
40 में नहीं दे
Live
सकता.
disassemble and
40 उधार
reassemble
करो
the
तो
mouse.
मानो.
Okay. Well, we've changed out the peripherals. At this point, it's all about just rebooting, getting Kang Kang back into
Shishi
the
versus
fight.
Nets.
There's a lot of Chinese fans here. Listen, they were loud as well with the intros coming out.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people are loving the Chishu Nats bromance
Oh
going on
yeah,
as well.
absolutely.
Just the fact that
Chishu
you
Nats.
have a player who is so
Kang
good,
Kang
I mean,
bolte.
Chishu is so phenomenally talented, has won champs, something that his idol Nats has not been able to accomplish.
Excuse me.
But it's still
Caster भी गया, Caster भी ना मान
concept
रहा।
that we all are familiar with within esports, where you find somebody early on
Caster
and
भी
you
ना मान
attach
रहा
yourself
है।
to them, and you're like, this guy is how I want to
You idolize
later on.
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you
आज
study
कुछ
the
ज़्यादा
tapes.
ही रूड हो रहा केस मत
Of course, you were
करो
studying
ना,
If you were a Sentinel back when Chichi
please.
was getting into the game,
Nats
there was nobody better.
He was defining the role.
Yeah.
I mean, they were talking about it on the desk about Nats' lurk setups on Split. He's like, yeah, he was doing that eons ago. He was the one who came up with it.
Now, if you look at Nats' setups once we get to the third map, if indeed we get to the third map,
वो ये क्या
he's
Binks में
already
चड्डी खोलो यहाँ
changing
पे?
stuff up too.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, while we're waiting
Last
for this
time
game
कौन था वो
to
आरामी?
kick off again once more, we're going to send it down to the desk as well.
लाइक कर दे बोलो जल्दी। चैट लाइक करो 4000 लोग
Thank
देख
you
रहे
very
हैं
much,
स्ट्रीम
Saisho
को
and
लाइक
friend.
करो
I hope you guys are happy. The Pansy is in the building. I can confirm. I have
मेरा
seen her.
favorite
And yeah, that is the only reason why we're here. But we've spoken a little bit about how the rookies on the team on the side of Team Liquid are going to be able to perform on the international stage. And Mimi, for Kiko, it doesn't even feel like this is his first time.
Yeah, I mean, for context on this guy, he's never been in a global event before. He has the pressure of, you know, apparently being, he's half Thai. He's the only person with any global relations tied here, and has obviously the fans behind him, but no pressure at all. He's absolutely fragging just these first few rounds on the stage.
Yeah, before we even went here, I saw him in
Mirchi
game,
pie.
and I was like, hey, are you like nervous for today? He was like,
This
no, I
Mirchi
wouldn't
is
say
like
I'm nervous, I'm just
capsicum
excited.
Mirchi
Like, I
Mirchi
wanted to
type,
start,
not
and
the
definitely
Mirchi
that is
Mirchi.
something that we saw on the game as well. I think that
ऐसे
also
समझाओ।
the camo with the Euro
दिखाई दे रहा है
and
क्या?
the operator is having a lot of impact. in the game.
Well, the issue has been resolved. We
बची-
can
बची
get
वाला
back
Mirchi।
into game. Over to you, Brandon Saisho.
Thank you very much. Feel sorry for the desk. Honestly, they had to get a bit of a run on to try and fill for us, and it wasn't even that long of a tech pause.
Now, we're about to launch into the next round here, assuming that everything has been solved. So just to bring you back up to speed, the score's 4-4, you can already see that. But it's a tense economical situation here in Split. EDG, if they lose the round, are going to get their economy broken, and Team Liquid have actually opted to go for a half buy. They could have tried to salvage some kind of force together here, but it's only Nats who's decided to force a rifle full armor.
मतलब समझा नहीं
So Team Liquid's job is to try to do as much damage as possible to the EDG economy, keep it honest. And they're going for that fight over towards mid, same as their pistol round setup.
Where's that trade? I mean, Team Liquid, discipline has been honed and refined over the course of their running kickoff. Not the same team for the opening games.
Bodytech's going walkabouts over here as well.
एक वो ना चाहिए
Super disciplined,
Me
holding a
versus
really,
Kangkang.
really
Pinky
passive
का वो वाला
spot.
spray वाला
Chishu could even walk
और यहाँ
forwards a
पे
little
Kangkang
here
का
because
one
you know
tap
that
वाला
early rounds they were fighting mid.
difference between a
Like
bronze
classic,
and a
isn't it?
radiant ऐसा
Eco round, pack mentality, try and group up and take these fights together with them. Still, it's that equivalent exchange when it comes to it, and that's just taking off heads.
This was the fourth rifle that Nats went for, down to only 100 credits. Had to make something happen with it.
not
Now
spicy
they've got themselves into an advantage spot.
Exactly.
2 rifles versus 2 rifles, and Patty's there just holding down A.
It trips up even the best of teams.
The timings that Team Liquid take and how
Yeah.
proactive they
Maybe
are
a
on the
little
defense, you can
spicy.
see that EDG are set up to try to handle it.
And a call made by Team Liquid as well to give up map control, so making sure that they hold really far back. I mean, the battle line's being drawn all the way.
I'm not sure about this one, because if you allow
Like,
Chishu to
कभी-कभी
get
लगता है
into
मैं
the
हारा
front
नहीं हूँ,
part
क्यों
of the
ऐसा?
pit, that is going to be tough.
Oh, Nats. Will he spot the head? Silhouette's waiting. It's a fight taken out through spawn, and the crosshair placement is immaculate. I mean, that's a round where they're barely invested in Team Liquid. They steal it away.
Couldn't find a better round there.
Much
Team
trade
Liquid,
लिया
they've
लेकिन
completely
Liquid
crushed EDG's economy. That's going to be a heartbreaker.
ये वाला is not spicy वो वाला
EDG
थोड़ा
have just come
spicy
off the back of a
ये वाला
technical
spicy, मैंने
timeout.
निकाल दिया
They're like, all right, this is our chance to get the momentum back into the game. We've got ourselves an anti-eco, and once more these EDG anti-ecos trip them up. Even in their successful run at Champions, they were losing a lot of these.
बस
Better if they want to be able to close out
आपको
halves
इसका
like this.
रेसिपी बता बाद में चैट को चैट सच्ची एक बार
Only have a
बना
foot
के
for
खा के
EDG. They do have the knives to work with, though. Hongkong's going to be happy with that. See if he can make it go over towards heaven. That's going to be Salvo's fault line. Everything going to be committed. Nats, you're in the danger zone, son. Plenty of targets, but he's going to be swarmed and overcome still. Bit of help maybe occurring. Paddy Tech is quick with it. Reinforcements have arrived. Modem all the way down, man. Mid-controlled.
Let's go.
And it's chill, it's cool, it's easy if you're Team Liquid at this point. You're running away with a half.
They certainly are. There's only a couple, I mean, it might not have been a bit chill there. Look at this situation as well. Kiko holding such a passive spot just with the shorty counters. Kangkang, the star player with Bladestorm in hand. 2 rounds left in the half, and like you said, Team Liquid, they are poised to run away with things here. They're getting so close to big ultimates.
Beautiful, good job.
Beautiful.
EDG holding outside B main, looking for an early round push.
That's by like cake nation.
That isn't going to come. They call Kamek every once in a while over here towards B, and he is in a really aggressive spot. A recall start to try to get out.
Hard reliance on his team to hold on to B heaven
Air
as
round
well, but
जीत गए लोग.
EDG are
Air round 100 का EDG का.
looking for a fight. Wait a second.
B
it's
heaven पे
just a
कोई
shoulder.
नहीं, अकेला extra.
He goes back into the same.
If trade भी
There's
हो
no
गया,
way.
then I think.
Takes forwards. Wants to take the fight straight to them. What a challenge from Kamek! And it's two taken away. EDG, but a bite from the round, removed just as easily as that. The spike dropped down at their feet. EDG left reeling.
Another situation where Chichu could possibly get a pit down and maybe win things. He's going to pit at the same time as Smoggy plants. If there was anybody close, maybe that would be dangerous. But EDG have gotten away with it. Now can they win?
Engage, backs himself away to pit. Let's allow Team Liquid options. At least get themselves into a site and position for the retake. Still difficult in itself to deal with. Prowler committed. Wants alongside it. Sees. Dumping the util. Now it comes down to Stray. Spam kill is going to be found as well with a highlight occurring. Chichu takes back Fate. Takes back control of the round. Side by side, him and Smoggy. Could have got dicey.
They had to find the right timings there, and Paddy was doing what he could to try to flush out and get them info inside the pit. But that is a desperately needed round. They had two very similar situations. Chichu's pit was able to come out good in at least one of them.
For every 1,000 likes, you eat 2 minutes.
Considering how important some of these rounds have been that went the way of Liquid, a 6-6 half here, I think, is a win for EDG. Even though you would normally expect Team Liquid's attack side to be better than their defense with this comp.
Straight back into it. It's an outlaw in the hands of Camo.
Yeah, he's pushing up.
Yeah, 3 players of half armor. Meanwhile, mid take by EDG. Bit of util to Salvo. Dash by
dish
going to be granted that space.
Hey, map के बाद बता देना लोगों को कैसा बना है. चाहे जिसके भी घर में ये वाला मिर्ची है ना. Break में बना दो. जल्दी होता है. कितना टाइम लगता है?
He's already pushed his way
10
back.
minutes.
EDG looking for a bit of a play.
Kiko has ult.
To be heaven, and here's that ult comes into effect. As you were saying, Fuse is going to be burning down just to cinders, and he's forced to just create it off into the corner. EDG an opening. Paddy falls. Still, that's a nade. It rebounds. Brings down nobody. Straight to his knees. Mad dash now on a scramble up towards the A site. Potentially, they're calling for a bit of a pause here. 45 seconds left.
They can go for a pause, and Kankan
ये
might
लोग को
even
अभी
realize
जाना
that
पड़ेगा,
he is
लेकिन
open.
Astra थोड़ा
Camo! Right there, ready and waiting, and a dimensional drift as well to escape if he chooses to use it. He's going to be able to get that information. 35 seconds.
They're going big,
Where
but
are you
Kamek's there.
going?
Kamek's there.
Straight into mid. He might be able to find this one. It's an easy target. Potentially yet. That's a spike on down into mid. Meanwhile, Chichu up through the guns, trying to find it up through heaven. This is chaos. This is anarchy. But EDG, they thrive in it. They were molded in it.
They know that Kamek's here.
And Kamek has got a lot to do as the playmaker. And down to the 1v1 somehow. It's EDG up to 6. They bring it even.
That is a ridiculously chaotic way to
सब
end
जगह दे बे,
the
सब
attack
जगह
half
सब
from
लोग पे.
EDG. Kankan became the lurker there, finding space in B heaven. Kamek had pushed out all the way through B main. But now we're going into Team Liquid's favoured half. I think they're still in a good position to win.
Yeah, we'll find out, won't we, on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming up.
Had it with your old phone. We got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
कितना मिनट का ब्रेक है? 10 सेकंड का है सर. 1 मिनट का.
तो वो भज्जी वाली मिर्ची जो आती है ना, इतनी बड़ी वाली मिर्ची, इट्स अ डिफरेंट मिर्ची ओनली. मिर्ची भज्जी करके सर्च करोगे तो मिल जाएगा. दैट मिर्ची, उसको 3 पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करो. छोटा है तो 2 पार्ट में डिवाइड करो, और फिर एक वर्टिकल स्लिट करो, और उसमें से उसके सीड्स निकाल दो.
निकाला.
अगर तुम्हें स्पाइसी पसंद है तो सीड्स रहने दो, बट सीड्स निकालोगे तो अच्छा
निकालो.
हाँ, ठीक है. वो कट चॉपिंग हो गया. अभी एक पैन लो, फ्लैट पैन
लिया,
उसके अंदर ऑयल डालो. कोई भी ऑयल तुम लोग को चाहिए हो. मैंने कोकोनट यूज किया है इसमें.
सांडे का तेल लगा सकते हैं. सॉरी,
कोकोनट ऑयल यूज किया है इसमें मैंने. और फिर अंदर मस्टर्ड सीड्स.
मेन
इज मस्टर्ड सीड्स. ओके,
बहुत सारा. कितना?
हाँ, बहुत सारा. 2 spoons or so. And then hing is asafoetida.
हिंग
डालो. हाँ, ठीक है.
कितना?
हाफ स्पून. और फिर मिर्ची डाल दो पैन में. और फिर नमक डालो ऊपर से स्वाद अनुसार. और फिर मिर्ची को फ्राई करने के लिए रहने दो. जैसे नीचे का कुक होगा उसको पलट दो.
थोड़ा ब्लैक होना चाहिए.
हाँ, ब्लैक होना चाहिए. उसको पलट दो.
भरेला मरचा वाला मरचा ही है.
हाँ, मरचा सेम है वो.
मरचा सेम है, भरेला नहीं है.
This is not भरेला. This is South Indian. This is actually Mithul's mom's
running some outrageously good fakes last time we watched him play on screen.
South Indian dish है कि नहीं पता नहीं, but
this is a different pistol setup for them.
मैं वहाँ से सीखी हूँ.
Making it feel like they're putting pressure over towards mid.
भरी हुई मिर्ची नहीं है भाई, उसमें कुछ नहीं भरा है मैंने. सिर्फ नहीं है, बस फ्राई कर दो दोनों साइड से. उसको डार्क ऐसा
बस अभी EDG फ्राई करने वाले हैं.
Now, that util being used, got a bit of a feel for around here. Now it's going to be landing over towards A. Util going to be expended just to try and keep Team Liquid out of it, but an open sight.
Granted,
EDG going to be happy with heavy control. Let's see how good their retake is.
Team Liquid don't have any util to go for post-plant aggression here, but they have to. Nats might even get caught in sewers.
Yeah, they're going for the deep fight out towards screens. Simon falling. It's a critical kill at that. Nats as well. He's getting away with murder. Still alive, but surely should be falling. And yes, nobody hunts him down. It's precision at its core.
Impossible.
Big wrap around, yeah. And this is where it's really important. Damage being done to multitudes of players. Still surviving into the tail end of things here, but it's a 2v2.
Impossible. कोई बंदा गया ही नहीं है.
But not planted for them. That is a worldie of a shot. Camo with a wrap around, but now he's given up his position. Chichu half already. He's earned himself the outs, and shots are rattled, fired off. Camo TPing away. Chichu, he's sticking this one. It's down to the minor margins. Oh my God! Sails away into the sunset with that. It's a pistol round into the second half for EDG.
So beautifully played there from Chishu. The shots he hit, the first half stick as well, realizing that Team Liquid weren't going to fully commit to getting him off it. And then, as soon as he hears the teleport away, reads Camo like a book. That is an amazing round to come out there from Chishu to get EDG into things again. I think they need everything they're going to get here on defense. Oh my God.
They certainly are.
Did get back?
We're right back into it.
Did get back? EDG? अब आएगा ना असली कांग. कौन जीतेगा? EDG?
Looked like operator even at the best of times. Here it is. Attempt to try and push past that. Orb will be punished.
So much decay damage going on there.
Chichu doesn't look like he suspects that.
Roast कर सकते हैं.
Camo to the side, but Camo's also not really expecting it whatsoever. The lurk up, anticipated, so clean, flawless. Many ways to describe it.
It looks easy for EDG in this round, but that's because Chishu was able to kill 2 instantly. Once we start to get rifles up, and if the spam doesn't instantly kill onto Nats and Kiko, I think this orb from Nats is going to still find a lot of value. I think that we haven't yet seen EDG come up with a decent answer against this. Having said that, Nats not choosing to throw it this round by the look of things. He's going
भाई ये भी round technically जीत सकता है भाई EDG और बस guns तो अच्छे हैं.
Pressure on the A side of the map instead. And my eyes are on Kankan because he looks like he wants to take a fight.
Thanks, well, Lakshit bye.
Potential for him to. Oh my goodness, this is a deep push. He's not messing around.
There's also a potential fight over here over towards A.
Nats always in danger. That's going to be drone spotted. Fault line was ready. He was held primed just for that. They're going to pounce.
Is there a reaction from Team Liquid?
Maybe towards mid still. Kankan. He's locked down the avenue. B main. Taken away. Team Liquid. They're going to be scrambling for options here.
One of the reasons that I think Jet is a great pick for Kankan is because he can get the operator online more often, play on more conventional op angles for the Jet. And that's just so good against Team Liquid's contacty attack style.
Info gathered. Smoggy's willing to give them up a little bit of that space up towards A heaven. Some control from EDG. Out through spawn. Chichu. Get away. That Bulldog in hand because they know that they're putting the squeeze onto these Team Liquid players. The emphasis can be placed onto them.
It's also uncomfortable, though, for nobody and Smoggy to play on A. They've got no control anywhere.
30
and no reinforcements.
Here's a challenge occurring out towards it. Now getting a bit of a run on and a bit of a move on. Nade at that. Rebounding towards the back. Nico finds it. Bulldog in hand. Nobody. Short work. Made of camo up towards heaven. Snappy. Cappy. Nico will attempt to make do. He's getting into the round, but it's absolute shreds. It's scraps. You've got 9 seconds left, and you are tiptoeing around the side, son. It's a bonus round converted here for EDG. Lights out so far in this half.
Yeah, they're looking so good. I mean, their game plan is working perfectly against Liquid. We know that Chishu has been watching the games, and listen, I'm sure a lot of the other players and coaches have as well in terms of prep here for Bangkok. But we didn't see as much of it in the first half. We definitely saw them play that slow control style, but it wasn't always coming with the goods. Here, I mean, instantly in the bonus round, you're seeing the value. They found Nats, hunt him, get the pick, and then have the operator, or the outlaw in this situation, ready to collect over towards B main as well. At some point, maybe Liquid will figure out that EDG are actually giving them mid. They're not worried about holding on to mid. Liquid wanted, they could play really passive. Kamek and Nats and just wandering around through mid, through vents, through B heaven.
They explore that as well on their half by round because it's what they're going to be coming into on the backside of this timeout. Obviously, whatever they're calling in the adjustments, use this as time to cement an idea into your head. Find out what the setup is exactly. EDG are also going to be playing mind games of their own, to be honest, as well, because I'm looking at the bank that's been built up by them. They are flushed with cash. There's always a threat to the operator at the back here.
Yeah, there
absolutely is. I think the more that in these kind of situations, the more difficult it's going to be for Team Liquid. And they can't really increase the tempo until they have an ult to be able to work with. They can try, but it's not going to be as effective as if they have Dimensional Drift or the Showstopper. And those are still a round at least away.
We're into it once more. This is the beginning of fast B take. Main. No pushback, it's an orb given up.
Just looking to get closer to those two ultimates, Camo and Kiko. Camo already gets it for the next rifle round, no matter what.
Hold in mid.
Nobody so takka one tap crispy headshot
to be honest.
This looks like an adjustment for EDG, thinking that Team Liquid recognize that mid is empty. They choose to fight it here. That means that they have to give up somewhere else. And
that's a free side right there.
Working along with Nats and has got a lot of space over here on A.
Go wandering.
Not a normal pathing either.
Guns out for Smoggy, but it's a little bit too late for that. Beautiful shot. Takes him out.
Kamek's got to survive here.
Oh boy.
Okay, but now the spike. How is the spike going to cross?
That's what I mean. I've got to try and create openings so Chichu can definitely suffocate them out of the side. They want to try and get themselves in. Drops it down. Sees avoided narrowly at that. Still Nats. Okay, I mean, the snake bite. That's the job.
30 seconds left.
Chichu into that uncomfortable position.
This is going to be another eco round win for Liquid.
25 seconds
left.
Nice.
10-net combo.
EDG are just struggling so much in these kind of situations.
Plan down.
Look at the positions. It's so difficult to retake this. You have no idea where Kiko is.
Ek angle to khali ho
at any point can go and get info with his ult.
Love you, Ritik bhai.
But Simon and nobody. Well, util. I don't know how you use it. Sending out the salvos. Push players into unfortunate scenarios and positions potentially there with the aftershock in hand. Flash up and away. It's all dodged in time. Nats too clean and a thrifty.
The Mastercard thrifty once more coming through for Team Liquid. EDG have... There is a decent chance that we look back on this map. And rounds like this are the reason that EDG couldn't close it out. The gap is only 2 here. They're not in a comfortable lead. They can't be allowing Liquid avenues back into the game in spots like this. They took a gamble though. They took a gamble that Team Liquid would be fighting mid. It didn't pay off. And it was a beautiful lurk in through A. Kang now goes for the operator.
Still big options remaining for Team Liquid. Dimensional Drift was earned up just from prior. And Kang holds his nerve.
That's not Durka.
The trigger finger, yet still slams the shot. And you're right, it's not Durka. No fakes occurring just yet, but we'll have to respect it with a Dimensional Drift. And hands a camo, clears his way. Site is paved to that plant. Kiko going to be earning himself to that now. He's one step closer to the showstopper. If he gets himself a kill, retake is going to be incredibly difficult. Camo going walkabouts up towards stairs. You just don't expect it, but these awkward timings is where Team Liquid thrive. EDG going to try and pick up the pieces now and force something better out of the round into the middle of it, but there's smokes in their face up towards heaven, and Camo still causing all sorts of difficulty. He hears it, the rumble, the footsteps! My God, man! He's ripping him to pieces, and Kang, knives in hands. You have to do more than slice and dice. You need a bloody miracle. But maybe he's the man for the job. Could potentially do it. Time ticking, though, getting away from him, and Camo knows it. Play to the win cons, doesn't even give him the fair fight. And doesn't even let him save the operator.
Kang's a miracle worker. But that was one step too far. Team Liquid, what a beautiful piece of post-plant aggression there. Working a 4v5 round. And Camo, they knew that he was in heaven, but because he's playing Yoru, they thought he'd reposition. And that's kind of just passive value that you're getting from running a Yoru in your composition. Camo's somewhere in B heaven, he gets a pick, and they don't fully clear through stairs, through B heaven, and then he ends up getting another 2 on the backstab. 2 rounds in a row now have just tossed this away from being in EDG's control.
Nobody is going to try and make a go of that one, but again, doubled up. The weaker buy of EDG, so they're going to take risks. And okay, Chichu.
Binks बनते जा रही है भाई.
Doesn't choose to evacuate.
हाँ, मेरा job खतरे में.
Wants to press the advantage potentially. Looks like he wanted to try and maybe go forwards now. It's backs away now, and it's all.
नहीं आता तेरा. भाई लोग का ये लोग को कुछ करना पड़ेगा.
Slow and steady.
Next round
the game plan has been essentially.
इसके बाद आने वाला है.
Almost their entire running kickoff.
Yeah, and look at what they've done again.
Chris by Paris.
Where they get 2 players instead of going and following the Viper wall
versus DRX कौन जीतेगा loves you.
They're making an adjustment for this match where they take the lurk into the site. They're recognizing that EDG are not running a hard anchor. There's no Cypher or whatever that's anchoring over here towards elbow.
Yeah, he's very alone going for this play.
You are divided.
With the plan going down, Cosmic divide in their face.
DRX एक round जीता तो मैं मानूं.
Spot, but he's got a deal.
है मेरा region का, वो बता ले.
Kiko's just so hard to root out this guy. Ingrains himself towards main as well. He's got that backup policy, the ultimate in the back of his hands, but there's bodies and backs facing towards him. Kang up and around, and still flicking, but Kiko, man! What is that? An explosive opening. Kang with 3, down to that 1v1, and still, again, the time's going to be ticking and potentially getting away from him. He needs to find a player with Kamek! This man is a thief in the night. Can't get a handle on him.
Another one of those situations that looks so winnable for EDG, and yet Team Liquid come through in the clutch. In both of those spots, though, Liquid have had the advantage in the 1v1. It hasn't been clean. I mean, previous round, it was a 3v1 situation for Liquid, too. Kiko played this situation masterfully. Such a passive spot, and then comes back in with the showstopper, crushing this retake attempt. But now EDG have rifles in hand. Now we'll see what they're capable of doing. And they need to hold out against an A push that's currently coming through.
Team Liquid going for their ramp take. Standard stuff, because they've been watching the boards into the corner. That's going to be a clone. And still Satchel plays straight into the fray. Kang and Camo can't quite dismiss this guy. Not so easily.
That's an... Oh, here comes the retake so fast.
Yeah, that's a flash. Go trying to flood attempt in here, so they're trying to plant up for heaven. That's a pit. Lay it down, it makes it a bit more awkward. And Chichu, instinctual plays. Highlights will not help you there, Nat. The pit falls. It is planted for heaven. Kamek in a 1v3 to tap, trying to root Kamek out. Smoke covering most of the fire, tapping away, but he needs a rifle spray to just go his way, and it's not going to happen.
Hey, guess what? You can't ping anymore,
Around
buddy.
19, EDG
you can't
narrowly take the lead.
2 amazing adjustments there from EDG. One, they realized that Team Liquid were doing that lurk through the Viper wall into A. So they run 2 people hard anchoring the A site. Now, that's a good adjustment, but it doesn't work. They still lose the A site to this teleport from Camo. But the other adjustment was going for a fast retake. Instead of allowing Team Liquid to get set up for aggressive post-plant ideas, get the retake going immediately. They barely allowed the plant to go down.
The pace increase, sometimes it's what you need.
The money hasn't been stable this entire match for either team, by the way. Liquid are back down to another eco.
It's stopped right down. Oh my god, Camo's just been spotted. Pinged out, spamming away. Simon's got to be careful of this particular spot here. I mean, he was called out by his teammate, yet still Camo gets the kill. How is he handling this? How is he doing this?
It's rough. He should be stepping back in that spot.
TP forwards. This is so damn fast. This is so damn fast. And no one's expecting Chichu, man. Caution to the wind at this point. Both of these teams are taking chunks out of each other.
It's going to be so difficult for Team Liquid to get this spike back. They don't have, you know, an ult for Camo, for example, that would make this much more doable.
Go and walk in. Camo's found Sankang.
It's the contact plays. Camo just finds the right timing and wins the duel whenever he walks into someone.
It's added just so many absurdities into the rounds. Nobody finding Camo up onto the ropes, but decapitated. 9-11.
And finally, EDG able to come out with the win in an anti-eco. And that one, it looked dangerous again. It looked
all
like
over the place, man.
It certainly had chances for Team Liquid to throw as another thrifty. They're hunting for Nats now, over towards the A-lurk too. They know that they've been taking faster timings on A.
Face your fears, face नहीं किया अपने fears.
Team Liquid are going for attack time out here.
It's a life lesson.
They want to adjust something.
Because
even though the gap is still really small between these two teams. The score 9-11. EDG are only 2 away from being able to take Liquid's map pick. And that would be a disaster, because even though the whole series has got good maps for Liquid, or at least playable maps for Liquid, Pearl, which isn't a good map for Liquid, is also not that great for EDG, I would argue.
You don't really want to
But you don't want
your opening game to a potential coin flip if you go down on that first map.
No, no way.
Awkward.
I mean, Team Liquid are most happy here, split and bind, map 1, map 3. So losing early is very rough.
The big thing that Team Liquid are struggling with right now is that tempo increase. I mean, EDG have just been chucking bodies at them.
Yeah, I agree. I think the faster retake kind of style, the decision to brawl wherever you find Team Liquid, wherever you first take contact. And also EDG are taking contact earlier. They're not sitting passive, they're not sitting back. They're actually looking for the fight on early angles. And talk about a player who's going to be looking for some early angle fighting. It's Kankang with the operator in the back out. She's dropped in that one over. Broadly speaking, where he's been playing the op in this game.
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है 1-1 तीसरा मैप चालू है
passive positions at least at the beginning of these rounds.
Yeah, I think because they're worried about a set play coming out from
ये क्या ये height wise खड़े रहो.
They think that there's going to be some kind of big crunch here with the Armageddon from nobody.
Yeah, fault line.
देखा मेरे जोक का follow up जोक यहाँ से आ रहा है.
Nightmare to deal with. Similar take. Kankang was ready for the jump spot last time. We'll see if he can do it once more. Star recalled, players spotted, but that dash is going to be fading. There's no way you are committing. Flash connects. The barrel poking out. Will he be betrayed by it? What kind of targets is he working with here? TP into the back of the side. My god, this is all over the place. What is going on? What is going on, man? Kanga's not ready for it whatsoever. I mean, Camo was on an island.
Well, Camo also didn't realize that the operator was pushed up that close until he took the shot. There was a prowler that left everything out there. Nats hunted, taken down. They've been good at removing this A-lurk. But the retake can't come through as quickly as in previous rounds. So now another opportunity for Kiko to go walkabouts in the post plant.
Yeah, okay. The time has been ticking as well. This plant was down. Rapid at that. Kiko with a fault line missing. Still Simon's there with a trade.
Well,
crouched up in place. Let's do a bit more. Heaven though, not watchful. And Paddy is perfect onto these angles once more. Camo just absolutely dropping these EDG players, dismissing them, scattering them to the wind.
11-11, close
just as we've
जा
been seeing this whole half so
close
far,
जा रहा है dude.
the adjustment that EDG made,
के बीच में
fighting early angles and then getting fast retakes, if they'd been able to do that this round, maybe they would have had more of a chance. But this ended up regressing. They couldn't get the value out of Kankang's operator. And they were also slower to deal with Nats, so they weren't there on the retake. Have you had enough of these anti-eco rounds? Because here comes another. The economy is broken here for EDG.
The same game plan. EDG
They're pitting off the rip
into B when you don't have weaponry
at the very beginning of the round.
It's interesting.
That is a heavy investment instead of using it in round 23 or round 24 to try the closeout.
Hoping that they push Team Liquid through mid towards A, where a lot of the bodies are stacked up from EDG.
But the weaponry is terrible.
Yeah. Haunt, fake TP.
There's a massive trap here.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's tension in the air here. Kang! What an adjustment!
No mouse problems now.
Nope. Swiftly deals with that one. Fault line's going to be Howard Simon. Your body's sticking out, man. Oh my goodness, almost punished for it. There's plays to be made. Team Liquid are going to be fast onto this one here, but that's going to be Rolling Thunder, committed, TP, evacuation, salvo at that, but Camo, he's deep into their spawn as players, and kills occurring all over the bloody place.
That's a crazy play from Camo.
Basically,
he's left it down to nobody, with no hope in hell. Camo teleported forwards through the breach ultimate and got a triple kill, delivering disaster to EDG, who committed multiple ultimates to this round. Goodbye Viper's Pit, goodbye Rolling Thunder, and you're about to be going into a rifle round. I mean, what is the decision there?
Nightmare scenario for EDG. As you said, you're going into the rifle round, you don't have the odds to work with. 11 to 11.
It's not just that EDG used them, it's that Liquid now have the Yorable to increase the tempo, Showstopper to be able to push back EDG or to make post-plant aggressive kills. The game has now flipped again to the point where Team Liquid have a big advantage. They've got, look at this triple kill. Camo's been playing like a beast here on Split. The two duelist players for Liquid have 47 kills between them.
26 and 14, 21 and 17.
That's monstrous. And considering how well somebody like Hong Kong has been playing on the other side of things, it's difficult to match.
Yeah, truly is.
There's only one of Hong Kong.
A lot asked of this guy onto his shoulders.
I don't know what EDG can even be discussing in this type of fight. What kind of game plan can you construct that is going to be effective against the fact that Liquid can just run at you this round and you can't stop them? Camo is literally going to be indestructible with his ultimate, and then the next wave through is going to have a torpedo.
Yeah.
That's tough.
It's tough, man. This going to be rapid without on their attack side.
I think EDG, if they wanted a game plan for this round, would be Operator on one side of the map and triple or quad push.
Wondering if
the problem with that though is that Team Liquid have been so aggressive in the post. So even if you flank against them, they could be pushing out a different area of the map.
Annoying team to play against, I think, as well. Those expected timings. I think, okay, can run a bit knife out.
मेरा 1 million क्यों नहीं करवा रहे तो फिर?
All in there over towards A. No lurk wall in sight. Kind of spells it out openly. EDG, they're going to try and take this one, but Kang forced to reveal his hand.
डॉलर नहीं ये नहीं वो इसलिए कोई तुमको सुपर चैट नहीं करता. मुझे करता.
Camo looked like he wanted to go aggressive there.
करा है ना मैं डॉलर बोल के.
Plant the spike first.
$1000 देने का मन करेगा. 2000 5000.
Liquid trying to make a go of things. This is going to be a showstopper. Committed, just spotting that player out. Chichu.
Spot किया बे.
No more.
Twitter वाला था. Love you यार.
Not for much longer here. There's chaos
$200
occurring at the same time. Kamik is on the other side of the bloody map. Armageddon trying to get the move on. Calling for the pause. Kills to be occurring. I mean, that's just a peek through and he can't hit the shot.
There's no way.
Comes from behind.
Oh, the awareness!
Ticking, yeah, he's got that awareness because these guys are just rats in the walls at this point. Liquid, they're everywhere. Diffuse occurring. Smoggy's got a smoke to obfuscate.
They missed!
Smoggy! Oh my!
It missed!
Are you joking? What are we watching?
Team Liquid! What a fumble! They were in complete control of that round. They had layers on layers. And somehow still a Red Bull clutch for EDG. The awareness is remarkable from Kang. And I thought when they killed Simon, maybe they think that's the diffuser.
Yeah.
But the fact that the pull... I mean, how has that happened? Kamik looked like he was going to close the round.
Stolen the round away, and it puts EDG up to 12.
भाई अभी लिक्विड वाले लो फील
Still
कर
got
रहे
terrible
हैं
vibe, by the way. Bulldog, Spectre, EDG away
They are
with
not coming back
scraps.
up.
I mean, money does not come into the equation, I think. The amount of thrifties we're seeing, at least from Team Liquid side of things, but EDG working with scraps, looking to get it done. They want to try and prevent this one from going to OT.
How is it possible?
Once more, Camo. He's been cheeky with his TP plays. This one, it's going to be spotted potentially. There's no way, Smoggy. There's no way. Flashed up, revealed. TP to evacuate. Camo straight in there on top of it. A bit of spam might just not go amiss here. I mean, nobody's trying to play up close and personal. Cuts it up onto the angle.
Can he get one in this spot?
Smoggy hard committed. We're running wide and dropping down. Chichu's lucky to get away with even that. It's an open side for Team Liquid. Cracked it open wide. Chichu and Kang Kang.
ऐसा तो एक राउंड लो फील कर रहे हैं कितना टाइम स्क्रीम्स करते हैं सैलरी वैलरी मिलता है सब कुछ करते हैं एक राउंड ऐसा हो नहीं गेम का नॉलेज है कि नहीं कर सकते
not even choosing to proc it. This guy walking out, but he's missed it. Oh no way, he's just missed the corner. Trade there, it's instantaneous. But Chichu's only on 8 health, man.
Imagine dash
what can you do in this spot? And he doesn't want to wear any of these players out. 12 to 12 OT. Inevitable.
एक और shout out.
The manner in which we got here, though, unbelievable.
गेम में 2 shout out मिला मेरे को.
Economy finally stabilizes for both teams as they're granted the loan of 5,000 to
चल तो रही है गेम.
OT. But this was
फील्ड
so
पता
back
नहीं
and
ऐसा
forth
लग
the
रहा
entire
है कि
time.
ये
There was no moment where a team was
101%
stable.
EDG का मैच
That's a ridiculous kill from nobody to open things up.
बहुत कुछ उनके फेवर
On the
में
round
नहीं
where they
गया.
have the massive ult advantage, they somehow fumble it.
टाइमिंग वाला चीज.
On the round where they just had to go for a B pop, they get it done.
Fundamentally, Team Liquid are just playing
ट्विटर वाला सबको बैन दे दो बंक्स पे मतलब.
so damn good. Players in position to trade themselves out, but as you mentioned, the money not going to be a factor at this point.
This is the same pistol round setup that we saw from Team Liquid. They did run it with rifles at one point in the half as well. Quad fight over mid, teleport to help Paddytech if it does come over towards A, play B, full retake.
Thrown off the guard onto the A site. Kang attack side operator. Now he avoided the Prowler, but still hits the flick. There's a trade in sight though as Paddy turns the favor.
That was so sneaky from Nats.
Slipped his way right into there, still into the site. These players are going to try and push this one back. EDG.
Look at him looking for the
corralled
lurk.
into the corner, yeah.
Team Liquid are so heavy looking for the lurk.
So convinced, I think, that it's even occurring as well. But EDG
2 सेकंड में fresh smoke आ रहा है.
No players playing towards main or even off site. You've got to try and carve out path to success here and now. Out to the side and wide as Chichu picks up that 2-piece once more. And Smoggy forced to reposition. Kills flooding in. Up to 13. A 1-round difference and match point again for EDG. Not that it's been doing these teams much good.
But this might be where we see the experience difference between these two squads. I think we just heard, right before this round went live, there's a segment from the Team Liquid comms where they were saying we should have won this game already. And I think it's reasonable for both teams to think that, because there's been wild plays, thrifties on either side.
Some of these rounds are just coming down to who sees who first. Can Camo's TP not get spotted?
But this guy, Shishu, also came up huge there in the post plan.
We're not going to be slowing down. Round 26 here.
बहुत गलत राउंड हार गए वो. गलत क्या, अच्छा तो गया EDG. क्या गलत राउंड हार गए?
Looking for Nats. And EDG going for a rare fight towards mid. Although now they give it up.
भाई मेरे को जिस हिसाब से लोग इतना अर्ली कंट्रोल लिया ना, मुझे लग रहा है कि जीतने वाला है.
He dodged the Prowler. What an immense play.
EDG.
It's created an opening.
कुछ अर्ली कंट्रोल दे चला गया.
Making sure that you can not bleed away too many more players at this point here. The salvos are good, but there's a pocket to play in. Nobody not aware of that fact. Still, Horn a little bit too deep. Smoggy still alive, still kicking. Spam is the name of the game. Paddytech just trying to draw attention, I think, for the Heaven players to lurk their way up themselves. It's all contact plays here from Liquid.
It's over.
That's the name of the game. It's the philosophy.
शायद से it's over. मतलब 4v5
this far.
possible है. लेकिन अटक तो गए वो लोग.
Another section of OT. See though, 4 versus 4, and it's all calm until it's not. Players not watched for, down and towards hell, but up on towards heaven, and the trade in sight. Kills exchanged. Spike is dropped down into the middle of nowhere.
They lost the spike on top of rafters.
Up onto heaven, and Kang there's a prime opportunity.
Kiko's too good for it. Shuts it down before it began. And what a call there from Nats to have his whole team contact not just up to the point where you would execute, but they literally walked into rafters on B. Even after they got this pick onto Smoggy, look at them walking fully out here. Kamek taking all of the space, making it really uncomfortable for EDG to know the timings. They kept their composure.
They really did. Padatek, the one-man army as well. All that pressure he's applying, just spamming through the smokes.
So they do mix up Padatek a lot. So sometimes he's going to be
चैट 6000 लोग देख रहे हैं जो लोग स्ट्रीम पे नए हैं लाइक कर दो जो लोग सब्सक्राइब कर दो
What we saw from Team Liquid in their game against EMEA was a couple of rounds sprinkled in where Nats ran some beautiful fakes. We haven't seen any of that so far in this game. He hasn't run a big elaborate fake. If you wanted a round to pull it out, it would be the one after this, surely. If there's a moment to try to subvert all of the conditioning and expectations of the regulation, it's here. Tension's at its max. Round 27 of split. What a banger opening to Bangkok.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Couldn't have asked for a better opening map between these two teams. It's been messy at times, don't get me wrong, but honestly, Team Liquid thriving finding those openings.
EDG holding super heavy around B main. They know from watching the VODs that this is an area that Team Liquid can fight very hard over. So this stun might not go through right off the rib, might be based off contact, but the point is control.
Simon holds it back. There's no signs of life from Team Liquid there.
B with Team Liquid setup is played pretty much full retake.
मेरे पे वीडियो बनेगा तो भी सेक्सी बनेगा भी उसका कैमरा देखो
right past the pull, flash in through the back. There's a nade from heaven. It's going to be preventing the walkout, and Tico, he's right in there. Yep. Called for Team Liquid. They sense it, they smell it. There's blood in the water, and as these players line up, the damage is done and more. Nobody makes a good go of it. Two brought down, but eventually he will fall, and this is Liquid now with the lead.
That is disgusting. I thought EDG thought they would be able to get the site there. There's nobody home. Yeah, Team Liquid make the bold decision to just jump out into sight. Flashes, double duelists, getting through the smokes.
And that is why mid control is
Entry on the
very
retake,
important.
flooded in through heaven.
लेकिन ये लोग ने first time ऐसा कुछ try
Beautiful
किया,
round to put
fast
Team
वाला
Liquid
round.
one away from winning on their map pick.
There's that tension in the air here. Just getting started with Bangkok, but the timeout taken by EDG.
I could be wrong, but I think this is the first
one more
point that
rotate,
Liquid
bro.
have had
One
as well.
more OG.
I think
EDG
so got to 12-11 until it was tied up.
Yeah.
So this is, like I'm saying,
Team
this is
Liquid
Nat's
up to
opportunity
their
right
game
here.
with the roster. तुम भी अपना
EDG
अपने
are
करो
taking a
नाम
timeout. They're
60
trying to figure out
डाला
what to do
नाम
on the
में.
defense
ऊपर
side.
तो डालो.
You could hit them with a crazy play. We know he's capable of it. In fact, when I was listening to the press conference, Padatek was even saying that he thinks Chishu is on track to become the greatest IGL. Now that is unbelievably high praise and a scalding hot take, I think, as well. But judging from what they've done in their lower bracket run in EMEA and some of the stuff you're now seeing them do, at least early days here in Bangkok, maybe there's a chance that he's onto something.
But have faith in your teammates.
Camo's dropped 30, by the way.
Match किधर है venue में?
Hasn't quite been able to keep up with either of the duelists now over on Liquid.
Their fears betrayed them.
नाम में है Masters Bangkok.
Liquid, it's to pull it over.
Match किधर है?
Not quite finish line, but at least get them over the
Team
hurdle.
launch करो visit में. Rudra
I
भाई.
feel a little similar to their previous B-leaning default, Liquid.
पिंकी के भाई और $2 दे रहे हो शर्म है
going hunting for Padatek.
Walk around here, oh my.
$200
Dash has to be expended just to try and get the hell
Discipline
out
on
of
the
there.
way.
Kills.
Rudra
Found
bhai.
at least. How the hell has Chichu got his way through there?
Yeah, he just walked through the smoke.
क्या बोला था मैंने?
That timing indeed. Kang!
What's that?
Here he is.
He's gone
Time
for
to show
another.
up and try to shut them up. Finding a multitude of kills. And there might be more where that came from, but the counter spam goes both ways, son. Nats
अरे मैडम आराम से.
sends it flying straight back. Head spotted. Simon giving a slight haircut.
No more
Through the box there, but with Nats as low as he is. 2 versus 3. Limited in terms of chances, but you never know. Flash forwards, Kiko still lurking, contacting another flash as well. The peek forwards, almost reset it. Chishu is their guiding light in that round.
Chishu and Kang will not allow it. 14-14 again, and Chishu gets up to 30 himself. I was just talking about the fact that Kang hadn't quite kept up. I mean, look at this play. They know from the VOD footage that Paditek loves going on that kind of lurk. He'll throw a Prowler in mid and then walk up really deep, tuck behind the box. We've seen him do it a lot in EMEA. And Chishu, he's been watching. He's seen these games before. Kang is going to pull out an attack side operator to try to push them onto another map point. Slow crawl up to A.
Spotting the corner, they know that Paddy plays perched up onto heaven. It's a beautiful one at that. Pretty blocked by the drone, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. It's open access. Easy access at that. Nats, what is his timing? You're seeking to take. It's a flash and a flood. An attempt at a play, but EDG are one step ahead. Players to the game plan. Kiko not slowing down though. Kamek out wide on heaven once more. The bodies is hoping that EDG will just open themselves up. Kiko sailing sky high. Brought down like a clay pigeon. It's EDG now up to match, or at least map point.
It feels like we've played almost a full match here, doesn't it?
I know.
Round 30. Another opportunity for EDG. I think the read here is remarkably good for them. Ever since they took that tag time out and got an opportunity to talk to the coaches, EDG have been making really nice reads and hitting really good shots.
And guys, finally, जो मैंने बोला था, Kang जीतेगा.
In every one of these rounds, apart from one, he goes over here once more.
See it.
Spike though is on the lurkers, and Nats hasn't even committed his wall yet. This is super weird.
Paddy holding, lucky to be alive. As damage done through the wall, but Chichu dropped down into mid.
Nobody! Was that spam? What was that?
Spam or something, I'm not too sure.
Is that because Nats didn't commit his wall?
And that's a spike drop down into the laps of these EDG players. This is it, surely. Hard to fumble from this point, but Team Liquid will look to dig deep. And again, back to old reliable, walking around, casual jaunts around the map, contact plays, creeping and crawling.
Simon's watching.
And Simon says, you might not pass this one. There's a horn up into his face, and still Kiko, he just deals with it. Takes that guy out. Can with the operator will have to just back himself away. They gotta know where these players are, but still Kamek, no way. Kamek, a body. What is going on?
We're never getting to map 2, never mind the rest of the matches here at Masters.
It doesn't stop.
We missed some really crucial fights, and I don't blame the observers. What is going... I mean, why? I don't know. We're into really deep territory in this game. Nats must have thought, if I don't commit the wall, they won't think about the A flank. So he ends up going down and delivers nobody 2, and then 2 answered back in almost the same spot from Kamek. Flips the tables. And Lohan is happy about that. Round 31, score even, and you can tell the teams are trying wild stuff at this point. They're just throwing at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Exactly, the playbook ripped up.
I mean, I don't think that Nats has ever run that strat before, where he just doesn't put down the wall. That's the kind of audible on-the-fly stuff. And EDG, they turn the pace down.
Mid control मिला free में, बस जीत गया. इतना कर दिया ना, इतना info जीत गया. ये round EDG का है. चांस भी लिख कर.
Gate crash being thrown from Camo. This one's his second. Did not
100% EDG.
That's not going to allow him the safety.
Team Liquid are offering up full mid control. No one holding to contest A ramp as well when that wall goes up. So there's a lot of unknowns for Team Liquid right now.
They had a hard read that this was going to be B. They stacked 3 players on B.
Zero info.
Also had Camo's gate crash over there at the start. And honestly, the read is good. I mean, look at it.
They got players in position. But a sour end to the round here for EDG, and that's a dash active, and that's going to be the go button. Signaled. Kankan moves forward, steps forward. Kiko dropped, and this guy has been a thorn into their sights, and that's taken care of. At this point, we've seen some miracle rounds from Team Liquid, but I think it's a hard ass for Camo and Paditek. Still going to make a go of it. You have to at the end of the day. Paddy.
One enemy remains.
Way around though, but that's a bullet to the side of the head. And he's dropped dead. Cold with it. Up to 16 for EDG.
50% chance रहता है यार.
At some point here, if
हम
EDG
लोग ने
have
gamble
this
check
many
किया,
map
बराबर
points, they've
लिया.
got to convert on one of them.
और अगर तुम लोग
The entry from
execute को रोक
Smoggy
पाए
is
ना,
great.
तो
And
तुम लोग
even though
जीतोगे.
Team
अगर
Liquid
नहीं
had
रोक
people
पाए
stand
तो
here,
लग.
had the right read, they didn't, I think, expect that lurk to be coming through, or not lurk, but the other side of the pinch. You know, from Team Liquid's perspective, I think they thought that was a B pop, and they weren't ready for the people up in B heaven. Kangkang is going to go for an operator. He changed his mind there with only 3 seconds left in the round.
This is all over the place.
They want to brawl in mid and close things out.
Prowler. It's going to be broken. Rifle spam.
They're hoping.
Problem
Team Liquid are hoping that EDG walk down mid right now. Off the A ramp pressure.
And मेरे को नहीं लगता अभी ये लोग इतना power ले पाएंगे.
Plays in his face and a shorty at that.
Wow.
My God, Camo just turned him into mincemeat down towards the vents and a peek out wide. Chichu, if you got a little bit more, maybe, potentially. Can't quite get the third, but Smoggy by his side. Nats slices and cuts him up, and Simon, there was damage done. Weak as anything, Swift Breeze will bring him down, but a bullet does the job nevertheless. This is down to 2. Team Liquid, not to be denied, to drag it out just that bit much further.
Yeah,
so difficult for nobody. He has utterly no idea where these Team Liquid players are. They could be in any part of the map right now, apart from where he's recently cleared. Could he find a possible timing? Maybe if he'd continue through vents, but it's looking unlikely now. Nobody was an absolute star for EDG in the grand finals of China. He took that game and he decided to win it for them. If he could pull out a 1v2 here to take split, at this point it looks like it's going to take an enormous play, a miracle from one of the teams to put the other to bed. It's Kamik and Nat's job to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know Pearl's an unfavorable map for both teams, but neither of them wants to play it at this point.
They decided not to give the plant to Nats there, who would have had Pit.
I think that goes to show, I think, that getting a bit flustered.
Well, at the same time, you don't want to get timinged by nobody. The chances of nobody winning a 1v2 in this spot, it arguably might even go up if there's a Pit.
Gives him ins and possibilities to get himself into the fight. That's bullets rattled and away. Back behind screens, and nobody does need a miracle at this point. Stun, rattled and away, 1 kill found. Needs that second one, but he's really just going to be guessing. Nats holds it down, out towards elbow, 16. Neither team wants to give this up.
क्या चल रहा है वे पहले ही गेम.
An utterly ridiculous beginning to this tournament, and an
ये
utterly
होने के
ridiculous
बाद
beginning to this round as well.
रुक
A
जाना
really
था.
nice
3v2
macro
पे
idea
और में था.
call
उसके
from
बाद
Nats, and
pause नहीं कर
Camo
पाया.
flies into the face of Kangkong to take him down at the beginning of the round. At some point here, Kangkong might start giving up on the operator, because while it's theoretically really good idea against what Team Liquid are doing, it's kind of making him less able to carry and win the rounds, I would say. Whereas maybe he might just be able to go walkabouts as Paddy and Camo are doing.
The walkabouts is going to be that pushing Chichu back. Respect this one, and look at that TP all the way back over towards B.
This is the way that Team Liquid love their early rounds to go. A little piece of aggression, try to force you into the stack. Here, there's a 4-player stack on B if EDG try to react. But they're not taking the bait.
Flash forwards in the drone. Wait.
situations में
no intention though of holding and taking that space. It's just a threat of it. But Team Liquid are giving this one up anyway.
Remember last time, even despite Team Liquid having a stack on B,
लड़की
EDG came up with the goods because they forgot about B heaven. Nats was so focused on the pop coming out through B main, they didn't think of heaven. And Kangkong is that lurker that could backstab.
This is going to get messy.
What an entry!
My God. Nobody somehow finds that one. This is going to be it. Salvo's in the fault line. Cuts it up and dissects the site. Chances and opportunities, but Nats is still alive. But with the paranoia in your face, how much longer will you be kicking? They can't remove this guy. It's a thorn in their side and more. Buying time and space for his team to get back in. Util expended, out through the smokes. The feed is filled in red and we missed all of it. No shade to the observers, man. This is a mess.
It's the same strategy, roughly speaking, though. Called again from nobody. It's working beautifully. It's a disguised B split. You make it feel like everybody's popping through B main, and you send somebody on the backstab, or send 2 people up through mid. This time it was Kangkong coming through heaven that sealed the round up. But all of the brawling that happened on site, nobody coming alive. Chishu, he's been phenomenal for them. 35 kills, now the kill leader. And we're in with EDG at another map point.
अरे मैच बंद चल रहा है ओपी भाई है मास्टर लेवल तो है इतने टाइम में सबका गन चैन होना चाहिए क्या बोलते हैं
Push back, forced to respect the 2-2-Cs, that connects.
Up liquid
into the corner, needs some help, needs some bailout camo. Instant with the trade. Lucky just to get the one.
Kang
Squeeze now onto him, Kang's hot on the heels, and he does eat him up. Camo not long for the world, not long for the round, EDG. Is this it? Could this be the impetus? Just spotting barest of head. Simon whips it around and it leaves it all down to Kamek.
That kill there has got to be the death blow. Simon having the awareness to swing round and take down the star of Team Liquid. He doesn't even get the plant, Kamek. He misses another 4 seconds. And the ambush is going to start to close in here. He has got to come up with a miracle.
Anchor smoke opted in for. Just try and push them back. 1 star left remaining, and he needs to isolate these fights and more, but EDG are not going to give him those openings. There's discipline at its core, paranoia flushing him out wide. He's lucky that he didn't fall in the first time. Kang finally puts an end to it. And puts him to rest and puts the map under their belt. Split goes away.
Finally we have a master spinner.
Couldn't ask from an audience's perspective for a better game to open. Team Liquid fought them as much as they possibly could. But EDG have got a blinding beginning to this one.
Absolutely do. I think we all need a rest after that one. It's going to be a short break. Don't go anywhere. Even more action coming up on the other side of this.
But I think 2-0 होने वाला है. दोनों टीम बात कर आराम से. हमको लग रहा था मैडम चिल्ला रही है करके. ये लोग भी चिल्ला रहे थे. बाप के अलावा दोनों टीम. मेरी उम्र बढ़ गई ये मैच देख के 2 घंटे से. एक्सक्यूज मी. ब्रो एक बार तो मैसेज पढ़कर बोल दो. मनन भाई कैसे हो?
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
नेक टू नेक स्क्रिप्टेड है बराबर. टीपी में तुम्हारा नेक नहीं दिख रहा है. वो लोग इतना पूरा स्क्रिप्ट करके बैठे. इसे कहते हैं जिंक्स करना सीखो हमसे. ये अच्छा है भाई. वाह. हेड्स भी मेरा, टेल्स भी मेरा, बीच में है वो भी मेरा. वाह. टेक्टोनाइट से कैच. That's some realistic music right there, baby. क्या गाना है? Crazy. मेरे को ये टाइप की म्यूजिक पसंद है. ओह क्या लिरिक्स है. मजा आ गया. मेरे को एक बात बताओ. इतना प्यारा गाना बनाया है. बात बराबर है, लेकिन इतना प्यारा गाने में आप मेरा भी रेवेन्यू लेना चाहते हो यार, कॉपीराइट वो करके. हाँ, इसलिए मैं ऐसे गाने की वजह से मैं एड्स ऑफ करके रखता हूँ. ना मुझे चाहिए रेवेन्यू ना आपको. बजाओ बजाओ बैन बजाओ. लिरिक्स ही नहीं है तो ये कौन बात कर रहा है? उफा. बंग्स भाई कांगकांग ने वेट गेम किया, उस पे कुछ कमेंट्स. मोहम्मद भाई क्या चाहिए रे लाइफ में आपको? हाँ, कल कांगकांग भाई कांदा खाएंगे बोलेंगे भाई कांगकांग ने कांदा खाया, उस पे कुछ कमेंट्स. हाँ, क्या चाहिए रे? हर चीज पे कमेंट करना जरूरी है. गर्म पानी सुना आएगा बोले गर्म पानी सुना है, उस पे कुछ कमेंट. मतलब क्या चाहिए रे तेरी? क्या चाहिए रे? कितना भी वेट गेन करे, बैंकॉक में वो गेम खेल के बैठे, आप घर से स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, उस पे मैं कमेंट करूँ कुछ? ग्राइंड तो हो नहीं रही आपसे. हाँ क्या रैंक है जरा बता उस पे कुछ कमेंट्स वायरलेस माउस है मेरा फेंक भी नहीं सकता चार्जिंग पे अभी फिलहाल बैड
Start a tournament, but Mimi, we don't always get something as exciting as this.
I mean, that was ridiculous. Double no Senti comps
Hello,
just
guys.
walking at each other.
VCT
Goes
match
down to
होगा
some crazy
हमको कोई
individualism, but
official channel की
they
जरूरत
just
नहीं
shined in the
है मैंने
chaos
मैं watch
again.
what is that
I think that
Binks will
it's
be
very
there
important what
love
you're
you
saying,
यार
right? The
अभिषेक
chaos,
भाई
they thrive in that. The more
ऐसा
messy
तो
the
hard तो
round
अभिषेक
gets,
को
the more deeper we
what a
go
kind
into the
word.
map and into the match,
Not
they just
even
feel more
paid
comfortable.
chat.
I mean, we spoke about whether Kangkong
चलो।
can do the back-to-back
Simple
bracelet.
Side
If we
hटाओ,
take a
मैं
look
चाय
at the
बना के लेके
HyperX reflex moment of the day, it turns out
एक
maybe,
song
just
हो
maybe,
जाए
Kakuka, if he keeps doing this,
क्या
he can.
हुआ
Man, I think that this was an insane shot. He hears the showstopper, flies back just... I need to see that in slow-mo because it's just beautiful. He also had one with the Sheriff that was also unreal, and that somehow is a headshot.
That is insane. It wasn't even luck or like he was moving or anything. He just precisely, perfectly tapped rays out of the sky and dashed out. I mean, Kangkong, still ridiculous. No matter the year, no matter the situation, this guy performs.
And I love Kiko's reaction there as well. He's like, fair enough, you know.
What can you
Sometimes
do about that?
Apparently
Sometimes
this
that
is what happens when you come into the international stage.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. But you do have to give it for the duelist players on the other side as well. Kakuka, they also did incredibly well against EDG.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Kiko had a great performance at the beginning of the map. I think that Camel, once he got onto the operator and then later onto the attack, I think that he was key into some of the ideas that Team Liquid wanted to put on the table. But I'm actually surprised because with all the changes that EDG had brought into here, seeing a jet on split, that's something that we do not see that often. I really saw the intention behind it, which in so many cases with EDG was missing.
Yeah, and if we take a look at some of the things that happened later on the map as well, this round from EDG, which originally, Mimi, could have been a round for Liquid.
It should have been. This is a sick round for Liquid. They have the read that EDG is going for these ramp refights on their defense. They send everyone there. It's so well set up. A plant down, an advantageous post plant. This was Team Liquid's opportunity to win the game. And then at the very end, things start going wrong as EDG goes in for their retake. And this one just ends with a missed suck, losing them this round. Team Liquid then goes to overtime, and it just falls to pieces. In some ways, it feels like a return to form of early Team Liquid with these little mistakes ruining rounds for them.
And just like this one, which was, you know, painful to see from that side also because the nade then falls and you think that, you know, they could have sprayed, but they, you know, had no way of knowing. It also brings us back to what happened in the pistol round. They could have possibly won that round, but because of that last TP of Kama just going back, and I believe Chicho having the spike, there are so many occasions where Team Liquid was just on the receiving end of EDG just having this massive round.
Yeah, I mean, that was the game pretty much in that round, but EDG went it out. They're so good at finding the opportunities when their opponent makes a mistake, and now they're up a map in the series.
They are indeed, and let's check in with Mika Fabs and EDG's coach, Muggle.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Muggle of EDG and Luna, of course, to help with some translation. That was a very intense first map. We noticed some composition changes though. Can you tell us maybe whose idea was that? How did that come about?
我们在图一看到了一些变阵，能不能告诉我这些是谁的想法，谁的主意呢？
之前我们这张地图就是对于除了太湖以外另一个先锋的位置挺纠结的，然后参考了Sentinels的阵容，然后决斗上选择了我们康康更适合的接锋。
Like other than Taiho, we are really confused about another initiator about this choice, and we learned from Sentinels about how to another like initiator, and also we choose the duelist for Kangkang as Jet. It's more suitable for him.
That is perfect. Well, best of luck to you guys.
Such an interesting answer there. They've obviously been watching what the other regions were doing while they were on their break, and also you had some questions about why the Jet, and it's just purely down for comfort pick.
I think that it has to do with the trade denial that I was mentioning, because in so many occasions we see Kankan that is not being set up, and from the defense he just goes with the operator, trying and hunt for a kill, and in so many cases they were right. We also saw them using the utility to prevent where Nats plays every single time that he plays on split, and I think that the preparation was very good from that.
It was an incredible map one to watch, but I think this puts Team Liquid now in a very scary position because they're going into a map that they were 0-3 on in the regular season and in that round in EMEA, and they haven't really been able to find a solution. They've changed their comp points on this map. They still lost it every time, and this is a very comfortable position for EDG.
It is indeed, and Pearl, I think, is probably the only map of Liquid that I felt like they tried the same thing as all the other maps, right, Kukuku? They tried to change something, and then the change was amazing, and then they don't need to change again. But it just never worked for Pearl.
Yeah, I think that regionally in EMEA, it's not like this is a map that we love. I think that this is a very America's map. Ours is Fracture. We love Fracture any given day. But especially this map, I think also having Nats in something that is not the Cypher or the Viper that we've seen so many times going on to the Vice. I think that probably we can expect some changes or some tweaking around. Probably they just need more reps on the map. But I'm also looking forward to see if it's EDG going to be changing something.
Well, hopefully we can get those answers from Team Lohan, who's standing by with Mika Fabs ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here now with Lohan of Team Liquid. That was a very intense first map, and now you have Pearl coming up next. The team's history isn't exactly the greatest on this map, so I was wondering, you know, could you say something to maybe keep the fears of the fans at bay, ease their worries or something, because you can't blame them if they're maybe feeling a little bit uneasy about this one.
I mean, I don't think it matters the map that we're playing. What matters is we play together, we play as a team. We're confident on the map, we're confident in ourselves, and we're going to show a different face on this game, 100%.
Love to see that confidence. Good luck to you guys.
I like the confidence, but fact of the matter is, even in EMEA during their run, they've never had to come back from a losing position, Mimi. They always won map 1 of Abyss, usually, and they've never really had to trail from behind, so I'm questioning a little bit of their mental as well.
And they also probably haven't played against an EDG-style team on this map before. They're playing the Neon. No one in EMEA Americas is really leaning into that the way that EDG is, and Kong takes over games on this one. EDG's been undefeated on Pearl thus far in the run-up in China, so this is indeed a very worrying position for TL.
Well, you know, they had a close overtime. I think that there is some shining light. I like what Lohan was saying there, because also it's a big test for him and the assistant coach as well, just coming into the international event. There are some tells that I've been seeing in the way that EDG plays the map. Like, for example, Kankan is not that big of a fan of taking B long, something that we see a lot, and just plays a little bit different, just mostly focus on A and just putting that trident of them pushing on that side of the map. And I want to see if those tells are still here, because we keep talking about this month of preparation.
Speaking of that preparation, I like the way the Muggle was like, yeah, we just copy Sentinels, they did something really good. I want Liquid to do the same. I want them to take something from Americas.
And what I want to see is them go back into the Vice. They tried the Vice comp last time they played. I think that is the best counter to this Neon. Wall is going to be separated. They're going to have to play very slowly to deal with the Thorns, deal with that shear across every round on the attacking side for EDG. It's going to force EDG to slow down, and I think the same way they did some of those early split rounds when they were on their attacking side. So very hopeful they go back to the Vice here.
Is it a hot take to say that I don't really want Nats to play the Vice?
But do you want Liquid to play?
Yeah, I want someone else. Kame could do it. I think Kame could definitely play a nice Vice out of it. Paddy could also do it. I just don't want to see Nats on. I don't know why. I wasn't super convinced by it the last time I saw it.
But they've also had time to grow on it, and I think this is one of the agent's strongest maps. He's great as a solo anchor, and I honestly, I do hope to see it again, even if it is a different player lock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to see it again, but maybe just on a different player.
I think that when we hear Lohan speaking about is playing as a team, is playing comfortable, I do not see it that crazy if they just go back to putting Nats on Cypher and just let him roam across the map.
I will say that the util, when we're talking about the attack side for EDG, honestly will probably look even better here.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आज के डेट में 2:20 आज के डेट में लोल भी चल रही है, वेलोल भी चल रही है, बीजीएमआई भी चल रही है, और क्या चल रहा है? माइनक्राफ्ट का भी कोई टूर्नामेंट है क्या भाई? कुछ तो सब चल रहा है भाई। आज क्या है भाई? आज गेमिंग डे, वो करे गेमिंग डे करके। क्रिकेट भी चल रहे। स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में बात कर रहा हूं मैं, स्पोर्ट्स में चला गया। वैसा तो दुनिया में बहुत कुछ चल रहा है, स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में बात कर रहा हूं मैं। क्रिकेट भी चल रहा
Valorant, the pressure's high going up against the world champion who, let's be honest,
आज ही
EDG
मतलब
has some
सबको आज ही
crazy
winner
aura.
वो
You're
करना है.
going up against Kong Kong. You're going up against the guys who won it all last year.
हवा भी चल रही
Big
है
ask
language.
for players making
मेरा
their
exams भी चल रहा है, गया
debut
भी.
on the global stage, and I think that pressure mounts even further
ये
as
गया.
you're not down a map.
And also, the chat, you guys are really, this is a very 50-50 poll, you know, between EDG and Team Liquid, because on paper, you would lean more towards EDG on a map like Pearl.
Yeah, you would, but there has been time, right, for Team Liquid. They couldn't figure it out during EMEA, but they did have a bit of time to reset. I imagine they expected this, knowing they were going to go in and ban their Lotus. They know EDG's going to piss
myself.
Yeah, I saw it myself as well. Let's pretend like none of us just saw what happened.
I didn't see it.
I think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna like it. You're in for a treat.
You are. I don't know if you're gonna like it, but you're in for a treat.
I think she is. I think
you're
she is.
definitely in for a treat because we do have Agent Select coming up in
50,
just a
50
moment.
votes
Stop the
चल रहे
count.
भाई,
Stop the
EDG
count.
जीत
We go for the 50-50. We go for the 50-50. But yeah, Kiko here not expected to play the duelist again. So I feel like this is where we actually see the role swap arc.
Honestly, if I'm talking like dream side anchors flying on this map, Kiko one side on the controller, Nats the other, maybe on the device. That's a good lineup for me.
That's definitely
he's gonna be somewhere. And looking at this, do you like
it? You said you wanted them to be America's build. This is very America's build. Coming out with the chamber vice, double controller on defense. You have tons of tools with Patty to hard anchor one side. Nats is going to be able to go for a lot of proactive looks with his Yoru camo, walking up, TPing out. There's so many cool things.
But the coolest thing is he
can't
You know, I think that it is an agent that he hadn't been playing. I know that he played it in the past, not successfully, I have to say, in a maps like Bind, but him moving on to the Euro, Ultra Chicho on the Vice, this composition also shows a different face that
Australia, New Zealand region
when you play against Vice, I think you need to be locking the Yoru. So both these teams understanding that counter, dealing with the Vice utility is going to really be the win condition for EDG on this attack side.
Yeah, I want to just shout out BBL as well. You know, maybe Liquid were learning something from them, but it's time to jump back into map 2 and throw this back over to Brandon.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, this is it here.
Tournament में extra best again
very America's pill, Josh, as Mimi mentioned. Listen, we're going to be able to flex our regional expertise with this one. You've got a bit of Yoru in play.
This is literally, it is literally the same comps as G2 playing against Sentinels. I mean, Team Liquid have taken the G2 comp, EDG have taken the Sen comp. So now we get to see, for the first time for both of these teams, how good are they actually executing on it. So let's have a look at the pistol setup then. EDG looking to take some A control. They got a slow down after this.
Simon's horn just rebounded into his face.
Time to jump. A push up from Liquid on the other side of things. Nats and Camo both going walkabouts.
Yeah,
getting active on the defense side is pretty good with this comp.
Team Liquid, it's not out of the ordinary from how they like to play.
Nats मारेगा मेरे को लग रहा है ये game.
How much is Nats going to extend himself out?
Camo just escorted Nats into position and then teleported back.
Does a good job, I think, just getting rid of the drone. Nats is going to be...
This is a weird pathing, actually.
Yes,
because you've got to expect the wall to be here. It's the most standard position for it. So he's giving it away, and now deciding to go all the way around. What's he up to?
Yep, up top, onto the high ground. Paddy, not enough bullets in the chamber to really do the job. Give him the business. Still, Kiko through the back of the site. Ghost in hand.
And now they're going to make the pivot. This is a right call from EDG. The wall got triggered over towards A main. You don't have A main control. You don't have a good entry into the site. It's time to call it quits and go back.
I love you, yaar. Parth, I love
nice
you,
advantage here,
yaar.
though, even though they're going to be playing retake.
Love from American.
Opted for
$7.99.
Down. It's a weird spot at that.
Spike planted.
What risks are going to be taken? Oh my, jump spot almost punished, not quite, backing away into halls now, and everybody
ज़्यादा space लिया नहीं, I think
grain positions
easy retreat for Liquid.
We're going to see if they can do some damage and rip off a few heads, but it's all Team Liquid so far. Get them a move on. This is a rapid play at that. Plenty of bodies ready to meet them, but Chichu has got to do a bit more with that, and he's dropped down to just 10 HP. Surely too much for him to overcome, and that's bullets all it takes just from the Ghost himself. So it's going to be pistol round here for Team Liquid.
And showcasing that they're pretty comfortable with the defensive aggression side of this. Camo and Nats combining together, pushing up. They had a good defense over here towards Art as well.
Bit of
a whiff there right at the start that I missed on Simon's Haunt. Simon bounced it off some kind of
70k के बजट में बेस्ट
just
लैपटॉप
landed
अगर
back
देखा
in
जाए
A
तो
main, which is not what they were going for.
69k 900.
Just showcasing as well that
मेरे expertise की वजह से.
EDG might have had 2 weeks, I think, to try and prepare this composition, but still, it's going to be some
मेरे को
growing
इस सब
pains.
चीज का knowledge बहुत ज़्यादा है.
We don't know when Team Liquid started playing this comp either.
It's very true.
So it's possible that both teams have been working on it for a while.
Yeah.
Neither of them love Pearl.
भाई गलत
So
agent है
risky
कि
by
नहीं
Camo,
बने
man.
वो
Listen,
Theo
not an eco, but or at least against the
Theo?
eco. Don't want to give away the gun too early.
space मिलता
Just
है
gets the
भाई,
kill and
लगना
gets
भी नहीं
himself
पड़ता.
out. Bit of pressure now over towards A.
बाकी एजेंट देखो ना कुछ करके लड़ सकते. Theo डाल दिया 2 नेट
Take a look at
बैंक लड़
nobody
भी नहीं. ये नर्फ
wandering his
होएगा
way
भाई.
down B long. I think you'll see this a lot from this guy. Not a conventional way of playing the Tejo, but he loves going for these kind of attack side lurks, no matter what initiator he's playing. But he gets collected this time by Paddytech. That's the kind of play that I think gives you a little bit of information as the IGL for how much you can get away with in the future.
Kang was hard inserted there just at the beginning of the round, I think.
Clean
Hoping that Team Liquid potentially rotate off. They're making their way over towards B.
भाई अच्छा तो लग
Flash
रहा है
gets the
मेरे को.
acknowledgement, so Paddy now knows he's going to be facing all sorts of
Guys
these
पे
players,
comeback
but backs
नहीं हो
himself
रहा
away
है
after
क्या
just
करूं
receiving the
drunken
one he's
पैर
loaded up.
होएगा भाई टाइम के
Just
बाद.
wants to play his life in this spot.
अच्छे
Play
इंसान
for the
बनो बस.
reinforcements.
Make it awkward. If he can deny the plan as
बाकी
well,
सब
it'll be
होते
good,
रहेगा,
and he
tension
does
ना लो.
do just that. So,
समझ रहे हो?
2 on the board,
Life को
flawless
जियो.
here for Team Liquid.
I hear Fade has trouble sleeping.
Eyes are going to be fully on Kang Kang
यहाँ पे
for this
बनता है
Yoru,
music.
but also Nats on the other side. I know a mad stat. It's only the 6th time Kang Kang has ever played Yoru, and it's also only the 7th time Nats has ever played Chamber. Which, considering that they've been around in the scene for so long, and these have been options that you could go to. We've had our metas for, I mean, now it's really better for Yoru, but we've certainly had our Chamber metas in the past. Not the kind of players that have opted into it. Here's a big A main fight.
We've seen this fight taking place. Guns in hand, Team Liquid. Going to try and save the day themselves, but Camo just saves his own life in the process. Backs himself out.
कोई ना बोनस
Barely alive on
है. एक और
17
गन गिरा है
health.
तो बस ओपा.
Comes up the A side for EDG here, but it's 3 versus 3.
No.
Team Liquid will be fairly happy with
Yo,
that
नहीं
clash.
चाहिए,
I mean,
नहीं.
they were the ones with a bit worse weaponry.
Going for exploring.
A lot of it came down to Patty there. Had to win that fight, I think, and keep some art control.
Sees up and over the top here. Simon potentially looking to reposition off of it. He's worried though. Potentially worried about main. I think he might have just heard that one. Yeah, the TP. So he's got his eyes trained onto the spot. Camo almost winning that one out, but with one left. Standing headhunter in hand for Nats himself.
एक
Can't
और
quite
kill
get it
अगर
done
होता
there.
तो
So
बड़ा
EDG
bonus हो जाता था यार.
get that round on the board.
किसके
No
तरफ
bonus
हूँ?
round conversion here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, trading out pretty heavily over towards A main.
गाली मत देना टीवी पे चलो मैं गाली
Skills off
देता
the back of the
नहीं हूँ.
Tejo drone. Little bit whiffy there from the Liquid players. They'll be hoping for a better occurrence. But also important to note, Chishu has got off the bat here really strong. I mean, he was amazing on split as well. I think he ended up being the highest performing fragger for EDG. But he's got his Visalt online for round 4. So an opportunity now to break Team Liquid's economy by getting some good value.
What
out
is
of
your
this.
secret or
Team
what
Liquid
is
are
your
trying to deny
advice to
him
be
mid.
happy, patient and positive? प्रतीक भाई simple है भाई देखो दुनिया में क्या चीज हो रही है और
Similar
compare
play.
करो अपनी जिंदगी.
Trying to afford this one, but Camo can't afford to be losing his life, not in that spot. And now a rapid go around. Dawn's going to be popped off. Paddy, there's pressure on him.
Around the
It's going to
world.
be tested, but oh my, no one watching for that potential option. Off to the side is a steel guard and let loose.
For a reason.
Just way across into the side and a shorty into the hands of Paddy. Tries to earn himself that upgrade. Not that it would have been much help in the end. Still trying to maintain control and shut them down in through lane. Team Liquid, every avenue accounted
ये मेरे
for.
हिसाब से जीत गए.
And that having missed the timing in mid completely.
ये मेरे हिसाब से
I mean,
Liquid
they
जीत गए.
thought that with Camo taking that walkout into mid, it wasn't possible for EDG to be at B-Link that fast. That's why you see Kamek just running away at the very start of the round. This timing, Kamek thinks that mid is secure because of Camo's information.
Yeah.
But it's this refight into B-Link from Camo and Paddytech that squeezed EDG. And that's also
By
kind of
not
flying in this spot,
heavy.
top heaven.
Let's go, boys. Round by round. I need one.
Nuts है.
Basically the same idea again here for Liquid. This time Nats gets punished holding that angle.
Saw plenty of thrifties on the other side of things here, but maybe EDG's time to shine. And Camo, he's got that get out of jail free card.
ये तो मेरा वाला round है
This point, you've already lost 2 of your players.
क्या मारा बे उसने?
Lay it down in through lane.
क्या spam मारा बे
He was going to
उसने?
be slowing down a potential approach. EDG did
इसमें आपका voice थोड़ा बड़ा game sound बहुत high है अभी.
Pause.
Yeah, and think about this from nobody's perspective. On a prior eco round, he realized nobody was fighting B. There was no resistance there.
थोड़ा बड़ा है.
This time though, Paditek is pushed up the pillar.
This is so brave.
He could get run down.
Yeah, he absolutely could. He's just spotted the
Uh-oh.
players.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is problem territory. Dimensional drift. Yeah, that's the danger, man. Knife out. You've been playing Europe, you've been bracketing it, and Kang showing a bit of promise on it. We could take that timing. The rip into the ult, and now Camo. He's hoping to do a bit more damage. Kang though, he is the danger in this one. 3 already in it. Make it 4. The cherry on top, and a thrifty. Presented by Mastercard.
Kang hai.
And if you were expecting a nice, clean game between these teams, I mean, first of all, I would ask, have you been watching them so far at kickoff? Because they've certainly shown the ability to get real down in the mud at times. But this game, even more so than Split, potentially, which went 18-16, back and forward, eco rounds all over the place. This map, I think, is actually worse in both teams' map pool than Split. And they're playing new comps for the first time. So the potential for chaos is so high.
Listen, I thought we were going to get a breather into this map, but clash after clash and engagements here. I mean, Nats has just hopped his way back up onto the Ang.
That is a great shot as well. One bullet, Headhunter, takes out Kang. Surely EDG are not going to lose an anti-eco.
Surely no back-to-back thrifties.
And Nats, he's picked up
अभी
the
उसने
ult,
ult मारा है ना
which
तो
means
लोग
now
ए
he can
hold
hold this angle over towards B. That allows Paditek to rotate over towards mid. And Team Liquid can go either stack A or go for some kind of info re-exploration throughout mid.
ये 8 सावज करेगा और सब लोग भी जाएंगे.
Team Liquid obviously still on the
Info तो बहुत है.
EDG के पास. Hoping that Nats can get a bit of info. Nats is hearing, I think, a bit of util being used out towards lane, so he's set his sights over towards that angle, and there's that level of awareness. You can see Team Liquid holding possible little nooks and crannies. Flying forwards. This is going in multiple different directions, trying to pull rotations and players away, but there's still one to be anchoring. This is it. In through the back of the side, Kiko, Sheriff, rattling off the shots, can't quite get that one done, still with the steel guard, and maybe there's a little bit more, but gonna have to opt into the secondaries now, and EDG, unequal footing with his Liquid players, sidestep in, happy feet, Paditek, sure work.
Post-plant here, though, should be really good from EDG, especially with this kill from Simon.
No one's watching, the mid looks.
That's cleaned up, Salvo's available, Armageddon as well, if things do get truly ridiculous.
Salvo's for the first tap.
But I think that's the win con here for Team Liquid, is get the ult out. Make nobody scared.
The tap, gotta believe that they could be off of this one. Still with the Armageddon committed. That's Simon gone. He's dusted. Out towards the back here. Rifle's gonna be picked up and time ticking away here. With the damage done, listen, precision not necessary.
use करना पड़ा लेकिन
EDG gotta keep these weapons.
Round is round. Round is round.
All good. All good. All good.
All good.
वो लोग का भी vice ult गया. Technically देखा जाए तो
nobody hopping around at the end there. You know he's going for the fist bumps.
Yeah.
Nice shot मारा ना उसने.
Okay, so EDG managed to navigate an anti-eco situation, but they did have to burn pretty big ultimates. They used a fade ult to fake over towards B just to be able to get the plant down, and then they had to use Armageddon in the post. So a spot here where Liquid have got an opportunity. Things are settling down again. Rifles online, but it's pretty much a must-win round here for the defenders from EMEA. They're taking attack timeout to discuss what they need to shift around. And we can see that Nats has bought the operator. That could be a crucial tool for them to be able to use. We saw him get posted over towards A main at the start of last round.
Seriously, ले लिया रे सर. चल क्या है वो लोग? Actually, train से आने वाले थे.
Positioning of where Nats is going to be playing, because at least when we've watched G2 play this comp, mid control, pretty heavy presence, I think, for the chamber player. Towards A and towards R, right? Well, that's how they want to be using it. Just to plug up the gaps that potentially are there from mid lane. EDG could opt into saw evidence of that at least on the prior round, even though Team Liquid were on the weaker buy, so that's probably why they were there. But
one of the things
where he wants to place this op.
One of the things I think also that's crucially important with this Team Liquid composition is that you're gaining info in A main somehow. I mean, this round it looks like it's going to be Nats getting posted with the operator, but in previous rounds or in future rounds, they're going to need to use the Sova too. I mean, Trent does this amazingly for G2, where he's always regaining information in A main. Those are the details that can get missed when you copy somebody else's comp.
These are the liberties afforded to you when you're playing onto the Yoru, but that drone... Wait a second.
Surely.
No way.
Surely.
No way. No clearance at all. He's got the hell out of there.
That's rough. I mean, that is just a straight up error from nobody. That's one of the main angles that you need to be checking. I don't know how he doesn't think about that. This looks like Chishu's going to go walkabouts. Master v Apprentice.
Uh-oh. We'll see who ends up on top. Oh, yeah.
He took the teleport.
He did.
Perfect timing.
Back. Meanwhile, into the smoke, that's Paddy.
There was a short
onto it. Contact plays called out, all baited out, and the spike retrieved, but a lot more to do from this point if you are Smoggy, and Chichu's on the opposite side of the map.
I mean, this round has gone disastrously for EDG.
Random spam mara na shayad.
Beginning to end. A small error. And it only takes a small error, but you have to be looking for the Yoru and the chamber all the time. I mean, one of the biggest strengths of this composition on defense is that the Yoru chamber can be playing on such weird angles, because they have that ability to get out.
Say, I mean, it's good presence of mind, I think, from Liquid as well. Camo in that spot. I'm not sure how would him out onto the site. But not breaking there. To not give away his position. Smoggy? I think I could go this one with 20 seconds left. I don't think so. Chichu's on the opposite side of the continent, so...
And to shoot nobody a little bit of bail as well.
10 seconds
what he was doing with the drone was hard clearing pillar. And pillar's a pretty common position for the chamber to be playing, because you've got the range with your teleport to be able to get out to Jenny. And so that was probably what was going through nobody's head. It's not just that he's oblivious.
Teleworking, you could do some drawing, come out, some educating.
I could. But alas, we're not actually in America's brand.
I didn't even know if we had a telegram, to be honest. I'm not saying it.
This positioning inside the smoke as well, not what EDG were anticipating or expecting. Having started the previous round droning out through art, which is weird when you already have the trademark there.
Yeah.
I think maybe just trying to push them back from early break. He missed the timing on Chishu's lurk last time. There's that drone. Pushing the Yoru back with the salvos.
Breaking the thorns in the process. Camo waiting for the time to strike. Is the util being expended there, going straight up the gut. Okay, EDG. Making it awkward.
Kamek gets pushed out.
Mid control है नहीं एकदम passive के लिए Liquid और जब passive खेले हैं
तब still has a main
लेकिन A main control है अब मैं वही बोलने वाला था.
We tested, he's got to try and push back this assault that's about to be occurring here. Nats with that A main control. Again, he could be a playmaker, he could be the man of the match, but okay.
He shot the clone.
He did indeed, and Kang obliged in return. I think he was still alive and kicking out towards the back here. The Salvos might just push him out of position. No, not quite. They're not going to clear him. He can just spam himself through the wall. There's 40 seconds left roughly into the round. Camo to lose the dimensional drift, and the crosshair placement. It's impeccable. It's perfect. And from Team Liquid across the board, more than ready for it.
Hey, nice jinx, yo.
Look at that sad cosmic divide towards the end from Smoggy, hoping that the rest of the team was still going to be alive. That shows you a difference in tempo. EDG were hoping that they could slowly get in, use their ultimate, and Team Liquid force the fight. EDG not ready for it. Even
अगर मैं रहता तो मैं क्या करता था
Flowers, he misses
यूं
the
टेडी
shot.
अल्ट मारता ताकि स्पैम लगने का चांस ही ना हो.
Come up with the goods. EDG here are going to take a tag time out to figure out
क्योंकि
what
अपने
to
पास
do about
आर्ट कंट्रोल है.
And to EDG's credit, even though this is their map pick, you have no idea what Team Liquid are cooking here.
No.
Yeah, they've been bad on Pearl in EMEA. They've gone 0-3. But the chances that they're going to change something when they don't ban it first round, I know that Yinsu on the desk was talking about this. They
for a trap play, right?
They absolutely trapped Lotus during EMEA, and now it looks like they're trapping Pearl as well. So Lotus goes into the permaban territory. Not going to see the Reina. And instead,
Or the prediction
this
Titan
G2 comp and by the look of
Sigh
it,
of relief for that.
they're playing it pretty well.
They are. It's going well for EDG side. Like, there's so many things to consider when you're playing against this comp.
Chati wala mita do bunch, mita do yaar.
When you're running the chamber and the Yoru, there's just too much map control that you have to try and push back.
Yeah.
Deep positions of the Yoru and the chamber, it's a lot to account for. And granted, they've got a good comp for it. I mean, the Teo is fantastic for trying to break the common positions of where chamber might be set up just off the rip at the beginning of the round.
Actually quite a lot of those positions.
But it requires, I think, volume and prep, which they wouldn't have expected this comp, I think, coming out for this match here.
But also, think about where the chamber currently has the teleport. You could put it there, or you could put it 2 meters to the left and dodge a salvo. And that's not really the case on maps like Abyss. It has to be in one specific spot. On this map, there's a little bit more variety with where you can put the TPs.
But he's not going to be making the same mistakes. That's exploring out towards mid.
And one big tool that EDG have to work with is this dimensional drift. Kang will be able to run some kind of big, fast exec, or by the look of it, possibly even a fake.
I mean, the spike's nowhere near, so...
And he's got the teleport gate crash over in spawn, so this, I think, is a B fake into A.
Okay.
It's just no, it's a...
They're going to go back into B?
Yeah, they're going back into B here, aren't they?
Paddy, though, has been proactive with this flash onto the back wall. It looks like he might want to go for it. Double flash play with a dart on top of it. Triggers onto the first one. Paddy doesn't have it, it's on cooldown for now, but there's going to be that dimensional drift, and here it is. Kang spotting out these players, multitudes at that. Let's it rip. He's let loose now into the back of the hall, so he's carved out a bit of a path for his team to play in here. Simon with that plant, nothing to push that one back either, so Team Liquid going into the retake here, but already going players down. It's topsy-turvy for Liquid. It's looking like potentially a good setup, but they're just losing fights outright.
fake करके वहां से ult मार के पूरा खाली गया बे आधा
मैच
मैच
set up on that B link lurk.
क्या ult use करके बे यूरो वाले
into this they would lose the operator.
So, not with the operator in hand. You need a kill.
It looks like they're going forwards though.
I think this is trolling ever so slightly.
Love you, my bye.
Might be making me eat my words. I'm all here for it. Give us a game. Making a go. Still off to the side. Kamek still doing damage as well, but time is ticking. And this is where the problems arise. Backing himself away. Smoggy's on for an ace. And Nats does not want to give it to him.
No, there's no world in which Smoggy gets his ace here. Nats is backpedaling as fast as his little legs will take him. The op saved, so disaster averted. And Team Liquid still have the money to be able to work with, so they did a little bit of damage there to EDG's economy, but overall, these two picks that came out, I mean, that one is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Paditek falling B-Link just on a crack angle. Brutal. And a very slow controlled round considering that EDG ran into that one ultimate.
There's a nice change of pace.
Well, back pain
from that first match.
They're going to push up towards B long to start here, Team Liquid. While Nats collects any action mid.
Butched up, just onto the box, and unexpected is the angle. So Kang just wades right into it.
You actually do need to respect that. You see teams that are pretty good at Pearl, they'll be walking in there with a prowler. They won't just be face checking. That's a bit of an error from Kang, especially playing against a comp that has two playing on unorthodox spots. It's going to be much harder for EDG to pull off this ace split now.
She managed to walk their way up through most of the way, so they've got a lot of util saved ready for the rainy day, which might be around about now. Okay, Salvo's in through the back, doesn't clear most of it. It was a shot rattled off from the op, so might put the fear of God in them.
One thing that EDG did a lot in China with their previous composition is this kind of pathing where they go down art and then through mid back into B-Link. And it can be really difficult to defend against. It's an uncommon pathing from the attack side, but this time, nobody there. It's not like you could catch.
I'm a bit confused at EDG's game plan as well, though.
They were just looking for. They were looking for a pick for the last 30 seconds. They haven't found one. They've got to end in an A split or save. Those are the only options available to them, and I assume they're going to give it a go. They have the money.
20 seconds. Clear out these players towards the backside of pit, though. They're going to be problems. Smoggy with the plan, anything to push it back. It's a Hunter's Fury, but guess what? He's committing it.
Oh shit!
Smoggy, hey up. Narrowly avoiding it. One burst connects, but not the second or the third. So he's still alive here to play a bit forwards, but the positioning is expected. Predictable. Kiko happy to capitalize, and he takes it one step forwards. Camo off onto the flank, dodging, juking. Chichu can't see a bloody thing. Blind as anything, yet still wins that fight out. Dominates the angle. It's important to control it. With the slam bloody dunk.
Oh my my god, क्या जीते लोग
2v4 for EDG
round?
in a round where they looked lost and clueless. How have they done that? Utterly remarkable from Chishu. I think Camo is going to be kicking himself for how he played that fight in A-main. He was so timid. He full blinded Chishu about 3 different times. Double flashed and with the clone. And he was just so timid to take the fight. He was waiting for Panitek to pinch and pincer. And Chishu killed them both. And then Simon leaps out of a smoke and somehow we're at 5-5. What is going on in this game?
Get the individuals when you watch
Yeah,
EDG.
no, I think it's over, guys. It's 2-0.
EDG stepping up to the challenge, up through mid here. Close quarters action. Nazi was cutting it up close. Still down and out, and these players are just flooding into mid. Anything to stem the bleeding.
Nazi.
Okay.
Short bay.
A 2v4.
सीधा भी ए पे गन दिखा
in one
सीधा भी
direction,
चलो चलो
maybe
W दबाओ
2v5 possible.
2v4 है सीधा भी
And it
चलो.
would be a big blunder from EDG to allow this round to slip.
Nice.
Can't split up too much though. They've left
ये भी OT जाएगा.
Pichu essentially alone. He's on an island up through mid. He's going to be trying to get information himself, but Nico also he's not holding anything back.
आपका तो
of course,
एक्स्ट्रा
to
में
get a
भी
gun
यूसी होता
himself, he
रहेगा.
will.
इसलिए मैंने इग्नोर
Recycling
मारा
in
था
process.
This should speed things up for EDG. They know that somebody's heavy on the flank. They've still got a 4v2 post plan. It really looks impossible here, especially with the way that EDG
30
were
seconds
shooting
left.
at the start of this round.
Spike planted.
Look, I want to go for it. Okay, Simon,
Gaya, but
watchful
gaya.
eye, off onto the flank.
Enemy remaining.
Good cross-up
क्या
placement.
एंगल था बे.
Predicts exactly where Paddy's going to be walking straight back into him.
किचू भाई तेरे HP मुझे नहीं
being
दिख रहा है.
stalled out,
उसको कैसे
swamped
दिख रहा
with
है?
util.
क्या पिक ले रहा है वो?
It's only missing the kitchen sink, and it's going to be that triple face towards the end. So,
ऐसा खड़ा तो देखा
lead,
किसी 4
the
HP
final
में.
one round here for EDG, but
It still feels as back and forth as Split was.
it does.
क्या हो रहा
yeah.
है मैडम?
I remember back to Split thinking Team Liquid could run away with the first half here. And then EDG made a resurgence towards the end in a pretty similar manner to what we've just seen. Pulling off that 2v4. Potential backbreaker for Team Liquid. And here,
साथ में
I think
Immortal Duos
pushing
करेंगे.
mid on the eco round is probably the most standard, expected thing you could do.
First Immortal do.
First Immortal.
Potential to run some kind of elaborate
First
fake setup
Immortal
here.
duo of the
EDG's
country.
ults they have online. But just starting things off early, trying to clear these spots, jumping up, clearing the pillar,
Timing! Kang still steps up.
Kang बोलते.
Single-handedly dismisses Nats there.
Good try from Natso.
Yeah. We'll respect it. Salva's going to be used to clear the way.
क्या check
mostly.
it है भाई. भाई इसको तो फन मचा दिया रहेगा ना चाइना
Breaks up
में.
any potential Thorn, Util. Could impede this potential hit, but
बहुत प्यारा
it's all
खेलता है.
just a bit of presence. Fake pressure at that, recall, and the refight called at that. Kang, he's got a bloody dart in his
Yeah,
face,
but
I
he's
think.
left
Not
nobody.
quite. He has, with the spike in hand. It's a bit of a bailout. Team Liquid don't even realize how lucky they potentially were. And going walking and exploring out towards the lane. It's Chichu ripping Kamek's head off.
This is going to be so tough for Liquid, even with the ults that they have online here. Cosmic Divide is obviously great for going for a retake, but Paddy is so
भाई
far
काफी
away.
डिले तो किया है.
Might even get caught in mid by Simon on the lurk. I don't know why Simon's been hard lurking with Nightfall.
Angle, Salvo as well. Runs about here. Players almost lining up for it, but EDG going for that clean sweep or attempting for it. Paddy still alive off to the side, and he has that steel guard. It's the final round. You might as well expend it, and he's getting the move on at that. Lets it loose. Unleashed now and takes the fight before they can even get ready for the setup. It's a 2v1.
Does he think about Chishu being behind?
I mean, this is just so damn unlikely pull. Just for that first tap, Paddy's got so many obstacles to navigate, and of course he doesn't
यार ये
expect
पुल
it.
देखे मेरे को वो राउंड याद
Wrap
आता
around from on
है.
high, Chichu, the
बेचारा
IGL
बे.
himself delivering that 2-round
इससे
lead.
मिस किया था वो लोग जीत जाते थे और.
A 7-5 half and a big recovery. A big recovery. And Chishu is 13-5. What a monster he's been today. Making sure that Nats has been put on notice.
EDG bringing a bit of passion, a bit of fury as well, showing they are the reigning champs themselves. We'll see just how far they can take it on the other side.
Red Bull gives you wings.
प्लान गलत दिया, पुल सही था वहाँ पे. प्लान कोई भी दिया हो, पुल आराम से डाल सकते हैं. भाई अच्छा तो करेगा एडीजी ये इवेंट, अच्छा फील आ रहा है, गिविंग सम विनिंग वाइब्स। आपका डीपीआई कितना? 800 करेंगे ना रात को गेमिंग, पूछोगा इसको। हाँ एक ही है मच्छी। ए जरा इसके पहले हाथिया बुला लो, मेरे को एक बात बता, रात को गेमिंग करने वाले कि नहीं करने वाला है? वो वॉइस चैट मत भेजना, यस और नो लिखना, तेरा भाई स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, और लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर देना। थैंक यू, लव यू। ए म्यूजिक अच्छा है। Such a W car in Bangkok, but we are already क्या? एक बार W ट्वीट था।
Let's get to it then. It's a minor lead at that for EDG, just by 2 rounds, but are already leading overall in this series. Despite that initial map, and they could take it that one step further. That's a 2-0 win. Would be quite tidy for EDG.
And yet gutting for Team Liquid, because they had many opportunities, maybe not many map points, but many opportunities to be able to win.
नॉर्विन का साउथ एशिया चैलेंज का बहुत जल्द भाई, बहुत जल्द।
Devastating loss puts them in uncomfortable territory on Pearl.
ये वीक से
Running an amazing comp. They've changed it up, both of these teams. But now we're in a spot where Team Liquid, I think, really need a pistol to be able to get on board.
एक ने लिखा है बंक्स पे नो वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। कौन है रणदीप सिंह? वो जरा बाहर आ।
Really difficult for EDG to push out mid against this. Just end up running into trademark, running into the wall. But Liquid are gonna need
second by
results from
किया।
Delayed horn.
भाई कांकां का वो वाला शॉट क्रेजी था बे, लेकिन
broken, so
स्प्लिट में जो मेरे जैसे मारा था वन टैप।
to go for that deep push, but mid is the goal here for Team Liquid.
Oh,
sets the sight over towards at least lane, but it's Art that's really getting contested.
There. They didn't clear nobody in B Link, but Nats has found this walk up over towards B.
So damn deep here.
There is a vice wall, of course, so he can't full commit to it, but he knows where Chishu is now. And that is...
Yeah.
ऐसे जमीन में क्यों डालते हैं लाइन में?
Call for the 3-2-1 swing out from the players to the wall triggered. That's an attempt of a timing by Kiko. He's going to make a go of it. Still, he's trapped tight to the corner once more. And EDG barely removing this guy, but still finding the value. And as the wall fades away, Nats ensures that nobody's going to be fading to Black. Kang barely there. Flash backs himself out.
They have to go back and get the spike at
they
this
do.
point.
Miles away.
Look at where Patty is. I mean, Patty and Nats could not be more disconnected from each other. And Kang looking great here on this pistol round.
It's a lovely one.
Determined to have EDG run away with a 2-0 to start at Bangkok. They have read that Nats is rotating, and I don't think it's a bad read. Because otherwise he abandoned Paddy Tech, and that is what happened. They had to go and get the spike. EDG are not reading into the fact that Team Liquid just left the spike in the shops.
Does leave Nats an open plant, an open site here. EDG look to play this one together. Simon has Haunt as well, so it's good util to clear out potential corners, and as long as you play together with discipline and trade each other out in theory, should go well. But you are up against Nats himself, and this guy is a menace.
It looks like it's planted for back halls. When do they decide to use the Haunt?
But timinged. Simon sticking, diffuse, potential half, and it's not quite planted for him. So the stick all the way through into the end. And it's Simon who saves the day for him. Nats, consolation prize for the kills at the end. Still, pistol round is what EDG are going to be happy with.
It's a net profit there, using the headhunter bullet to get the kill. This pinch, well played by the EDG players.
Yeah,
it's such a weird one because Nats knows where Chishu is, calls for a crunch onto him, but then doesn't commit through the wall with Kiko. He gets separated. And I think some of these coordination errors are starting to make a big difference. The fact that we haven't seen these two comps match tested from these teams. There's promise for sure in terms of them both records here on Pearl potentially, but the details are getting missed in some of these rounds.
Oh! This second की delay में बिचारी.
That's a suppression onto Paddy. Looking his way around. This is very much almost desperation in terms of the buy, but
ये तो आपने नीमो वाली बात कही है.
Is occurring here.
भाई वो कैसे क्रॉस किया हुआ एस्ट्रा वहाँ पे?
Walking around, okay.
ये एस्ट्रा
One player
कैसे
dealt
वॉक
with,
किया?
removed from the side. Chichu can't be asleep at the wheel into that spot. He's got the supplementary util at least to try and help him out. Asawos, so there's no pushback, but there's a bullet to their face and they're all blind as anything. Spamming away, vulnerable tap. The judge even save you here. It's nuts. Making it could go. My God, they put it into a bloody blunder.
पुल होने के बाद लगती है वो शॉट
EDG, they're still coming out with the results in the midst of all of that chaos.
ओ भाई
The shock into the pool felt like it should have been able to kill both of those
Yeah.
EDG defenders. And that gamble of going, as you had pointed out, for the force buy, I mean, it was such a bad force.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought the HUD bugged out.
It was
I
such
genuinely
a bad force.
I didn't want to comment on it because I didn't think that they would actually go for that.
Like one of the camo half bought, some of the others had full armor ghost.
Brother.
They're
losing the plot. Don't bring out the goo. This, I mean, dude, come on. First match.
It does kind of feel like Team Liquid are losing it here.
Yeah. Please do not bring out the Elmers. Camo kills to be found. Oh my! Simon, can you save the day? Put up a bit of a stand against this one. Cuts it up close. My God, this is blooming.
The hero rifle's actually, it's doing it.
If I can check mouse वाला app डालो.
Win them.
Too soon, apparently. Still, Chichu. Cuts it up to the side.
Combo मार तो सकता है, I believe.
Not just taking a few bullets straight. Camo not long behind him. 10-5. EDG steamrolling.
I don't believe.
It's a gamble from Liquid. When they go down 8-5, deciding
मेरे
to go for the
गाफ
force,
गरम हो
not
गए यार
willing to
गर्मी
go
में.
down by 4, and now they're down by 5 because
What's your
the
sense
risk
and
the
DP?
gamble
Love
did
you
not
यार.
pay
ये लोग का
off.
गेम देख के ऐसा सच्ची लग रहा है क्या मैं खेल रहा हूँ?
Don't understand what the read is there necessarily. Must have thought that nobody was playing. Tucked up over towards double doors, but
interesting one.
Yes.
भाई मेरे को वो देखने का था बी पे वो वॉल कैसे क्रॉस किया रे वो
5 to 10. They pull this lead back a little.
अभी भी वो
Feels
जो
like
वॉल
EDG
है
running away with it.
वो वॉल था
नहीं था.
था बाबा.
What's the buy even looking like? I mean, at least Nats has the ult, so
वो राइट साइड कोने से गया पता नहीं
danger in the hands of these Team Liquid players.
तो उसने किया रहेगा.
He's immediately just taking out Paddy. Up over towards A main, moving a potential position to play in. Rejoining and regrouping with the rest of his team. EDG have got that pack mentality now. Look at the clear the way out through mid. Nobody's alone essentially taking this fight. I mean, they all are, man.
This is the spike just dropped in the middle of mid.
Doing?
Team Liquid have got a decent read on the fact that B is being played for retake. They should have that
44
info. They've seen it on the pistol. They've seen it kind of by dying at double doors and dying in art, and yet really respecting EDG's ability to fight in mid. Liquid players have talked before about having a feel for the game, and when they feel like they've got the rhythm of what's going on, they get the timings, they feel good, they feel confident.
क्या बोला? कौन तेरे को इसने क्या बोला? सुना ना तो?
Yeah, they're not quite here.
गया बे गया.
Nats is going to give it a go, but there's 15 seconds. It's not even possible to get the spike.
तेरी गलती है, तेरा दिमाग गंदा.
But I mean, Nats got 3 guns, so you might as well.
Look a bit flashy into the tail end of the round.
His own slow betraying him there, though. From
बस
the
मैं
force,
अच्छा
and it's
सा गेमिंग हेडफोन
looking like a bit of a limp end to this.
Nobody?
मैंने नहीं बोला ये.
हेडफोन बहुत सारे हैं.
मैंने वो नहीं बोला ये. तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब है भाई.
Running away with things right now. Team Liquid need to revitalize
वाला
all of the energy that was in the air for Split. And the way in which that ended, it's been sucked out the room.
There is so much individuality occurring from Team Liquid. And like you said, you know, they feel like when they've got a rhythm and a feel for the flow of the game, they're taking liberties, they're getting quirky with it. Contact walking up, always as a package.
ये मैप में फील नहीं आ रहा ना लिक्विड वाला?
But EDG in control.
कौन बोला? ये तो शुरू होती ही फिनिश हो गया. नहीं यार 2 घंटे लगे.
Result with this team through kickoff. Come up from tier 2 to tier 1.
Lord बोला, Lord बोला.
Had quite a lot of
ये गलत बात
success
नहीं कर.
at the tier 2 level.
मेरे पे कहिए.
Job life, and now he's here and has made a resounding success out of this Liquid team in terms of getting them to Masters Bangkok, but they desperately need his input now. Their ideas on the attack side are not working. They're not finding the space that they're looking for. And their contacty style that they've been loving to run with on attack is just getting shut down by EDG, essentially holding angles against them. Kang's got his dimensional drift to work with here too. So 5 rifles for EDG. As you can see, only 2 available for Liquid. And that's with Nats forcing up, by the way. Wait, Nats and Camo are going to decide to force.
I don't know what they're doing with their economy.
What are they doing with their eco?
Taking the time out to discuss this one. Of course, it's 11-5, so do you want to try and take it with the thrifty, or do you want to invest fully, but they are half in, half out?
That is so strange, because it's not even like Nats has his ult in the next round. That's a weird one.
I wouldn't hate a full investment when Camo has the dimensional drift.
No. I mean, also, I wouldn't hate just Camo running a shorty, basically, and trying to get a pick.
Instead, he's going to be sent straight to the dirt.
Right, that's a nice coordinated play from EDG, though, realizing that this pressure's been coming through B.
EDG बहुत अच्छा खेला बे, Liquid एकदम वो हो गया.
Defense replay is good for both teams in that area of the map. Team Liquid, though, not in position to react.
Yeah. Simon, Slider of Jiggle gets the confirmation with that info. Thorns popped off at a moment's notice there. EDG were very much ready for this one now, turning into the A split, but a Cosmic Divide splits the way, gives a bit of safety in terms of the plant.
Planted. Taking that back.
And a plant that can't be spammed as well. Very open. Kang looking for information.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide of his own, so sets them up now for the retake. He's trying to spot a few of these players. Hold on, seen one. Not much more past it. Oh my god, what an overextension! And Kamek returns with the fire. There's that trade, earns a rifle as well, just for his troubles with the dart. Dealt with Chichu. Watchful eye onto a multitude of these players, and he's cleaned up almost single-handedly. This guy.
Well, that's match point, guys.
The safety in numbers. Simon with the fuse, fully sticking this away. The weaponry just not even there for Padatek.
Technically attacking.
12-5, EDG. A clear difference here in this second half of Pearl.
Technically
not even close.
Yeah, it's not.
And they are, Team Liquid are actually going to be able to scramble together a buy here towards the end. That's 750 credits that they were keeping in the bank. It's just been enough. Thanks to getting the plant down. And any kill money that they were able to acquire as well.
Kang is living up to his name.
Just enough to get Nats a Guardian and Camo right on the right. So they haven't completely trolled their economy, but they are going to need 7 rounds in a row. On a half where they haven't even got 1 yet.
Yeah, Sisyphean at best, isn't it? The boulder might just be crushing you. Kang sees it. Dimensional drift though, so okay, Camo's going to be safe here. Spotting out 2 of the players, including the operator. Kang's backing out. Chichu, he was dropped, so that means their setup on B does go down. Team Liquid crack this one open. Camo to hold on to the space towards back halls.
Cutting through.
Can't give up too many easy kills. Kang with the operator. Going to be difficulty in that. Hunter's Furies. Just predicts incorrectly. Sidesteps into the wrong direction. Smoggy. Just going to be fading away here. It's a stun with good connection at that. It's going to be onto the second player, but pulls it back in a round. TP to evacuate. Salvo's in through, into back calls. No one able to capitalize just from the player's position, so Team Liquid get the round win and still are alive in this series.
Next round क्या करेंगे? Trap place कर सकते हो लोग बस पेहो ult है.
Crack into this in the first place. Padatek is running all the way around the world right now to try to get rid of this op. And look at him sprinting around, hoping to find Kang.
3 ult है, Astra को भी free का और मिलने वाला है.
Can he get it? Gets a bullet for his troubles.
Yeah.
I'll tear through. This has provided a little bit of a cushion for Team Liquid to work.
बस इसका format क्या है बताना. मारेंगे सब लोग एक दूसरे को. एक जीतेगा winner. Upper bracket, lower bracket है. Team 2 बार match हारेगा वो लोग घर पे.
The Euro ult is really bold. I think at this point they were just kind of disrespecting Liquid. They'd won 5 rounds in a row on their defense side. They weren't scared of them. So back to the kind of regular defensive setup from EDG. Nobody on B. And I don't mean the player, I mean literally not a soul. Not a soul on B.
Love you, shout out to
getting proactive with the flash on top of it, so no acknowledgement. Oh, it's a blind spot. It's a blind spot, yet still an adjustment. Reactions off the charts from Kang.
That's gross. And they triple pushed out main as well. So Kiko is alone in mid. Does he get cleared? Does he get pinched?
Here comes the slow squeeze, and he's not aware of that. Snaps to the back of the head. That's execution star from nobody.
And this looks like a sad end for Liquid.
Steel Garden for Steel Garden. See the shorties in play. Armageddon at least trying to buy some space. Oh my God, Paddy, what the hell are you playing at? Pushing right into the fray, right into the enemy's face. There's two left to stand here. Kamek try and carve out some space alongside Camo, and it done just that with a couple of kills of their own, but it's just one left to stand. 1v2, Nightfall. No more sound cues. It's pure reactions. Just the aim in your eyes that you can lean on and try and rely on. Earns himself the 1 to the 1v1, but Swoggy shut it down before it just gets away. 13-6. What an opening here to Masters Bangkok.
I think you're coming away with feeling pretty good about EDG here. Opening game of the Swiss stage, they've showed us 2 different compositions on 2 maps, really making the best use of the break that they had with that earlier finish to Chinese kickoff. Playing good compositions as well, adding more of the Taeho into the mix. And even managing to defeat Liquid on their map pick, completely outclassing them in the second half of Pearl. I think Team Liquid are going to be very upset about this beginning to the Swiss stage. They had their chances of pulling it through the bind, but it slipped through their fingers with that 16-18 scoreline. Yeah. The experience on EDG just getting them over the line.
अभी आएगा Sentinels. भाई ये मेरे को लेकिन लगा था कि EDG जीतेगा.
That extra time to prep.
ये मेरे को लगा था.
Compositions, the weaker maps. I mean, it's worked out, hasn't it?
शांत हो गए कांग यार.
Pearl was not a great map for both.
मारू कांग मारू नती.
We were saying in theory, but
actually, I mean, with the changes in the compositions, I'm not feeling too bad about EDG there.
No. A big question mark for me was if Kang was going to be playing Yoru at all.
Yeah.
And I think he showcased at least that.
We've got to see him play against another team, though, that we know is good.
$40 please. खराब हो गया मेरा. Razor catch है. SRX catch है.
Team Liquid.
There you go.
These orgs have gone up against each other. Different rosters for Team Liquid in the past. But they were 0-3 all time, including one off-season result. 0-2 in VCT. This is now, as Chichu said in the press conference, this time it's our turn to win.
Absolutely. I mean, EDG, they might have been tested in their own region, but listen, they came here to play. At the end of the day.
SS का भी अच्छा था.
They played like it towards the end of Pearl. I mean, it was just momentum, full control over the state of the game.
It certainly was. I mean, this is one of the rare maps as well where Kiko didn't really come online. Kiko has definitely been Team Liquid's best player in their run, and this one was a quiet map. But I think it's also because it's towards the bottom of their map pool. It's probably the worst map that they're not
Jabbar bhai, send match in 10 minutes.
It do be like that as well.
Arnold bhai, sharam aati
what a beginning. What an amazing beginning to Masters Bangkok.
Sharam aati hai.
The 16-18 scoreline on split, that's going to charge up EDG. They've gone, I mean, they're on an undefeated
Cricket
streak
follow
in terms
karta
of,
obviously bhai, bat aur ball hogi.
From champs to here.
Absolutely. We're going to set it down to the floor here for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe we have Kankan ready and waiting.
All right, we are back here again with... Okay, with who? No, we are back here again with Kankan!
Kankan!
All right, first of all, congratulations for the win. สำหรับวันนี้นะครับผมเราก็มาอยู่กับคังของเรานะฮะบอกเลยว่าเล่นกันเดือดมากๆจริงๆแล้วผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนก็น่าจะมีคำถามเยอะเหมือนกันนะครับในการที่คนผู้นี้นะครับผมสำหรับคำถามแรกครับผมอยากจะรู้เหลือเกินครับว่าทางคังเนี่ยครับบอกเลยนะว่าอีเวนต์เนี้ยนะครับเรียกว่า Dawn of the Duelist รุ่งอรุณแห่ง Duelist อยากรู้ครับว่าเขาคิดว่า Duelist คนไหนเก่งที่สุดในการแข่งนี้ครับผม so first question this whole event is called the Dawn of the Duelist I would like to know who is the best duelist in this competition in your point of view for this competition
首先，恭喜康康你们取得了这场比赛的胜利。那我们整一个赛事其实的主题就是决斗序章嘛。那从你的角度来看，你觉得谁是最强的决斗者呢？
我觉得德克应该是最强的决斗，但是你身为一个决斗者，你就要有以下犯上的决心。
I mean, in my point of view, maybe Dirk, but as a duelist, you have that determination to be like, even if I'm the underdog, I have that determination to win.
โอ้สำหรับผมเองนะครับผมก็มองอยู่ว่าเดอร์เกอร์ก็เป็นคนที่เก่งอยู่เหมือนกันนะครับผมแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับการที่จะเป็นดูเอลิสที่ดีเนี่ยเราจะต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นความตั้งใจนะครับผมและนั่นก็คือสิ่งที่ผมมีนั่นเองนะฮะโอ้โหไม่ธรรมดาไม่ธรรมดา Alright, awesome. To the next question, Kang. You mentioned previously that you would want to be champions at one of the Masters, to add you to your trophy collection. How confident are you after this amazing performance in your match?
confidence
说想要再要获得一次大师赛的冠军，来进入到我们这个奖杯的这个集收当中嘛。那在这一场精彩的比赛过后，现在信心如何呢？
怎么说呢？信心肯定是有的，然后能不能拿冠军再看吧，对吧？
Of course, we are confident, but if we can finally got this trophy, got this championship, we'll see.
ก็นะครับผมสำหรับความมั่นใจนะครับต้องถามก่อนนะครับเพราะเมื่อกี้ผมน่าจะลืมถามคำถามนะครับผมคำถามคือว่าเขาเคยพูดว่ามีความตั้งใจที่จะได้แชมเปี้ยนนะครับผมในรายการมาสเตอร์อีกครั้งหนึ่งเลยถามว่าโหเล่นขนาดนี้เนี่ยมั่นใจขนาดไหนนะครับผมซึ่งความเป็นจริงแล้วเนี่ยทางเขาก็บอกว่าไม่รู้ว่าจะเป็นยังไงเหมือนกันนะครับผมแต่ค่อนข้างมั่นใจกันเลยทีเดียวนะครับผมนะครับผมอีกหนึ่งคำถาม one last question right and we cannot skip this one สำหรับคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับผมอยากรู้มากเลยใครจะไปคิดเกมแรกเราเล่นไปถึง30ราวน์เลยทีเดียวนะครับอยากรู้ว่าคิดอะไรเพราะว่าเอาจริงๆคือเป็นแชมป์เก่าด้วยอยากรู้มากเลยว่าไปถึงจุดนั้นเนี่ยคิดอะไร so I don't think we can skip this question the first game it was really intense your performance was great but also your opponent has put up a great fight we went to round 30 I want to know what went through your mind
当然，我们绝对不可以错过的一个问题，就是在第一张图的时候，你打得非常好。当然，你们的对手也是发挥非常的出色，甚至一度到了一共30轮的这种小局嘛。那当时什么一个感受？
我不想管他们到底什么感受，我只想把他们碾碎。
During the matchup, I actually didn't really want to think about what our opponent is thinking. I just want to smash them.
X को याद नहीं करता मतलब
โอ้แปลไงให้ดูดีๆฮะเอาละนะครับคังบอกว่าก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะครับผมคือไม่ได้คิดอะไรมากครับคิดแค่ว่าต้องลุยให้ชนะครับผมand that
you bless कर रहा है
ladies and gentlemen and that is just match number 1 we do have one more left but first of all that was amazing thank you Kang congratulations on your first win and we'll take it back to the break and we'll be right back
W crowd बोलते DRX का कोई तो लगा है यार वहाँ पे मेरा हर्ट्स हो रहा है बिग बॉस Down of the duelist theme.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
16.
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
पिंक कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला एक भी नहीं मिलेगा मेरे लिए भूलो कर वाह
भाई 12 घंटे में वो बंदा बोला मैं 16 घंटे काम करता हूँ यार मैं भी तो डिजर्व करता हूँ बिग बॉस करम भेज दिया Why do player wear this black thing on their hand? सारे प्लेयर्स नहीं डालते सिर्फ कुछ लोग अभी उसका क्या है पता नहीं ऐसा स्ट्रेच वेच ना हो इसलिए
मसल्स के लिए
ओए क्या आवाज है ना कमर से टैटू लिक्विड इज बीइंग अ जोकिंग पर बेचारा लिक्विड कुछ नहीं करता सेन हारने वाली है मॉड्स हाइट दे दो इसको हिटर को 2-0 आज मेरा प्रेडिक्शन पर पढ़ो नहीं टाइटल डाला ना 2-0 प्रेडिक्शन चल रहा है करके मार्केट में मेरा अगर नहीं है एक्स छोड़ गई वैलेंटाइन में अब एक्स का नाम नहीं लिखा जाता इसलिए रिस्पेक्ट से जी लगा के बोलता हूँ क्यों तेरी जी मारी है उसने
अच्छा था दिमाग लगाया मतलब उसने जो का आइडिया तो पंख राम राम हेलो दीदी आपका पति बहुत टॉक्सिक हो रहा है DRX ये मेरे पास DRX का फैन है देखो
Hey guys, I have some very
Go
important
Panda.
people next to me here, the vibe merchants of the
Let's
respective
go.
teams. We have Bane and we have Zelsis, and of course we have my goat, Jen.
DRX.
And with some translation. So guys, I mean, you guys
Why DRX
share a
classic भी करते?
connection. Bane, you
DRX.
call yourself Korean. Zelsis. Yeah. How did this start, and why did you call yourself Korean Zelsis?
그냥 젤시스 님을 봤을 때 이렇게 분위기를 올려주고 막 이런 게 저를 닮은 것 같아서 너무 마음에 들어가지고
Hello me.
또 좋아하는 형 그래서 코리안 젤시스로 스스로 부르기 시작했어.
So when I looked at Zelsis, I kind of saw a little bit of me in him because he's the vibe merchant, you know, keeping everyone happy, and
Vibe
you know,
merchant
he's like
का
my Korean, I mean American
nice t-shirt कहाँ से लिया
bro.
ये men's
He's a
section
good person, so I started
Lifestyle.
calling myself Korean Zelsis.
Hogwarts
Thank
Look
you.
at that. He
Cutie.
sees
Slytherin
he sees
Gryffindor
something new.
सब है
That's my little bro.
Oh,
That's little bro.
see what am I gonna say? Connection
Yeah.
here. What was your reaction when you heard the Korean Zelsis thing coming up?
At first, I think I saw it from a tweet, and I think it was my teammates that were like, "Yo, someone is calling themselves Korean Zelsis in Korea." I'm like, who? And then like I saw the tweet, and I was like, "Oh, that's so cute." And then I was watching his like hype video. I can't remember the team you were playing, but he was just like yelling on stage and really hyped, and I was like, "Yeah, Korean Zelsis."
Yeah, he
Yeah.
representing the brand well.
Yep. Yeah, he's doing great. He's doing great. He's a very happy guy. Every time I see him, he's smiling, having fun. So yeah.
So that is the Zelsis spirit
That's
that
the
you
Zelsis
want
spirit.
to impart. Okay, well, one very important part of that as well is the fact that you are experts at selling your respective bundles. So here's what we're going to do for this segment. We are going to be selling your respective bundles. You will have 30 seconds each to promote your bundles in any way possible. I'm going to give you guys the biggest platform, so prepare well. Let me know if you guys are ready, and yeah.
Ready?
Ready. 준비.
Okay.
Junbi. Okay, who wants to go first? Any takers?
Do you want me to go? Okay, I'll go. I'll go first.
Hyung will go
Okay.
first. Okay, all right.
Okay.
We are going to learn from the master himself. So Zelsis, anytime you're ready, on your cue.
Okay, I'm gonna start now, and sadly, I'm gonna take this to a competition. I'm just gonna write 2 because there's only 2 bundles here, and we're not the second bundle, so Sen bundle is number 1. It's also the number of how many masters we have compared to DRX, and why you should also buy the Sentinels bundle. And yeah, that's all I'm going with. Nice, short, simple, and sweet.
All right. Spoken like a true veteran of bundle selling. Okay.
오케이.
Okay.
오케이.
Okay.
Okay.
Korean Zelsis, take it away.
저는
네.
말을 못하기 때문에
네.
그림으로 표현하겠다고 해주세요.
Okay, since he can't talk,
Of
he
course.
doesn't speak English, he'll draw it out.
오케이.
Okay, 30
Let's
seconds.
This is exciting.
I won't look.
No.
I won't look till it's done.
No. He didn't take a look at your work, so.
That's true. Kind of nervous.
Oh.
It's a very different approach.
Yeah,
that you
very
had.
different.
So. Jen is snickering.
Jen, don't laugh. You're making me nervous.
Jen is snickering.
Yo, we need a timer here, by the way. This is cheating. I did mine in like 15 seconds, I think.
Wait. Okay.
Okay.
Finish.
Porsche sponsors, yeah, dude.
Rain sends us.
He shot you dead with the
That's
bundle.
good. DRX bundle.
DRX 클래식 쓰면 젤시스를 이지 컷 할 수 있다.
Oh, okay. So you get DRX bundle, use the DRX classic, then Zelsis is an easy cut.
Oh,
You got me.
my
You
God.
got me.
I think you both did great, by
Volume.
the way.
Listen,
That drawing loud and proud. That's a very nice
Oh.
detailed drawing over there. Thank you guys from learning from our expert bundle sellers here. Our Vibe merchants. Hope that convinced you guys to buy both of these bundles. And yeah, we'll see you around.
Bye.
Bye.
Vika hit it on the head there. If you can't choose which bundle to buy, just
Hey,
buy
took the
both
prize.
of them. Welcome back, everybody, to day one of Masters Bangkok and our second match, DRX versus Sentinels. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm joined here on the desk by me and Kakuka. I think that's how we should roll up to the venue tomorrow.
Every single time. Gee, this is insane. We should have tuk-tuks for everybody to get here.
That's incredible. I mean, what a baller way to roll up.
Yeah, slow-mo John QT exiting that tuk-tuk. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see the fan cams of that. Now, let's talk about this matchup, of course. It was all very friendly and wholesome and cute. But Mimi, if we take into consideration what happened in Champs, it's not like that when they get on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely not. There is some history.
India में होगा तो रिक्शा में होगा ना?
This was Sen
कब
taking
होगा
down
पता नहीं यार.
DRX. Sen went on to make a top
इस
4
बार
at
गर्मी में
Champions, put
बुढ़ी
a
होके
pin
तभी
on a
आएगा.
very strong year for them last time. But since this match, a lot has changed for both these teams. Picking up 2 new players apiece, but for DRX, the guys definitely still have a chip on their shoulders after losing to them last time.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's only about Sentinels. It's about DRX as an organization and what we've had throughout the history of Valorant. Them not being the first ones to lift the trophy for a Pacific after the name that they have made for themselves for so long. Yes, they still have to even take a map off of Sentinels historically, but the face that we see in DRX, the changes that you were mentioning, Mimi, is definitely looking promising for 2025.
And now a very peculiar position, I feel like, for
And
DRX.
like
You know, they
karo,
are
yaar,
the
kya
seed one. They did win the title, but Kakuka,
Yeah.
they only played against Korean teams. They haven't played against anybody else yet this year
Did
with
you
this
see?
new roster. So how big of a challenge do you think this match against Sentinels will be compared to
Ah.
what they have to face domestically?
Exactly. I think that for Sentinels and any team that has to, you know, at some point have to go through the lower bracket, having that loss, losing as a team also is very important. It's going to play a part, right? Like you have people that are going to be for the first time in a global stage. On the stage of Sentinels, you do not have that. Even though they have new players, they do have that experience.
Like me, man. Like me, Marco.
Their new players have been just insane
भाई ठंडा पानी
for
पी
this
के वो
squad, but
रूह
I think
वो हो
they've
जाती
really
है भाई.
found
किस-किस को ठंडा पानी
themselves
पसंद
in
है?
this meta. They've worked together in a way, have really good team fightings in these late rounds. They play a lot of double initiator, have super strong exec ideas. The meta right now to me feels super good for a lot of the classic Korean style. A lot of Uto combos, a lot of hard
मजा आ
aggression.
जाता है भाई.
DRX have really leaned into that.
सारे लोग क्या?
It's a very different team. They're playing the Yoru, they're playing the
सारे लोग
Vikes.
बे.
It's a lot different than what they've experienced back in Pacific.
Yeah, and speaking of some of those new faces, let's check
मैंने
in with
training किया है,
Vika
let's go.
and Human.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with
Lucky
Hyunmin.
bye.
Before
Happy
we
birthday.
get now, Hyunmin, you are now debuting on the global stage, and just a few weeks ago you debuted on the Pacific stage. Are you feeling a bit more nervous now? I mean, especially since Sentinels are your opponents. Does that add to that?
Every debut किया है ना इसने?
I want to say if I would feel nervous, I think I'm more excited to play, and also more excited that my enemy is Sentinels.
Well, I'm here to see that excitement on stage. Good luck.
रात नहीं है.
Cold, very, very cold. Doesn't seem nervous about it at all. But this is the thing about all of the players that are new on stage today. Kakuka,
7:30 बज गया रहेगा ना वहाँ पे?
as well, and with DRX, all very cold,
तू
all
गई रे.
very calm.
हर चीज नहीं पढ़ना होता है.
Starts, right? And the tension starts going up. You actually have to perform. But Mika put it there perfectly. A few weeks ago, he was debuting in Pacific. Now he's debuting here. 2 days ago, he turned 19. Like, there is a lot going on in his life for such a
मेरे
young
को दिक्कत नहीं रहा है क्या मेरा
story
chat?
is so cool too.
दिक्कत
This
नहीं रहा है
is his
मेरे.
first time playing in Korea when he was just playing in
दुबई जा रहा है
He's
वो,
a
दुबई,
Korean
दुबई.
American guy, but he was playing in Challengers Japan last year. Well, I believe living in Hawaii, playing on ping all the way over
दुबई
into
जा रहा
that
है.
Challenger scene. DRX scouted him, picked him up, and my God, has it been paying off. He has been outstanding in Pacific. He's one of those players that you look at him in a position where he's getting
snacks का क्या 1 hour of honesty वाला 1 minute में खत्म होएगा stream.
Strafing, readjusting, and
honest hour का honest minute होएगा मेरे हिसाब से. नया IP.
It's just ridiculous, and it's his rookie year.
Yeah, we will talk a little bit more about freeing in just a moment as well, but for now, Bang and
Devansh bhai, many happy returns of the day, मेरी जान के टोटे.
You know, Naray was in EMEA last year. We so graciously gave him back to America.
He's an American.
We graciously returned him, and he looks great.
Yeah, he looks great. I think that he's found a very nice home in Sentinels. I think that he goes along with the entire vibe of the team, but see him at the way that he is evolving as a player with them, it makes a lot of sense.
And it was big shoes that he and Bang had to fill with Tens and Saucy, two of the biggest names in Valorant, former champions in their own right, retired. Easy road for Narrate.
फेस को दर्द है 8 बजे मैच स्टार्ट होगा इसको बेगा बहुत ही मैच एनर्जी डाउन शेड्यूल एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा पूरा जाके सो जाएंगे
about his individual performance, but the last 2 games
enough rest तो मिलेगा
to win the lower final and then go and
अब जैसे 4-4 5 बजे गेमिंग में करेंगे ना
प्लान में वो लोग back with K-Core again and he's at his second
लेट्स गो पता नहीं मेरी जान तेरा नाम लेके बोला मेरे को नहीं पता
Masters, it wasn't a great end for him, but I suspect it'll be a lot better this time around because Mimi, there is a reason why that everybody rates Sentinels so high coming to this tournament.
Absolutely, and it's because of the history. They did it last
Sen bolte
year, going on a lower bracket run in Americas, qualifying into
Mod
the
zara
first
let's go
Masters
को जरा
tournament, and there they won it
अब
all.
समझे इसका नाम let's go
Came out of
क्यों
the off season with a lot of prep, with new changes, but in a lot of ways defined the meta and had an incredibly
crazy wishes by crazy
Not only that, the rest of the year was probably the most prolific for NA last year. Yes, they didn't end up winning champs, whatever, this and that. It was a very good year for them. And this roster
Aditya na mane.
The filling out the shoes. And also going back on the subject of Narrate, yes,
जिस दिन मेरा 2 million होएगा ना उस
in
दिन
Masters Madrid, but his performance was not affected by it. I think that he was putting in the numbers even if they were losing.
And we can't forget about Bang. When 100 Thieves did so well stage 2 and making an okay run at Shanghai, I think Bang was their best
Esports
player,
World Cup कौन जीतेगा
kept in that stride now with Sentinels in 2025.
Yeah, speaking of some of the Sentinels players,
Esports World Cup में भी आ गया है हाँ मैं सुना था अभी उसका क्या सीन है क्या रोड मैप है पता
here
नहीं
right now with John Cutie of
Cutie
Sentinels.
बोलते
It wasn't too long ago that you faced off against DRX on a global stage, but they look a little bit different now. What's your read on their new squad?
I think they're coming very strong. Obviously, they won Pacific, but I feel like they kind of still have the same structure, same IGL, same coach. I think we'll have a good read on them, and it'll be a good game.
By highway coupling by broken.
I mean, me and Freyan are kind of like the Tejo brothers, but I think I'm better than him.
All right, well, best of luck.
Broken बोल दे nerf चाहिए.
I'm so glad he mentioned that, the Tejo brothers. But he thinks he's better than Freeing. Do you agree?
Yes, because I have seen Freeing using ultimates and salvos that I don't think were
Freeing था बे Freeing था Freeing था. Match prediction सही हुआ तो 500 से ऊपर जाए. सागर भाई.
It's not when is the moment, but actually what you're trying to achieve with it. Yes, he has only played
match prediction बोला.
For every single
score
match
prediction नहीं बोला याद रखो. Sen जीतेगा बोल दिया अभी lock हो गया.
On that region, so the reps are definitely.
I have to disagree in some
आज रात को स्ट्रीम होगा मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं है जैसे ये स्ट्रीम खत्म होगा उसके बाद मेरे अंदर जितनी एनर्जी बच रहेगी उसको हम चैनल्स करके करेंगे अगर पिंकी लाइव आ गई उसका मतलब मैं नहीं आने वाला तो प्लाट गेम प्ले देखना पड़ेगा अब तक सुनाऊंगा तेरे को रैंक पुश हो
swapping along with some other members also changing roles this year and I think that him playing so much of this tail has allowed Sentinels to lean into this read they have of constantly breach Tejo Vice Yoru, which I think is so strong right now. Vice is the best Sentinel in my opinion. Yoru is the hard counter against other Vices, and a coordinated breach Tejo duo is so tough to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. And what kind of Sentinels are we going to see here? Are they going to go for the aggression? Are they going to take advantage of all
इसके सारे 2 million वाले promises याद रख लो जब हो जाएंगे तब एक साथ सब वसूल करेंगे क्या-क्या प्रॉमिस करेंगे बताओ 2 million सब्सक्राइबर्स पे टेंस भाई के साथ वॉच पार्टी
तेरा 500 भी हुआ है जो 2 million के लिए जा रहा है
बिग गोल
500 के करो
तारिक भाई के साथ
पहले 4 फिर 5 फिर
2 million तारिक भाई के साथ वॉच पार्टी ठीक है ये तो लॉक किया जाए 2 million serious radiant rank push. 24-hour stream. समझ रहे हो?
एंट्री है म्यूट मत कर।
S12 duo एक बंदा S12 4 सेकंड के साथ एक डांस रील बोस्टर बाय के साथ एक डांस रील लिखो बेसा
गाना है बे।
अरे मत करना
गया ये DRX के फैन।
मैं सेन में हूँ मैं अभी
Sentinels are no stranger to this stage. They won the first global event last year. It'll be interesting to see
देखो
if they
मैं
can do
एकदम
it again.
एक्साइटेड
But
हूँ
DRX,
मार्को
with the
और
addition
फ्रिंग
of
को
the
देखने
new
को लेकिन
faces
सेन
and the
जीतने
addition, what we talked about with free.
हेलो बंगा वो सब जिंक्स होगा जिंक्स नहीं
in
होगा
this meta, this map. Paul,
Lotus 7
how do we feel?
2-0
Oh, that's very interesting. Seeing the Pearl band out here from DRX as well, going to Lotus to start for Sen. I think they're going to feel really comfortable on that map. I think they found themselves right at the end of the stage playing there. Their Vice looks really good. Vice has a ton of different setups.
6 likes on the way!
And DRX is a team that likes to go for a lot of hard executes, which I think is really brutal to play into the Vice while doing that.
भाई मेरा पहले वो होता था ना सब्सक्राइबर का
I like
टोन
the DRX peeking onto the Haven. It hasn't looked the best for Sentinels, and even for them, I don't think it was the cleanest, but there were so many things, so much flexibility.
क्या?
मेंबरशिप का होता है।
हाँ सब्सक्राइबर्स का रखेगा तो
Haven for Sentinels too. They've only played that once. It was in the grand finals. Was their permaban throughout the rest of the stage, and we realized looked pretty rough in the finals. They played the Fnatic double duelist comp. It didn't look super practiced. They have to have something cooking here to leave it open.
Of course they will, but map 3 for me is very interesting. But let's talk about map 1 for now and take a look at the agent select and see if we're going to get any changes.
That's what I was hoping for from DRX. You know Zelsis is locking this Vice. You basically have to play into the Yoru, and you get the synergy of the breach KO there. Great decision from DRX.
Bind
Especially when you
start
decided
streaming
to
bind.
the band that you're going to have be in Pearl for any team that comes from Americas is the right pick. But seeing also these changes, teams coming from the first seed that we just saw in EDG and now DRX identifying the strengths, the combos that they can also have on the map, and how they can exploit what Sentinels do here, it's key.
Name of the game for DRX is A-Rebel weakness. Sen is going to be fighting there a lot. They have a super strong defense with the Vice, and the Yoru will help DRX get through that.
Our teams are locked in, so let's send it over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we are, DRX versus Sentinels for our second series here at Masters Bangkok. And already some changes, the desk highlighting it. Yoru coming in for the second time that he has ever played it in a tracked game.
This is madness. I mean, you've got Bane switching off of the fade into a breach, so this looks to be potentially a little bit more execute heavy, a little bit more set heavy, and then the Cypher as well, something that we haven't seen from Flashback on this map so far this year. He's played Viper, he's played Vice, now he's going back to Cypher, an agent that we know he's very comfortable with, but usually we're used to seeing him on the likes of Abyss and other maps like that. But he's gonna have an interesting situation. There isn't a lot of ability to clear those trips. Yes, you can get the information.
Absolute cinema voldy.
Raise nades to deal with some of those locations. So I think it could be a little tricky because Sentinels on this map really likes to go C on their attack side. They really like to put a lot of pressure on that side of the map. They weren't super rubble heavy the last time they played this, so I'm pretty curious to see if this is kind of a
T1 का मैच है ना तो सुबह सुबह उठ के एक T1 बनाना T1 sorry
That would be a bit of a relief for the DRX fans because it has been a little bit of a revolving door when it comes down to Asian combinations that we've been seeing from them. Played Lotus last 2 times versus T1, dropped both of those maps, and we kept seeing these little minor changes. This is now a lot more overarching. It's not just the flip of that Vice to the Viper, etc.
I just love
now
Sentinels,
you have the Cypher back into the mix. You don't have that Viper, you don't have that Vice yourself, but then
such
that
a cute team, such a cute team.
Huge bright spot for the team so far this year. But how is he going to stepping into this, onto this agent rather, that he just does not have that much experience.
Yeah, both these teams. I mean, Hyunmin freeing for DRX, and then you've got players like Zelsis, John QT, everybody steps up on the side of Sentinels at times where they can just make these explosive plays. I mean, Mako's a given quantity, of course, as well. He's always going to give you solid or beyond solid efforts, but both these teams have relied sometimes at some of those hero plays. You know, Hyunmin diving in, creating space, and getting these crazy 2K, 3Ks. But then on the other side, Sentinels have kind of done the same.
और Valor Esports World Cup होएगा तो वॉच पार्टी करोगे? राइट्स मिलेंगे तो करेंगे यार सब कुछ. मेरे को तो अच्छे गेम देखने में मजा आता है.
Super curious to see if he can keep that up.
See how they do fare. Mako, of
क्या
course,
पता इस बार शायद.
Reigns, you're carrying those 4 Sentinels at a VCT event. As the IGL looking
No idea.
for a bit
पूछना
of
पड़ेगा
revenge,
राइट सब कुछ पूछा नहीं है.
versus John QT on the opposite side of that stage. Pressure is going to be mounting, and I think that overall my biggest question for DRX is how prepared are you with your rookies for in a magnitude with this kind of crowd? Because let me tell you, I'm sure you guys can hear them on the stream. They have not been shy at all. The Thai fans here absolutely letting the teams know that they have their support. Will these players from DRX be prepped enough to bear with that, especially when the game starts? You know,
absolutely correct. And I think another fun thing to look at is going to be the energy that both of these teams are going to be bringing to the stage, right?
Refresh.
Look, Sentinels are a given quantity. We've seen them pop off. They talk about it literally during the matches, right? Like, so. But then on the other side of the coin, DRX, this isn't old school DRX anymore, folks. This is a team that pops off. If you haven't had a chance to watch DRX, Mako is yelling. Oh, yeah. He is getting involved even. So this whole DRX is also able to bring that energy, bring those emotions. Obviously, Bane is going to be one of those players leading the way.
Thank you, Zaki. 2-0 yep.
It has been jaw-dropping.
Well, you hear that roar from the crowd, and it can only mean one thing. This game is ready to get kicked off. Let's go ahead and hop into Lotus for map number 1. We'll see which side of the crowd rings out.
One
a
of
little
the
bit louder.
craziest match chat.
Pacific Faithful, or those from Sen City known the world around. Let's find out. As already Hyunmin pushing forward here at Rubble.
It's looking like a pretty similar.
भाई पता नहीं feel आ रहा है अंदर से DRX.
The last time they played this
Jinmin को देख के.
Pistol, they like to spread the map a bit.
भाई सारे sexy players तो है DRX.
This Viper wall further back. They sometimes just give up Rubble control because they like to pinch you when you're trying to go through tree, when you're trying to execute onto A site. A bit of information garnered. Hyunmin past the wall.
Past the wall, flashes himself there for a brief little moment. Contact coming his way for now. Zelsis is just held back here at Waterfall. Rotation's going to start coming through from Sentinels, realizing that this is in fact going to be a C plant. Now, we'll just go ahead and get into the 5v5 the back end of this spike plant. Everyone's still untouched.
Got a little bit of utility here. Paranoia and Aftershock available for DRX to utilize.
Shot through, flash connecting, but just a tuck away there. Mako staying safe here for the moment. That Paranoia still at the ready. Zekin trying to push forward. Paranoia crash across, connecting onto 3. Zelsis trying to open things up here from that waterfall side. Swinging into the smoke line up there as Bane's able to find one. Firing back, but it's going to be DRX filling the kill feed as Zelsis can find one more, but cannot get it done. Pistol goes the way of DRX.
Yeah, just a nice start here to this match for DRX. Working things nicely, being patient off the rip to see if there's anything unusual from Sentinels in the beginning. There isn't. They're able to get Hyunmin past the wall, but it's a good use of the salvos by 3. Right as that wall is dropping to give DRX the ability to make that execute cleanly, safely, force Sentinels to play on retake, and then they just lock it down with some good shots, and you can hear them. They are loud, folks. This is not the DRX of old.
Certainly not. Bane on the replay.
DRX
Give them some much needed energy, as it's going to be a little bit of a rush play out here towards Mound. Cut of the noise in the meantime. Just going to be Zelsis on his lonesome over here by A.
Byron में लेकिन problem होएगा जब भी guys का सारा utility रहेगा ना.
There's pressure coming his way to the rest of the squad.
तब I think
the plan can come through.
Problem होएगा.
To watch the backside here, assuming they check the camera, it's get cleared. So they're going to be aware of this long lurk flank from Sentinels. See if they want to get aggressive on this. Try to deny Sentinels going down to the spike.
Door broken open. 7 seconds until that next salvo comes online here for freeing. Also does have
I think some लोग spike से मरेंगे. There is no way वो लोग try
here for the moment. Bulldog in hand. Hyunmin down at drop.
There is no way.
Bulldog of his own. Question is for Sen. They try to make a play for it. They just sit back. Looks like they're going to try to at least get something going here as Pain Shell does land. Hyunmin eating a bit of damage, but widely Sen seeming content to just go ahead and die to the spike. get that death bonus.
Flashback
for DRX. This doesn't mean that they're going to be able to hold on to all of these weapons.
Yep, I think this is the right call here for DRX. Maybe
I think एक gun गिरा के उसको try करना था.
Which is in. That's going to be a bulldog loss unless Mako can get over there. But he has one of his own actually, so never mind. We need to try to relay that over to Flashback, who is just nowhere nearby. So we'll end up losing out on a singular rifle. DRX still get the 2-0 start.
They'll be दो round जीता था start का Just Singh. Adi tag for the 179 with John.
Give up on this defender side. They do commit sometimes to fight for rubble, but they're not nearly as aggressive with it as a lot of other teams.
अच्छा थोड़ा hopes आ रहा है पता नहीं
generally on
DRX
this
से
map.
थोड़ा
So
अच्छा वाला
kind of
feel
an
आ रहा
interesting
है.
way that they like to play. And
ये
again, a
लोग
lot
बहुत
of it
अच्छा
comes
खेले
off
रे
the
last
back of the
time.
toxic
बहुत
screen
अच्छा खेले
that
लोग
John
पैसे
QT is going to be setting up and utilizing. And Bang in
बस वो
particular
Vice
is
को
really
कैसे
annoying
counter
and
करेंगे
Tree.
देखना
He's
पड़ेगा.
really creative with how he utilizes that space and moves around with it. Looks like Hyunmin going to go out on his own, get spotted.
Needs a haunt. I don't think he's too concerned about it, just given the gate crash setup that he has. And yep, we'll just go ahead, jump out. Bit of a rinse and repeat here for DRX. Similar scenes, similar movements from what we were witnessing in that pistol round. And once again, look to try to open things up as there goes the wall. This time though, Hyunmin not in front of it. They'll just cut noise and look to play this out quietly.
And already Sentinels are moving everything they
Well,
have
it's
over,
a fast
trying to cut
attack.
this
It's a
execute
problem
off.
for DRX.
TP4 into the side. Cells is already eating some damage earlier on, down to 63 as the plant gets ready to come through. Mako going to be looking to take a
But I think ये अच्छा है कि वो bonus में हो रहा है.
Out of the smoke comes through. Second
क्योंकि वो लोग double pick करेगा तो वो लोग निकाल लेंगे.
With everything to do.
Oh, अच्छा था लेकिन यार. दो
But
kill
in the
मारा.
end, they'll wait out the snake bite and get the defuse.
कभी Eurometa कभी Neon क्या हो रहा है बंगला Eurometa क्योंकि Vice चल रहा है ना Vice
I'm
का
a little bit concerned there with how
exact
telegraphed
counter
that
नहीं
whole
बोल सकते
situation
लेकिन
was for them. They used a bunch of
है
utility to
एक
get the wall to go down. That
sort
buys
of
the time for
counter है
Sentinels
Vice
to make
का.
an easy rotation over. Plenty of time for them to set up for that
बहुत लोग
retake.
Vice run कर रहे
It
हैं.
isn't the cleanest one, but the movement and the timing is good for them, which means DRX might need to think about that, see if Mako can kind of understand that situation, that things have been pretty readable for them so far. Sentinels are making fast rotates, see if you can maybe use that against them. Still though, nice flood retake here for the side of Sentinels. See if they can get it going, continue on here.
एक retake था वो लोग already थे ना city में.
Guardian buy down.
I think double pick करेगा तो
start the round.
निकालेगा DRX.
Again, this execute going to be given up. Sentinels happy to give that space up.
जिस हिसाब से वो लोग ने retake किया ना I think एक
rotate over to B.
read तो आ गया रहेगा.
Use this toxic screen to catch you off guard.
Very heavy commit to this side of the map now. Is stealth drone going to be spotted out, taken down.
Break क्या उल्लू बना है.
Bang is just straight across him, and the man can't see a damn
भाई
thing.
full
As he
blind था
regains his vision, he will
वो.
lose his life. Mako picking up two. Very fast reaction here as Naray just desperately going to try to hop away. Knows that if he swings out, he is dead. Ends up falling to the aftershock.
भाई क्या खेल रहा है DRX हालू.
DRX are wise to Sentinel's ways. I mean, it's all util here that gets the job done. It's the stealth drone that identifies Zekin, and then you're going to get the drone to bang off the flash, and then you get an aftershock kill to boot.
वो
Crazy
blind
good
counter
preparation
किया
being shown so
blind
far
को.
from DRX. That round right there was as good as it gets as an anti.
Aftershock से फेल दिया जो कूदा.
Celsius now is having to stay tucked away, just
This
like Guardian in
some
hand.
cleanest
Anyone's gonna go
Valorant.
too deep in pursuit to try to
Cleanest.
find him and suss him out. We'll be able to go ahead and at least retain that, but DRX moving up now by two.
Must kill.
Get the upgrade here onto the Phantom.
मस्त खेला.
Just min-maxing as much as humanly
भाई
possible here.
एक damage नहीं लगा वो लोग का full buy round में. Sen का full buy था. एक damage नहीं लगा.
Just really well drilled, as you would expect from a team with Termi coaching them. You know, some doubt with this DRX roster coming together this year. But Termi has once again worked magic. It's a great aftershock, great shot from Hyunmin, man. He's been electric coming in as the duelist for this squad. Has really been a great replacement for Buzz's huge shoes to fill.
Now,
ऋषि सर आप देख
Dimensional
रहे
Drift
हो
one away, the Rolling Thunder as well, right there for Bane. There are margins, and obviously just that one Phantom carried over here, still in the hands of Zelsis.
That's the
As, okay, push up into the smoke in second, able to find a right click. Showstopper's built up, but he cannot fire off the rocket. John QT, Jed the Bane, who somehow was a second aftershock kill on this map already. Whip City here around the box, but in the end, DRX crunch back against Sentinels.
मैडम क्या हो गया मैडम?
For them to get a modicum of additional damage in that round.
I like the play call here from John QT. You know, they haven't shown any real rubble congestion or aggression. Just go go deep in the paint, see what you can get done. And they do a fair amount of damage at the very least, give themselves a chance to sneak this one away. But freeing there, great reactions against the showstopper. Just in a really nice position to shut it down before the rocket could even get out to be shot. And then, yeah, a little bit of a whippy spray around the box, but into the next round, DRX this time going to go on an exploration towards Mound. And look at how fast the rotations are coming through. Already Zekken over here, along with John QT and Zelsis.
Has to be. Have to be making these faster pivots as Mako is just TP'd in. He's just hounding him down. QT assassinated him and now strike. Zelsis is gone. Second here trying to hold the line. Spots out one. Good timing there, but now the Rolling Thunder is crashing his way. Hooks back into the corner, staying safe here for the moment. Warning shots out there from Freeing. Solid efforts here from Sentinels to be able to keep things as even as they are, but right as I say it, the rate picked apart.
Very hard to retake.
Cam cleared. Second flashed. Once again forced away as Bang now arriving in from Waterfall. Sends out that paranoia, but it only connects onto one. 2 targets, second. Somehow nearly.
Empty the second se, but अरे मैडम आराम से मैडम.
With 2 players left alive, DRX now move up 5-1.
I'm pretty sure Mako double TP'd. He set up a smoke on the edge, on the corner of the C site. TP'd into it and TP'd again, right into the back. Yep.
Esports team की जगह country team
Hit the
खेले
stun
तो India
as well.
की team क्या होगी?
So Bane there coming in big with his utility. Some big assists. He was so good in the grand finals of Pacific with that util. And he's continuing on that once again. Has just really embraced this role of obviously
आज Galaxy भाई तो कल क्या
the
G
hype man,
fighting.
but really he's been doing a great job with setting up his teammates. He has really embraced that role.
Action does not stop. Hyunmin off the rip here in the round. Immediately just going to be sending out the ultimate. Tries to send a flash, but ended up getting stunned, so can't go for the swing out that he wanted. Another little peek in the Haunt. This time Mako tipping up on
थोड़ा सा
the
हो
platform.
गया.
Ends up getting gunned down, and this is going to be a big advantage. The first real one that Sentinels have had.
On थोड़ा सा
Lifting themselves a second
हो
round
गया.
win. Plan's still going to be coming through. Armageddon available from Freeing. As that is going to be the Steel Garden coming in. Freeing trying to go off on a timing, trying to catch them here while he
That's
still
a
had his
good
rifle in
try.
hand, but ends up falling to the wayside. So now 2v5 to try to convert this one. Tapping on the spike to swing onto the corner. The shorty not going to be finding too much, but Bang is finding them both. Massacres them there. And that is going to be a flawless round for Sentinels to go ahead and get the second win.
Yeah, that's a huge breath of fresh air
but
here for
losing.
Sen.
Also,
Just a quick
don't worry
execute
me.
off the
10
back of the
supporter
Yoru
था
wall.
पहले, but
Zelsis
not
wins a
anymore.
battle against Flashback, just a fade away there with the
कौन
Phantom.
आपको hurt
Oh,
किया?
John QT got the spot off the fade util. And they're able to use that Steel Garden nicely to make sure that it's a much easier affair at the end.
That's a great snappy reaction.
Yeah.
One ultimate, you get 2 away from DRX, and you get the round win on top while retaining
अरे
all of your weapons.
इसके player
Trying to start
Indian players
building up
India
this
में
economy
तो
that's
बताओ
widely
क्या
been moving
team
away
हो
from
सकती है India की?
Absolutely correct. And
फिर तो
we've got
लग
some
है.
big ultimates to counter some of what DRX might want to
Players
do
ही
here.
नहीं है.
There's a lot of that util to clear the space.
मैं हो सकता हूँ मैं Goldie भाई.
Player out, Nary. Let's loose.
Nice.
With the nice ball.
Tufan
Sends it out, gets multiple players on the side of DRX. Be operating without their audio. 4-player setup here from the side of Sentinels. Damn convinced that this is going to be an
भाई
A-side
ये
at
round
the end.
जीतना पड़ेगा Sen को अगर comeback का कुछ chance है
To
तो.
see DRX work the map a little bit now. Okay, the ult's been used. Your positions have been identified. Maybe you think you can get away with just kind of pausing a little bit. Into the door here for Hyunmin. That toxic screen looks like it's gonna dissuade him momentarily.
Oh, the push up from the raid. Coldway that goes out. Especially find one before getting traded out, and Bang trains it up. And then dead flashback dinked. Dead as Bang.
Well.
Spain and freeing. Still
Hey
still
DRX,
playing forward
we have to
into
play
this site.
clean.
Sentinels have 3 players ready to reply.
थोड़ा execute और trap list चाहिए dude.
Very difficult.
Comp अच्छा है.
Stealth drone. Could use it to check the site itself. Main still with an aftershock for the post plan if they can get it there.
30
but
seconds
Boombot
left.
going to confirm the positioning here. Now Sentinels keen to wait for their moment to strike.
चलेगा.
See what the decision is going to be. If
इतना
they
गर्मी
let
नहीं
them
हो रही.
plant, yeah, seems to be the case. Wait for John QT to get over. Really make sure you've got the full
लेकिन
forces
की
available
अड़
for
जाएगी.
this retake. Don't give DRX any chances. Don't give them the 1v1s.
Salvos is trying to check a couple angles here, and Bane respects the damage, creeps forward, trying to catch second off guard. Has it worked is the question.
Spotted तो नहीं है, मार
Bring in the
सकता है.
meantime, needing to try to hold the door. Zekin getting ready to go on the swing. The gun barrel spotted there for a brief moment. He's playing it so patiently, and he walks right into it. The kill does come through, but now he's all on his lonesome. But Celsius will take his feet out from underneath of him. Sen starting to rally back, get themselves a third-round win.
Yeah, this is the Sentinels that I'm used to seeing so far this year on this
किसको
map.
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? सेन को कर रहे हो, लेकिन DRX जीतेगा तो भी अच्छे ही है.
When are you going to get aggressive?
दोनों टीम अच्छे हैं. DRX ऐसा टीम है जो
much off the
बहुत
back of
अच्छा
it.
Valorant
They get
खेलता
some
है.
info. We're able to just kind of plant their
सेन
feet,
का
wait
vibe
things
अच्छा है.
out. And then it's
Ichigo,
a
thank you
nice
for
push
the
there
membership.
from
मेरी
some
जान
of the
के
players,
टोटे.
waiting for that toxic screen to fall, for their moment to strike. Bang, right, ready and waiting for the trade there. Really nicely done. Flashback having a little bit of tough time on some of these 1v1s. He's been good on some of the defenses in terms of post plants, but some of these 1v1s he's been losing, Celsius and others, so I like this timeout from DRX.
I was going to say, you know, timeout call comes through despite the scoreline. It is DRX, Termi.
जो work है
Trying to
उसमें stick करना
slow
पड़ेगा.
down this momentum that's starting to build up from the side of Sentinels, but you heard it from Celsius saying,
Form तो
keep
अच्छा है.
playing confidently. Clearly things a bit shaky in these initial rounds. Onus is
ठंडी
now
पानी
on
बोलते.
DRX to try to silence that confidence on the opposite side of the stage.
For sure. And what I hope that Termi might be instilling in Mako and the others here is spread the map a little bit. Let's work, try and bait out some of the utility, try to bait out some of the Sen players. You know, we used a lot of our playbook here with some set executes, some fast rounds. Some of them didn't work, some of them did. Let's try and slow the pace down a little bit now. See if we can catch Sentinels off guard and push and pull them around the map a little bit more. You will find some openings against Sentinels as well. That's something that teams have done rather well against them. That's one of the weaknesses I found in my VOD review of the Sentinels leading up into this event. Is that sometimes they just kind of leave some pretty big gaps. If you have good reads on it, you can sneak through, get some huge flanks, get some easy kills.
Guys,
DRX though has been really clean with their util usage, but Sen has responded in kind. Got their heads on straight now. Zekin sensing the pressure. Just gonna get on out. Orb fed over to Gunman, still a few away from the next one, but still have the Armageddon, still have the neural theft available. Mako's ult as well.
Zekin just go ahead, still looking for the moment now. That's how it comes through. Mako once again looking for the same TP setup. Goes over towards that side instead. Paranoia up over the top, gonna be able to get a connection, but Nayak is spamming through the wall. Does manage to gun him down. Pain finding one.
Oh my
God.
God.
The way. Second ends up getting mowed down by it.
Weak by जीते ना?
Bang and Celsius trying to somehow clutch this out.
क्या util usage है बे? यही Valorant है बे.
Looks like the call.
यही है क्या util usage है बे?
Quick peek in from behind.
वो मैंने देखा कि util के अंदर टिपी मार के double टिपी मार के cross blind के फिर cross ult आया.
Player spotted the swing out. Gunman, however, holding down that defender's side. Bang hits the floor, and Celsius once again is going to have to backpedal, but this time DRX, they are hot on his heels. They are on the hunt.
Option number 1 या फिर ये लोग full retake करें जैसा last time किया था या फिर 2C push करके लड़े इस बार.
We'll go ahead and make contact once again here with
ये वापस ही होने वाला.
Looks like he opts to just go ahead, take his death into his own hands, not allow for them to get the ult charge, to get the money.
10-5 DRX
could have given them the rolling thunder.
This is fascinating
8-4 वाला vibe आ रहा है.
seeing from Mako and DRX.
Very loosey-goosey.
He's acting like a duelist.
Yeah.
He's the first one in. He's jumping in, leading the charge, opening up space.
Daddy
and
talk
Gunman
about
there
that
able
was
to be
the
the one
one
to
with
back
John
him up off the
Road.
back of it with the Yoru util. I mean, it's crazy. And then you got the Armageddon and everything else you need for that post plant.
Yeah, just a hairline catch there on the second. Thought he was clear of it. Ends up barely hitting that S key. Ends up getting ripped apart by that Armageddon. So now we're going to see a timeout call, this time from the Sen camp. Kaplan similarly not wanting for DRX to start revamping up with their momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really tricky what DRX is throwing at you. I mean, that last time out was just all about another set. That was all it was. And if they can beat you like that, you know, against a team like Sentinel, sure, on your attacker side, you're going to have some opportunities to showcase your ability to do the very same thing. This is the team that is very, very good at that. But right now, they got to stop the bleeding. DRX is looking really, really strong. You've got the showstopper for Zekin coming into this next round. Maybe you can find a good way to utilize that. Sometimes Zekin will get like really close to the front of B main when he has a showstopper or something like that, like hoping the opponents will group up, clump up, that he can find an opportunity to try to catch them in a choke point with it. See if maybe he opts to try that at C. Odin as well, going to be invested in for narrate.
Was a member for 4 months.
Spamming through those
Lost
walls.
the 16 tag.
If he can find any connections onto DRX players, but for now.
Bunks by Hedalos कैसे Sen को मत हराना. Sen जीतेगा. Next map.
A little bit of backup from Mako. Second.
Media exit.
लड़ रहा है इस बार.
Dancing around these shots. He's stagnant, tucked in behind Mound here. Oh, 3 swings out, and this time the shots will connect, freeing him to go ahead and come away with a free kill. Mako just
जाएंगे लग रहा है C पे ही.
And they're rotating off that kill. They haven't done this yet. And Sentinels isn't moving. They haven't budged. They're not biting.
They've also kept this Odin quiet for the time being. Not sure if this is going to be red at all. Celsius also just tucked in behind the box, is trying to find that stealth drone. Cannot do so. Celsius now going to be forced back away. The aftershock even thrown towards him to try to stave him off. And Mako once again leads a charge, rushing forward, finding Chunky deep, finding the ring.
Release Mako बोलते. Save. Celsius by save. गलत रास्ते पे जा रहे. Save.
The money here. Zekin going to stay put over on that C site. Celsius.
Release Mako बोलते.
There at upper.
Spike planted.
DRX could go on the hunt, but otherwise looking like a flawless round for them to get the 7.
It's been what,
2-0
4 or 5 years now. Mako's back to playing Duelist. That's what we're
मेरे को
seeing.
title में
He started out, yeah,
99%
Babo's back.
prediction streamer करना पड़ेगा मेरे साथ.
Unbelievable. The way he's just pushing the pace here with these teleports, finding space, finding weaknesses in Sentinel's defensive setups, and getting through and getting huge opening kills, or at least creating the space that DRX needs to get their executes to go. And Sentinels there make some good decisions, quite frankly. They just get bamboozled by Mako, and he's been doing that to people on this map. I mean, remember what he did to Nongshin? The way he was all over the place with those teleports.
Oh, Celsius. Does he have the lineup for it? Mako out for blood, and he will find it. Kill comes his way. Him does get dropped off screen over towards C site, so Zekin able to go ahead and retain his weapon. That's as good as it gets right now. 7 rounds confirmed here for DRX at the half, guaranteeing that they will be out in the lead. Potentially all the way up to 9. The ult economy is also very much on their sides. Rolling Thunder and the Dimensional Drift both available from the shadows from Mako. Also there.
Let's see how they want to use the Dimensional Drift this time. Last time it was for a quick B hit, but now you can get some info. You could put that Rolling Thunder to really good use off the back of it as well. If you can find second, even better, because he's got that showstopper still, and you'd love to get that identified. You'd love to get that out of the round.
Bang noted. Tree, the call comes in. It's clear. They know that he's backpedaled. There's the TP forward. Turn on the flash. Another one sent. Just trying to see if he can get a catch. Sentinels quick to get on the rotate. Work their way across towards this A site. This is still on a bit of a linger, though. Paint shell as well as that bite. Trying to catch somebody with the vulnerability.
Rolling Thunder है, nades है.
This showstopper's going to have to go huge. Finds one. Mako going to be taken down. Rolling Thunder now coming out in reply, connecting onto 3 different players. Holds them here at bay for the moment. The South throws now built up. Center towards drop.
Nade देखो बे backside पे. Nade देखो बे backside पे.
The rate now taken down as Hyunmin just scales forward into the backside. Looks to steady the aim.
Bro,
but it doesn't matter. They have the kills, they have the covering fire, and DRX.
Best
The 5-round lead going to the last round and a half.
The speed and tenacity that DRX is defending these retakes, these flood retakes with is crazy. I mean, look, we've seen some pretty insane reactions from these players. This is the best yet. They are clearly not bothered by being on a bigger stage, not even in the slightest. These new players for this team are stepping right up to the plate. And of course, you've got some of the veterans who were here last year, who played Sentinels last year and lost to them in Champions. And Hyunmin just gets one off the rip.
I mean, already second dead over by the orb here at A. And now they have to try to bail out. Bang here. Positioned up on top of rubble. Their 8 instead is going to be the one catching a stray as Bang slowly, steadily tries to creep back, tries to offer up something. Tries to summon elimination through this fight from wall, but has not been able to find it. Mako almost goes for the stick. Does end up getting broken, but Bang once again is going to have to backpedal.
और अभी मेन प्रॉब्लम है कि वो लोग का जो अटैक है ना, अच्छा गावात, इनका अटैक का भी ये लोग के पास काउंटर है बे।
He's delivered a bit of a freebie, but as Mako just counter swings, he takes his head clean off. DRX will go ahead and seal the deal. 9-3.
Let's go Pacific.
I mean, this is just a masterclass in execution from DRX. And I'm talking about the way that they're setting up their attacks, the way that they're chaining and organizing their utility is immaculate. I mean, just finds a little bit of gap there. Hyunmin finds that kill. Freeing next up to bat. Let's go. Takes down another. Oh, Bane got the spot right, right beforehand.
क्या reaction है बे?
They're looking damn clean.
They're on fire.
A moment of reprieve here for Sentinels as we get ready to go into the halftime. See you guys on the other side.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us on any plan, and get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10.
Price synergy is better this year.
$2,000 in value.
Try
only
मेरे
on
DRX
Verizon.
3 यार ना खुशी हो रही है ना तो दोनों टीम फेवरेट है, क्या करूं? गेम देखो मस्त। अरे DRX का एग्जीक्यूट बाप है, तेरी उम्र हो गई है, तू बस अब रिएक्शन वीडियो कर सकता है।
दे ना इसको हाइट।
मेरा भाई ने बोला हाइट दे। सबसे पहली बात माय डियर भैया, सबसे पहली बात, वैलोरेंट कभी देखा है अपने लाइफ में? हाँ देखा है? नहीं, बस बकचोदी पेलना है, बस बकचोदी पेलना है। हाँ हेटर घर में ही हेटर है, बाकी लोग का भाई देखो कितना सपोर्टिव रहते हैं। और एक ये मेरा भाई जो नहीं आता मैं नहीं देखता।
अरे हवा अरे
मतलब तेरे को जो आता है तू देखता है। ये गया भाई, ये गया। हाँ समझ रहे हो ना ये क्या देखता है, मतलब समझ रहे हो ना? ये गया बे, गया ना ये गया। नेक्स्ट इस पे
right here, and they're already looking to try to
Notice
do a little
आएगा।
bit more damage to see. This is their favorite side against MIBR, and I pointed it out earlier. Flashback, I think, might be under a lot of pressure on this half, so he's going to really need to step up on that Cypher.
As the cam setup hasn't revealed it quite just yet, and once he does toggle it, pretty much reveal all, but they're actually going to be able to get forward here towards the side a little bit faster.
दिखाई दे रहा है।
There's a trip that's going to catch him, trying to hold things down over for Waterfall. Flashback trying to stop, get in there on the opposite side.
Oh my God! एस मार दिया, एस मार दिया इधर, मोबाइल देख के जा रही है, एस मारा
and says no.
Yeah, मारा फ्रिंग।
This C site is ours.
भाई ये कहाँ से है ये प्लेयर? हेलो।
Is electric. That is crazy. That second tap is so good. Right there for the finish onto the ace. And the pop-off as well.
From on Dark Horse at first strike to one of the biggest stages in Valorant Esports. Welcome to the global scene, Freeing. What a way to open up the second half.
He has just been nasty all throughout kickoff. That's just case in point right there, folks. There's that cam again. Gonna get a lot of good info.
DP forward here alongside the box, but Gunman has the angle in towards the smoke, and it's gonna be John QT taken down, bang, noted. As they just continue to spray away. Looking for a little bit more. There you go. Flawless round. As DRX to absolutely speed run their way through this opening map.
And those are brutal losses for Sentinels. When you're down 9-3, you're really looking at that pistol round to turn things into your favor. And this is something that killed Sentinels against G2 in the grand finals of Americas.
1% salary offer आता मेरे players भाग जाते हैं।
Starting on the wrong side of almost every map.
10 टीशन बना
Once
सकता हूँ
again,
मैं ये सैलरी में
they are on the wrong side of things.
भाई मैं DRX fan हो गया
DRX
अचानक से मैं
looking
DRX
so,
fan
so good. Come on, Soul.
क्या देखो
Get the action.
Live it up a little bit. We must have gotten the footage.
That's yeah. That was after the pop off.
वो चाहिए Binks वो चाहिए
Excuse
Bit
me
of
क्या बात
attempted info gained towards mid to B, but
It's not the car, it's the driver. off. Gear पकड़ो
and
मेरा.
stack, leaving the spike behind though. So trying to see if they could get any util out of DRX there. A little bit of a check, but
हाँ चाहिए.
DRX not
Sorry.
biting at all.
अरे नहीं दिख रहा यार इधर था
हो रहा ना wingman.
Make sure that
विंगमैन इतना बड़ा वो भी है
क्या?
Activate
Oh.
Crunch.
इतना बड़ा
Being though sliding in to maybe help out Bane. There is that tripwire right at the front of
ये
you
यार
as
छोटा
well.
वाला लेने में घर गया मेरा.
A bit of extra time and a little bit of extra info. Mako.
Trying to send it off contact here.
चैट को भी नहीं दिखाऊंगा
Flying forward, freeing on the peak. Finds Zelsis. Armageddon now online. Catches a glimpse of the shoulder there on the second.
Firing ना मान रहा बे.
Opts to play this out wisely. Yeah, plays it
अभी
patiently.
वो
Goes,
ult
okay,
भी
I
है
have the
उसके
ult now
पास.
available, and Flashback knows exactly what Bang is going to try
ult
to
भी
do.
है भाई.
Finds the kill.
30 seconds left.
Boombot cleared out. Cam still here on the entryway, but Flashback scales forward, getting closer and closer toward this entryway. Trying to surprise, wanted to try to get the jump. Bane here has a trip to try to play off of. Cleared out. The Stinger, they line up.
Oh my
Tums get involved.
God.
Gets a piece of the pie.
Okay.
But John just doesn't have it.
और
The spike is
कल
straight
आए
at the
प्रपोज
entryway.
हवा
He's got
vlog
5
देखा
HP.
मजा आ गया. Thank
No
you for
recourse
such good
available.
content. Content क्या भाई सच्ची प्रपोज किया था हराम जादे.
So DRX is looking at the death ball. They
Love
say
you Mohit bhai. Thank you for $5.
we've got the confidence.
Content बोल
Now
दिया
they're
भाई.
looking for the win.
सच में
I mean,
प्रपोज
they're
किया
just
proof
so
है देखो
great at
इधर ही है
reacting
इधर.
to every
हाँ,
move
बोला
that
करके.
Sentinels is trying to make. It helps when you've got freeing just
क्या खेल रहा है ना
lasering
फ्रेम.
people down. And then Bane there able to play right off that tripwire. Mako as well, giving him a little bit of backup. Now Sentinels
क्या खेल रहा है
looking to
बे.
take
Hey, want some garlic
another
bread?
timeout seemingly. As they are
making
looking at a nearly impossible task of coming back on this. I mean,
Pasta या
maybe this is just a
garlic
moment
bread
for
और pasta
Kaplan to
का
kind
क्या
of
पता.
get the boys in a right headspace. Say, hey, let's
मैं
try
बना
and get
दूंगी
4 or
garlic.
5 rounds in a row here.
नहीं,
Let's
वो
come out on a high
garlic
note.
bread वही
See if we
ताने
can
का
deflate
बे.
this DRX team a little bit.
सिर्फ
I don't
garlic
mind
bread
this at all.
मांगो.
You've got the timeout. You
No
might
please.
as well burn it. But this has been
Only
absolute
garlic.
disaster for Sentinels on
बोलो.
their map pick of
Like
Lotus.
starters
Yeah.
before the main course.
Not the way that we were anticipating this to go. And I mean, again,
No.
the
क्या
quandary
लेकिन garlic
surrounding
bread
DRX was how is this comp going to look? They are a very good,
आएगा ही ना
you know,
पैसा देगा तो
execute
सब
heavy team. With the Yoru in here, there's a lot of things they can do, but how comfortable is Chunmin going to look?
थोड़ा
It looks
Russian
like he's been
salad
playing
हो
Yoru
गया.
his entire life on stage.
उस वीडियो के बाद कभी
It does.
उस चैनल पे
It
कुछ
looks
नहीं
so
है समझ
clean.
रहे
I
हो.
mean, and it helps when you've got players like
वो
Mako
यही
who can
channel पे
step into a
यार
slightly
करे
different way of playing
यार.
Omen off the cuff and set up that space for you to be actually the secondary entry in a lot of situations.
अभी
with
एक नया
DRX.
सीरीज चालू करने वाला हूँ.
Here on the defender side,
मेरा
well,
भाई
Green's
भूसी
been
वाला.
lighting players up. That helps a lot
IP.
too.
कौन कौन
He has
रिलेट
been
करता है
Just as good as always. 17 and 5 right
वो
now
देखने के दुनिया में.
for the Tejo main. Now they've
किस
got
किसका
4
भाई
players
मेरे
in a
जैसा
row.
भाई जैसा
They're so
है.
ready for
जगड़दल्ला.
this. DRX.
डबल डी.
And watches that shot. Unbelievable.
13-3 उनके
Game
मैप
plan.
में.
Sentinels established in that timeout
ओए,
has been shattered. As
क्या
Chunmin
hit भी मार दिया
hits second
उसने.
out of the sky.
Oh my
Oh
Armageddon
my
mows him
God.
down. John QT is
Base
dead.
पे
And Celsius
जाके-
is surrounded.
Binks
DRX
side देखा
collapse in
तो
on top of Sentinels. And they smother them out of this map of Lotus.
दी आ रहे
13
दे
to
दे
3.
पंखा दे मैं लेके आई थी
It's
दी
DRX
आ रहे
bringing
दी आ रहे
devastation. So well prepared.
That they absolutely are for Sentinels. How well prepared.
जो भाई
is
कमीना
your
नहीं
Haven
होता
with
वो
something
कमीना
bona
भाई
fide
नहीं
here?
होता.
We're gonna find out after
वाह.
the break.
let's go
अगर हेड्स नहीं होता तो टेल से. वाह वाह बोस्टी. वाह. भाई 13-3 उनके मैप में DRX वो भी. हाँ 10 का कमबैक. DRX is looking strong, dude. Like my biceps.
बता बता
बात बंश भाई एक इनके अंडरडॉग है स्टेज में जो मारते हैं हमारे, अरे हर चीज कंपेयर करना बंद करो रे बाबा। हाँ क्या बड़ा हो के ये करेगा क्या, मेरा बेटा ये है उसका बेटा देख 90 मार्क्स मारे, नहीं होता है ऐसा भाई, इस गुड भी नहीं होता, हर जगह हर चीज मिलना नहीं होता ना। नहीं अभी अपने रीजन में इतने प्लेयर्स बन जाएंगे आगे जाके, क्या टेंशन ले रहे हो, गेम तो दिख रहा है वो एंजॉय करने का, डांस करने का, इतने म्यूजिक पे बैंड अपने इधर करने का नहीं, चिल करो।
ये गया रे,
3 सेंटिनल्स चाहिए तो शायद गया पे, ये गया, ये गया। हाँ नाचने का नहीं है, मेरे को कॉल करना इधर। I think there has been some misunderstanding, man. One work event.
लाइट करो, बहुत लाइट करना बोलो।
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
माफ करो कॉल था. Day is not going good.
Well, I
Was
mean,
an
it just
urgent
was a
call.
slow start, right?
Yeah, exactly.
माफ करो.
Maybe. I'm pretty sick of those, but still,
Hey,
it
sir,
happens. We
माफ
can still
करो
win
यार.
this.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Usually when a coach says things like that, you take it with a grain of salt, but with Caplet, I believe it. I believe it. Sentinels of all teams, if it's anybody that can come back
जो
into
सुबह
this, Mimi,
काम
it
करने
is
गया
them.
था
And
थोड़ा
if you're
दुख दे
watching
दे रहा
their
है.
games during the regular season, you have to believe it even
Not
more.
going
so during
according
season
to the
kickoff,
plan.
Of course, Kaplan's
been
done
a long
such a
kickoff.
good job of building his boys up when they were in tough spots like this. Sen released some comms videos and some behind-the-scenes content of the way that he's
Sen
not
का
just
tweet
acting
देखो.
as a strategic
क्या
leader,
बोला?
but an emotional leader, especially with 2 new players, with Bang, with Narrate entering into the fold of making those guys comfortable and really helping to remind them who they are in positions like this. So it has to be a real rally from him and the boys to come back now.
I love the honesty as well of just being like, yeah, they were great. We did not perform even to our own standards. We just have to forget about that and focus on the next map that is going to be Haven, as we're saying. It didn't look the best, but it did look absolutely terrible. Haven is a map that has been in the pool for such a long time, not received changes. So I expect him to be able to come here at top.
Yeah, and we just saw Zelsus for a moment there. I want to see him stand up, give it, have some more confidence, give some more energy as well.
मैं तो बोला था भाई ये DRX वो DRX नहीं है.
Or maybe either of the teams
This
made
is
some
a
changes
different
coming into
DRX.
this, and it does look like they're going to double down with this Yoru.
And this is what Termi was talking about, right? He's seen what teams in EMEA, in Americas are doing, thinks this is good, and
Well,
adapting,
man.
to a Vice comp, and
DRX is adapting fast.
Yeah, they have the counter ready to go, but DRX with the Euro, if it works as good as it was working on that first map on Lotus, I feel like
लोग ना सच में कुछ भी बोल जाते हैं, दिमाग शॉर्ट होता है यार.
Duelists or the best Euros in the tournament.
The strength of picking the
लोगों
Jet
के
instead
बोलने
of the
से
Euro
तुम्हारी
here is
जिंदगी
how much
चलती है.
agency Zekken is going to have. You have to be rather selfless on the
पहले
Euro,
बात तो मेरा
TPing in,
दिमाग आता
prioritizing
है.
your utility. Here he has a
अब भी
chance to
call
just
पे.
frag out
You have
with
a
the
point right
ultimate
there.
trio of
But
supportive
life
utility
goes
with
on.
the Astra, the
You move
Breach,
on.
and the Teo. You're going to have to see a lot from Zekken in this one, but he was the hero for them. Masters won last year. The Madrid MVP has to show up.
Well, let's
Love it, Binks bhai. Love it,
force
then.
map 3 out of this and find out by sending it back to your casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. The turning point that is necessary for
ये
Sentinels.
भी next game जाने का
Themselves
टेंशन
back
नहीं
into
लेने
this,
का.
as Captain was saying, he's tired of those slow starts. He's still at this
लगता है
point, he's gonna
सेन
be
हार
begging
जाएगा
that
ये मैच मेरे को भी
that
लग रहा है
first
भाई.
map tees up.
ये लोग का
As we get ready to go
वो
into this
strong है,
changes
fundamental strong है, ये लोग
for
का
both
भी
teams.
एनर्जी
Big
भी
ones here as
एकदम
well.
ऊपर गया
We're
रहेगा.
inside of DRX continuing to
सारे
lean on
plus
this Euro
points
from
DRX
Gunman.
पे
Now,
दिख रहे हैं.
third game that he's going to be
ये लोग
playing
ने
on this
बहुत
pick.
crazy
Also committed.
utils use किया
Bane
है.
moving over
Crazy.
onto this breach, not having that
Crazy
solo.
utils.
Yeah, he looked great though with that util. Finding
लेकिन
a
ऐसा
bunch of
बड़ा
after-
map में ना
aftershock
थोड़ा
kills, really
BT मिल
clutch
सकता है.
stuns and flashes to
वो
set
पता
things
लगे
up for his
DRX
team.
के
So
map है.
a little bit more breach for Bane.
But बड़ा maps
He has
are
really
थोड़ा
looked at his
dicey.
best so far. Let's see if DRX can continue, or if Sentinels have something in store with us with a little bit of a change-up of their own. Only a single duelist this time.
a
Look at this,
fast
they are
retake,
so
guys.
stalled up, so ready for this RDRX, and this is going to allow all these rotations to come through. Sen needs to pull off, and they do. This is really, really smart from them. They were read like a book.
Backpedaling away, Zelsus is going to linger in garage here. Mako just there in window. And salvos clear out either side of these connecting halls. Freeing able to find one. Second's going to be taken down. Coming noted there on that flank as Freeing also falls. Two kills found. Mako just not quite fast enough to find the punish here, but they know that they have Zelsus widely surrounded, so they really want to try to flush him out. But he
Oh,
gets
एक
the
और
headshot.
मारा जिसने.
Puts Mako on the floor. They're not going to be able to come through on this B site. They once again do get ushered across now in towards
जिसने
A.
एक और मारा वो थोड़ा BT हो गया.
2v3. Spike gets ready to be planted.
Should be really defendable. They're getting aggressive towards short.
Now, but Bane
ओई.
just draws it down.
चलते चलते.
Doesn't take a lick of damage there.
अभी
Already pinned
TTF
whittled away
line
at
कर रहे हैं. ये लोग को
62.
एक जगह एक साथ fight लेना पड़ेगा. ये लोग city fight लेने को
A
सोच रहे हैं.
reaction from Bane. Thought
Not
Narrate.
spotting, flashback. Maybe getting a caught here on timing as John QT is able to find one to swing around the corner. And yes, this will be Sentinels. Getting started.
Oh boy, almost ना.
Iffy there
Almost
for a
एक
moment, but
second.
Sentinels will find their first pistol round win.
Binks
Now, this is just really good decision making from Sentinels this time around. Leaving Zelsus as a lurk, even though Hyunmin somewhat ready for it, not really able to adjust in time. And then Zelsus is a real nuisance on that flank. Buys them so much time to get this rotate over to A. get the plant down, get a much needed pistol win, and get some confidence, get some security, and maybe see if they can string this into a really successful attack side on Haven. With big changes on both teams, it's really hard to anticipate because, you know, looking into this, I thought, well, Sentinels plays what T1 plays, so DRX has some experience, but it's a completely different comp. They're changing theirs up. A lot of the ideas you have widely out the window. Attempt at taking space here by DRX.
Triple push up into mid. Bang, trained in on the doorway. The swing forward, they're nearly alive for him, and he's able to collect both.
The blue.
Solid shutdown. Plants his feet, freeing. Jing across the other way, about to make contact here, and cannot quite make it happen. Second quick to shut down the shenanigans. As DRX now widely just going to be looking to see if they can stop this from being a flawless
The blue. Byron
round. Highly unlikely. Gunman can deliver some heroics here. Just the classic in hand is.
कुछ करो third map देखना जा सकता है. बड़ा map है.
Right down a little bit low there on the HP, but Fault line holds him at bay. John QT swings out.
Very much
it's gonna
possible.
Be sent flawlessly, getting themselves up to 2-0.
Yeah, really clean stuff here from
Third
Sen.
map,
Like
very
what I'm
much
seeing
possible.
early, anticipating some aggressive push-outs. One of
ये
the
लोग
things
utility अच्छा है, लेकिन वो लोग
caused
भाग के
Sentinels
निकल भी
some
सकते हैं.
difficulty against G2 was lack of flank control. And good awareness early here by Bang that DRX might try to push, see if they can claim some real estate of their own. Try to get some
Last
freebies.
time भी 2-0 था
and
script
not
के हिसाब
having
से.
any of
Just
it.
saying.
Good awareness, good anticipation. Guns in hand, though, for DRX. Sentinels, however, carrying over four Bulldogs and a Phantom. They're looking to roll this into a bonus win of their own. See if they can really turn this around. I was frankly surprised this map got picked by either team when we were coming into the map draft today.
Yeah.
But DRX feeling comfortable enough. A lot of pressure, though. Beyond flashback has to pop. Couple smokes, try to hide. Does get the kill on a second.
Second going to be taken down, getting that reveal. Away here towards that back site. Goes back over onto the camera. Nothing really able to be seen quite just yet.
Bit of a pause there. Ooh, a
अरे
take.
Headshot there.
Oh, shot, man.
One,
Oh my god.
Cannot find it. As Bane
Oh my god, bro.
Solid enough here on the antiponus for the side of
भाई
DRX.
क्या मार रहे हैं लोग बे?
Players out.
Something we didn't get to see much of on the previous map on Lotus is how well Flashback is going to be able to anchor on the Cypher and how much he's going to be able to handle some of these high tempo executes, some of these big, really well drawn up plans that Sentinels can bring. This time around, of course, against a slightly weaker weaponry that
Well,
Sentinels
this
gonna
is
be
a
bringing
different
that round.
DRX,
He held him quite
boys.
nicely, able to use his smokes to tuck himself in, find that first kill. Gunman, though, caught up in the Razor Vines. Has to wait those out.
Big Four now is going to be in a bad spot. Does barely manage to
There
get
was a
the pressure there in
chance.
time.
Miss किया उसने.
Chipped away.
But अभी वो लोग को ये चीज भी देखना पड़ेगा.
Sentinels though, applying some pressure over towards this C site. Again, doesn't matter whether it's Lotus or Haven, C site is something that they're going to be seriously interested in. Second going to be spotted. There's the reveal. Mako playing off of that beautifully.
Oh, and that camera again. It gets pinged immediately by the Sentinels players. After it gets that freebie, now they're going to try to shift over towards A. All four of the remaining players here.
Swings, instantly finds a headshot. Snapping is all help. Salvos similarly sent out to just try to go ahead and further delay this approach. Very committed. Back, stuck, connecting. Kenman going to be flushed out, taken down. However,
Ring बोलते हैं.
another pick
Delay
in.
देखो
Celsius
बे.
will hit the
Delay
floor.
देखो.
2v4 now.
अभी ओवन का भी
Trying to
blind
get
आएगा.
into the site to get
Play
that spike
blind.
planted, but the readjust from Fring is clean. Bane swings out from back sight. We're tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, and it's just little things for the Sentinels that go awry. It's not recognizing
क्या
that camera
utility से जे
to be there
भाई.
again. Maybe they just never saw it in the
क्या
previous round, I'm
utility
not
से जे
sure.
भाई.
But it cost them their entry duelist, and then they're just kind of caught
Clean
getting
stun, clean
walking up a
blind,
ramp. I mean, it's so
clean
hard
Yoru
because
blind.
what do you do at that point?
Camp
You don't have
spam.
much other way to break through except for pure gunfire. Maybe a little bit of Tejo and breach utility, sure. But DRX, pretty wise to those plans. Able to dodge a lot of it.
भाई imagine करो क्या amount of practice लगा रहेगा
his crosshair right where it needs to be to catch the escaping player and bang. And yeah, DRX already forcing another early timeout out of Sentinels. I think maybe a call here to try to work the map a little bit more. But so far, when they've tried to contest C site, there's been some good ideas from DRX, some combo plays off the back of Flashback's utility there to set up Mako for that kill. You know, smoke gave it away from Bang there that they might be trying to aggress through garage. Mako was able to tuck into that corner and play off the back of it.
Yeah, so far the reads just been so very clean across that first map, now into this one. Sentinels back at the early timeout. Let's see what we brought out of the playbook here. 2 stingers, Sheriff at hand for Bang. They had a firepower here, but they're gonna have to go fast. They're gonna have to close steal value off of these.
Oh, matrimony
here in hand.
John QT's got that ult. If they can get into a close plant, they can make this difficult. A lot of util dumped early to make sure that Freeing can get counter Armageddon of his own.
As the gate crash, so wants to play aggressively. Snappy with a first, and he'll be able to get a second. That fadeaway shot puts John QT on the floor. Again, not going to be able to come to play here. Freeing along the side, sending out for the concuss, the chase into the back. Second going to be fully flashed up, tries to stay hidden inside of the cloud burst, but ends up getting flushed out. Bang good for one, but now it's all in narrate.
blind.
Swat him to the side. DRX take the lead 3-2.
And the proactivity from DRX now, showing something we haven't seen from them yet in this half. Get really aggressive to make sure they can take that orb. And then Hyunmin just taking a page out of some other teams' book that I've seen where they get really aggressive against ecos. Just want to try to shut it down. And of course the risk reward there is you drop a gun over, but it's a great escape by Bane and he got that kill. Unbelievable.
Minor shrugs and okay. I guess that worked out. Had he not had the flash set up, would have certainly been dead, but another pacey start here from the side of DRX, looking to just chase forward. Hyunmin into a very aggressive position once more.
Like that Zelsis is sticking around. Here. Making sure that this flank is accounted for. Try to make a bit of a pivot towards B, but this time around DRX has changed their Cypher utility. There's a tripwire right at the front of B. John QT stealth drone. I don't think saw anything. I think Mako was able to avoid it.
Dodge it.
B पे तो नहीं जा सकते
The gate crash set up.
Oh,
in the open.
क्यों peek लिया Bane ने?
Very solid peek into the B site. Catches Bane across over by that C link.
Anticipating someone to try to play contact off that trip. Nice heads up play from Zekin.
Drone's looking for some spam, but pops inside of the smoke. Cosmic Divide now going to be called through. Armageddon trying to roll out the red carpet, but John QT is able to find Hyunmin. And in the end, this is just going to be an exec here onto the A site. Gets himself entry. Potential flank, and yep, Mako not reading that at all. Spring trying to hold his ground. He's only able to find a singular kill. His flashback peeks out, manages to interrupt. He's back behind the wall, utilizing it against him, but as it goes, Celsius is ready.
भाई वो भी स्ट्राइक अच्छा था सेन का बे what the fuck
gets us tied up at 3-3.
A really creative utilization of the space that they're able to take. Getting
Astra Wall
Zekin up on
Theonid
top
के
of those
साथ
boxes and just holding the position and using this
वो लोग
cosmic
को
divide
idea
across
भी
two
नहीं था
different
बे
sites. Really intelligent stuff from the Sentinels players. Like that they're
भाई
digging into the
blue
playbook
start
here
तभी
to
वाला
show us something really interesting with the way that they're able to layer. And again, the reaction from Zekin to take down Bane to kind of open up the round. Those first kills, something that Sentinels at times have struggled with. They're usually able to bounce back in some of those 4v5 situations. Their sheer ability to fight back is impressive.
Well, मैंने बोला था वो लोग को एक स्केयर करना पड़ेगा इसका.
Even once they're on Lotus, brings it out, catches them completely off guard. Stealth drone going to be able to confirm that forward presence here from Zelsis. Suppress not going to be found. They're on Armageddon now, going to be called out. The Seal Guard as well, going to be layered in on top. Two players losing out of their weapons here, trying to hold things down. Over on this sewer side, Hyunmin will find one. Sentinels continue to storm their way forward. Themselves down into a 3v3. Stealth drone to go ahead and check out the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted. Hyunmin throws on the Master Dimensional Drift down here in play. As Thorns get popped. The player's going to be held out. down there. Mako eliminated. Still just has this operator. Flashback needing to try to open things up, finds the first, tucks back around the wall. Hyunmin like up close and personal. A rolling thunder going to be invested. As he jumps away, would have to try to hit a very nasty no scope, but cannot make it happen.
मार दो
Right
नहीं
on the swing,
1v1.
the headshot found. The player
Oh, nice try.
This is
Alt
a
ने
really
बचाया.
cool execute with the ultimate
Alt ने
from
बचाया.
Sentinels. It's a nice shot, a good opener. And this is what I'm talking about. Even though they lose that first player for free, Sentinels can still fight back. And this time, it's using the Armageddon to force the players into that corner. They've been noticing that Freeing is really liking to play at the top of short A. And then they can use the Steel Guard and it catches two. And that's basically 2 free kills. So they're able to take the 4v3 man advantage on their way into the site. Really good stuff from Sentinels. Curious now. Another round drops for DRX. Termi's gonna go for that timeout. This time around, grabbing the orb. Gunman though, try to play aggressive out of this smoke again.
The push, but Zach can snap it and readjust and doesn't
Okay,
even take
guys,
a lot of damage. Guardian now left
I
stranded
think
here.
James on बड़ा था. Oh fuck, sorry. I think उड़ गए यारो.
With that stinger pushed up down into sewers. He's very much considering the swing. Being here alongside him, do they do it or do they just stay stagnant?
That's a Sheriff and a Stinger in hand for those two players. Bane with a Ghost. Shotgun all the way on the other side of the map for Freeing. Sentinels seem committed to this A hit.
And when you use Paranoia, going to be sent out. Mako just trying to go ahead and slow up the flood. Push onto the corner. Freeing going to be good for one. Tucks in around the back. Bane. Bit of an afterthought there. Ends up getting caught. So just swoop down into sewer. At least flashback now with just a
Crazy trap plays हो सकता था अगर guns रहता
in towards A lobby.
Breach ult भी था.
Absolutely confirmed from here. John QT will be the one to put him down. Just one casualty is Sen now. Stretch the lead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, just
And
really
back,
good
boys.
stuff from Sen. Coordination really starting to come into play. Zekin winning some of these early battles, anticipating that there's going to be a flash play and a player bouncing out of that smoke to try to cut him down. Reads it beautifully, and the up on top of the box, and the finish onto Freeing's poor trapped body. Not much he could do in that position. And indeed, timeout now for DRX. Sentinels really starting to get a read on this half. DRX, 3 rounds in a row there, and you think, oh boy.
Happening again.
Yeah, but nope. This is the Sentinels you expect. The mental on this team is incredible. They have fought back tooth and nail so many times in Americas in kickoff this year. They played a lot of maps to get here. Certainly they can still do damage.
Starting to come together. See though, with the intervention from Termi, turn the tides, as we saw, as soon as he pumped the brakes. The whole rest of the map, frankly, was just a win streak from DRX. They didn't drop anything after that last timeout. Sentinels to make sure that that is not going to be the case here whatsoever. Weapons back in the hands of DRX. Just the jet knives available for Sentinels. Ultimate's going to have to play catch up a little bit, but there's still time to at least get the Armageddon and Steel Guard and rotate it back up.
Today, will you come at night? I will try my very best.
So this is what I was curious about. I was thinking maybe a little bit more A congestion here from DRX. That seems to be where they were able to really make
back my energy for the night stream.
Trying to get through that garage.
और सब टिकमक हो जाता है तो मैं आ जाऊँ.
It's really challenging. So instead now, they're going to be able to push out pretty early, get some info. See if they want to aggress towards Sentinel spawn or not.
अरे बस members only करना, members only होएगा.
There's the back garage window there for Hyunmin.
Get out of my way.
Widely flashback, likely just going to have to concede the space and wait for everybody else to get clustered up. But it's going to be an immediate TP. Mako rotating over as Tripwire. The stun there on the John QT will now be finished off.
By mid में timing का scene है.
Zelsis.
He's sticking around, but as you say, bit of a clash potentially about to take place, but no. Zelsis just plays it out quietly. Rolling Thunder now going to go across. This is dodged by absolutely everyone as they look to refill the space. There ain't going to be shoved away. Zekin, however, gets a reset on the knives. Finds a headshot. Flashback put down on the floor. Gets himself over to Cubby. Tucks away. Zelsis though. Spray a little bit too wild. Hyunmin able to collect.
भाई कितना पीछे भगाए बे वो लोग को, what the fuck?
On the top, just trying to Stack up bodies, go for the defuse. They're blocking out the stars. The grab well is not getting the pull through. And DRX will just hold it to a victory in the round. Being the only one left standing, that does significant damage here. Stopping DRX from accruing cash. But they shorten that gap by just one round.
वो लोग ने इतना यूटिलिटीज डाल के पूरे टीम को पीछे किया और बाद में सब लोग ने ब्लॉक किया डिफ्यूज को. Oh my god, क्या
Just
टीम है
protect
भाई.
the diffuser as best as you can, and it comes just in time before John QT finds two. Insane timing there by DRX.
A bold call, one that is rewarded, but now into the action here in mid. Hyunmin does get shut down. Sentinels seemingly just trying to shrug off the previous round loss. Flashback tucking away inside of the cyber cage, keeps himself protected.
भगा दिया अल्ट मार के.
The Armageddon drains down, stem up this approach from Garage. And now playing quietly. Drone, however, gets the spot on multiple players.
Tons of info.
Continuing the push.
This is ambitious, to say the least.
You saw so many players in Garage, and that's going to swing it. Okay, he does. And he's going to look to try to get scot-free. Reed peeks and finds second as well. Celsius is eventually able to go ahead and kill one back, but now...
One enemy remaining.
Flashback ने भी एक और मारा.
Celsius 43 seconds to play with the
4v5 क्या होल्ड किए लोग.
Where
हेलो.
you try to go?
I don't know. This is very, very difficult.
30 seconds left.
And the way that spike is around the corner makes it so hard to just grab it and leave, but he's able to do it just barely.
Flashback, he's got himself up into window here.
FROP.
Footsteps are going to be heard.
जाने देगा शायद.
It's widely just a rotate to try to save it. Oh, Flashback doesn't hold the angle. Spots him. Celsius now turns back. And a couple shots into the shoulder. Doesn't get the kill. Celsius, an opportunity. The fault line does not connect, but here comes the swoop in. And he will die before the spike can get planted. 5-5.
Bro.
We are tied up once more.
That's some Diablo discipline right there by Cypher.
Really uncomfortable for Sentinels. They use the Armageddon to try to find a way through, and right as they're about to make their move, they were watching that window like a hawk. Narrate was just staring at it for the longest time, and right as they're starting to try to creep their way forward towards the C site is when Freeing strikes. Then he doubles down on it. Absolutely incredible what Freeing is able to do. And Flashback is having a whale of a time over on C. Questions for me about his ability to anchor, he has answered the call.
Absolutely. Well, immediate gate crash out towards B. Salvos get exchanged. Get tagged up, swing onto the corner before the stealth comes in. Mako finding one. Now he's going to be pinned here, but Bane comes to the rescue. Might not be able to save his captain's life, but he certainly has made up for it. His 2 kills fly in, the spike gets left there at the top of the sewer ramp.
भाई अपन आज एक अलग valorant witness
one
कर रहे हैं.
moment.
मजाक
3 players from Sen snapped out of existence.
Press हो गया तो क्या बंदा लड़ने आया है.
Ready for this on DRX.
And then the flash at the ready to send it loose. Pop up over the top of him and almost steps into his spray. Zeki will now get noted, fights back for one.
Got time.
See retake, बस साथ में खेलना है.
Back in towards sewer. Flashback just going to be hanging around that B side, but
I think C retake बहुत easily कर सकते हैं.
Just a little bit, go back over towards A, but Freeing has
पर A link से खेलना चाहिए था ताकि वो A पे जल्दी rotate मार पाए.
Slowly starts drifting now in towards the back.
तो C पे cam 2 trip सब कुछ है.
Ready to strike. Second, if he tries to stick the plan, he might think that he has this for free. Taking his time with it.
He's got to worry about the salvos.
20 seconds remaining. Salvo sent, as you say, it forces him back. 15 seconds now remaining in the round. Second will get another opportunity to go for it. Sticks it down, but now Flashback is here. Ready to strike.
Time लेगा ना. Oh my god.
Looked like he was going to be good for it.
मार दिया.
Freeing is able to find the kill, and DRX will find themselves in the lead.
उसने मार दिया कूद के.
Absolutely tenacious stuff from both teams in this round. You know, it looks like DRX has got the door shut. Mako here, not able to TP out before gets the inability to do so.
Binks, I was surprised outside there were better teams in America.
Sentinels looks like they might be able to recover.
क्या हो गया मैडम?
And Zekin just barely can't get the job done. If he had gotten freeing there, I think there's a real shot that he takes down Flashback and claims that round.
Sure.
But freeing has been
कोई टीम सेंस से बेटर है तो हार कैसे?
important today for this DRX team. I mean, obviously on Lotus, he was frying. He's been pretty solid.
Off the rip, it's looking like here from Bang. Dimensional drift though. Might make them think otherwise, but no. Commitment on the ultimate still ends up coming through. Zekin looking to lead the charge. Mako up on top of the boxes.
So if he remembers.
Oh, Henman, he stepped forward. Stun does go across on the Mako, but somehow Zekin does manage to slink his way back out in front of B. Keeps himself alive. Steel Garden now comes through. Taking the weapons away, the shorty drawn out on their face. It is a drop flashback.
My
Claims
God.
two. Bang and John QT both gonna be shut down. Easy kills here in reply, but Mako knows that he has the rate pinned. TP's on top of Plat. Oh, is able to find it, but Hyunmin here at Lumber, he strikes. Second, however, the one at the start, the one that got away, is the one that brings this round to a conclusion and gets us tied at 6-6.
I was thinking it right off the rip. This is one of those cosmic divides where they can pivot and plant from one site to another. Really nice stuff from Sentinels to close out the half.
Absolutely, 6-6, neck and neck. A far cry from what we saw on Lotus. Let's see guys on the other side, though.
Zekin भाई ने बचाया है bro.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back and moments away from diving into this second half here on Haven, DRX's map pick. We currently find ourselves tied up 6-6. The rounds split just as much as the crowd seems to be here at the UOB Live in Bangkok.
I mean, this is more what I was anticipating coming into this match today. I thought these two teams on paper were very evenly matched up, and that Lotus caught me completely off guard. I did not expect one team or the other
they
to
win the
run away
round,
with any of these
then
maps
Sen is
today.
in trouble.
This Haven, much more what you would expect. Some good adjustments
Anand
by
Mas.
Sentinels after DRX had won 3 in a row. They start putting a lot more pressure on A. They start kind of getting wise to some of the trickery that DRX is trying to employ on their defender side. But here on the Stacker side, you know, you have to imagine this is more what this comp is built for on this map. We saw it on Lotus. We saw the executes, the combos between the Breach, the Taeho, the Yoru, and Mako's Omen. And the way they were navigating that, is that going to be the style, the flavor of Haven as well? It's going to look a bit different. Using the decoy just to get a feel if anybody's going to be holding close on B. No contact made. So for now, got to make sure that the flank is under control, that nobody's trying to sneak through on long. With that open space, DRX says, okay, that looks to be our best point of entry. Let's try and make a go of it. There is...
Expect this, though. The wall just on the opposite side here.
Exactly what I was just thinking. That Vice Util, dude. Look at that. And then the Steel Garden right behind it. Or, excuse me, the Razor Vines right behind it.
Second, not needing to be displaced too much. Does opt to go ahead and dash away his Hemman. TP's into its back sight. Looks to get flushed out, but doesn't manage to fight back for a singular kill. Just the team held up. Swing out, flashback, able to find the headshot. Cover the sheriff himself if he does want it.
Fuck, smokes gaya. I think lag gaya look hai.
But it's gonna be free. 1, 2, 3
to
collect the remainders. DRX not allowing for Sen to take the lead, to tie up the pistol win
count.
Just give the man a ghost and he's good for it on the pistol rounds. Also, Flashback wins a huge 1v1 there against Zekin.
Yeah.
And the fact that Hyunmin even gets one off of being cut off from the rest of his team underneath health with the Yoru TP. Absolutely crazy stuff, just individual mechanics shining through.
You can see Glow just pointing at us, saying, that's our guy. That's why we picked him up.
Goodness.
4 years he's been in the scene, and it's the first year that we find him in Tier 1. Line getting the stun out, freeing, forced away. Aftershock does get a pulse of damage off as they look to try to overwhelm him. Been hovering nearby, but it looks like eventually just going to have to cut their losses. They do offer up some damage as Narrate and Bang get tagged, but that is a potential weapon recovered here for the side of Sentinels.
Right there. That's a huge loss and a great dial-up, a great combo of utility there.
Elsis now has it, stomping their way through. Bane will find second. Very frame that he tries to go for the tail wheel. There's no way to get out. Spike now planted. More players from Sentinels.
देखा
much damage can they deal? Drag this round back into their favor somehow.
Is the position that
matters. Adam, see if anything happens. See if he can put that Bulldog to good use.
Lead with a stealth drone.
ये बात इनकी मिस्टेक किधर ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ेगा यार मतलब DRX इतना अच्छा खेला वो लोग का एक्सपेक्टेड भी नहीं रहेगा वो लोग का यूटिलिटी इज ऑन पॉइंट वो लोग अर्ली फाइट नहीं ले रहे हैं वो लोग का सारा यूटिलिटी सारा एग्जीक्यूट में जा रहा है
scaling forward fast enough really take that space away. John QT will be able to find one. 2 casualties on the side of DRX, but now up 8-6.
अगर अर्ली फाइट लिया तो दूसरे जगह जा सकता है
positioning from DRX, setting up in this post plant to defend against the flood. And this is something the Sentinels love to do. And if you give DRX the time to get into post plant positioning,
जैसे वो लोग विंडो देख रहे थे जिससे 1 सेकंड के लिए हिला बंदा 2 मार के चला गया
because of the way that this DRX coaching staff prepares their players and understand the angles they all need to be watching, you know, what's likely to be coming ahead of them, who needs to be doing what. The drop down covered by Flashback. Bane going to be watching
match
the other side. Jump right into things. DRX this time trying to push through onto Garage. Astro Star there. Trying to bait out some of this util, and they do so successfully with the exchange of a couple pieces of their own. See if Zelsa's can go with this. Ooh, he's in trouble. Gets caught by the stun.
Stun here on both sides. Shots in the mid-drift, and Zelsa sends a bit pick apart. Bang now trying to hold things down. Some shots into the smoke. Does make a connection on the Mako, but Hyunmin down the floor. They take it back here, back sight.
Almost base. इसको भी मारता मजा आता.
In the round. Such little HP between Mako and Flashback. Freeing, holding the door. He's going to be the first and maybe final boss. And they're able to go ahead and persevere, pushing through. Spike now planted. The wraparound coming through from Flashback. Not sure if this is going to be red. Second paying no credence to this angle, to this window. And Flashback makes it swift. Bonus converted. DRX now up to 9.
The second bonus conversion of the match for DRX. And this is just a crazy battle there. 2 stunned up players.
10-6 in attack when DRX is feeling it.
Looks like he might have had a third. If he gets that third one, I think that's round over for Sentinels. He's bested, and then Flashback
for
with a
some
really
low
wise
bracket
play
run
to wrap
ball
behind. The awareness, the movement this time from DRX, a little bit different. They don't just post up into post plants this time.
By मजाक से हटकर DRX can win master.
Flashback, wrap around from behind.
It could be the classic DRX versus EDG.
Mako's contact potentially.
जिस हिसाब से EDG fight करता है ना,
we're going to see another timeout called
थोड़ा
by
problem हो
Sentinels.
सकता है DRX.
Potentially their last one of the match.
Very well end up being the case unless they can right the ship from here. 3 rounds.
G2 too strong. G2
What
too
we were
strong.
seeing from them in that first half, it's very possible for them. They need to find that stability. Now they need to figure out how to contain this assault that's frankly coming at them from DRX.
They're just having a really hard time adjusting properly to the way that DRX is using some of their utility. And in this case, you know, you see
current
the
engine
drone,
मेरे
you
को
see
नहीं
the
लगता कि
fake
ऐसा
out come
perform कर
through
पाएगा.
into
DRX
garage,
जैसा.
and you waited out a little bit, and you're like, okay, now I can re-clear the space, I can retake it.
Even
Instead, you know, Zelsis gets hit by a stun. There's another layer there
Even नहीं,
for
trace
DRX.
नहीं,
And
Genji
it looks,
नहीं.
you know, DRX is so patient with it. It looks like
इस
it's
बार
just trying
winners
to bait for
is
util, trying to bait for
between
contact.
EDG.
Instead, it's actually baiting the player to come back and re-clear so they can
G2.
catch him out,
Yeah,
get that
DRX.
kill. And then they're
G2
using these
मेरे को
TPs
लगा
like crazy.
EDG
They're all over the place.
DRX.
They're so hard to read for Sen right now.
3 sheriffs in to the side of Sentinels. Dimensional drift chases forward. Some pressure now getting ready to come out in towards mid as well as Zeno on to one. Bouncing away is John QT, but oh, there's
क्या
salvos
करेगा?
there.
Already needs भी है.
Fring is able to
क्या
find the
है ये
elimination.
util?
Just cutting
क्या
off
util है
all
बे?
routes of exit. Tripwire now cleared out. Freeing.
Armageddon.
Sights turned here on lobby. Swing coming through, finds the first, looks for the second. Zelsis straights across, bang counter strafing in, is able to find the headshot.
क्या util है? देखा क्या?
Weapon picked up here by Zelsis, an opportunity.
Already
to do some
उसने
damage.
नेड
Double
मार के
back,
रखा था
doubles
कि
back over
योरू
towards
बाहर
Sewer.
आएगा तो उसको सिटी से कोई आके नहीं मारना चाहिए. The fuck?
Why they might just look to tuck away and hold on to this weapon. Leave Narrate to potentially just go down to the spike. Zelsis play for some exit frags. First clash here against Flashback. Won't be able to win it out. It's the pit faster here as Flashback.
Nice over.
Comes away with that kill. Narrate. Oh, has to swap his
It's
weapon back
over.
out. Will
It's
be able
not
to take
over.
out
It's
Bane,
not
but
over. It's not
the
over.
weapon
It's over.
not going to be recoverable. Can't escape. DRX moves out on 2 players. They move up
It's
now.
over,
Double
man.
digits achieved.
4 in a row now for DRX. Coming into this second half, attacker's side.
ऐसा
You can see
practice
that
का
the way
कमाल
that
है.
they're staggering utility
100%.
again. It's something different every time. This time it's the dimensional drift into the salvos. I mean, they're just catching them off guard. They have so much ability to take space, to get some free info, and then use that utility to punish. You know, whether it be the stealth drone, whether it be the Yoru, who can just TP in and look around, or in this case, use his ult. You know, even Mako has the ability to do that potentially, as we saw on Lotus.
And out salvos exchanged here. DRX just continuing to scale forward. Stealth drone gets a spot out onto it. There's 2, I believe. It's suppressed onto 1. Armageddon just try to go ahead and clear out the one
stun
side.
paranoia.
Goes across, but still DRX not getting themselves forward into the second one just yet. Mako, I'm not sure if he wanted to go on top of the box, but he did. So paying the iron price for that one. To the backside, John QT snappy. Finds Fring, Hedman gonna be shut down. John QT.
Sexy ult क्या?
Moving online.
It's all because of the control smoke, guys.
Having that Armageddon of his own. Smoke will dissipate.
अगर ये smoke है इधर और वो लोग लड़ा
when Sen needed it the most.
Oh.
DRX गई.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment there that was going to be a huge round for DRX. But Sen is able to bail themselves out. I think it's the Vice utility that buys the extra bit of time. That's a nice shot there, Mako. Because the stun and the paranoia had hit the 2 players behind the box. I get why Mako's TPing up there, because you've got potentially 2 free kills. And then Sentinels able to sneak a player in time. That A hit was telegraphed pretty quickly off the back of some of that util, the stealth drone. I immediately saw Eric rotating over there pretty quickly.
Util is on point, bro.
Really nice job there by Sentinels, reacting to what DRX wanted to do. This time they have that extra layer of defense to avoid that util spam that DRX has been leaning into. Made out a little bit of the Vice utility that forces out the smoke from Bang. But it's a 4-man stack for DRX. Pinging out the back of the site there. Let's see what they want to do.
Link. Butler going to be sent. Spray coming through. Hedman, however, arriving in backside. We'll flush him out. Narrate going to be taken down. Without damage dealt, Fring and Hedman both dangerously low.
Plus off between
the 2 of them.
Bro, what the fuck,
Once again,
bro?
perched up here on top of the boxes. This Salvos gets sent loose. Back holding them Bang. Hedman now in a bad spot. Going to be forced forward. Bang's able to collect 1. Finds a second. And Fring also falls. The low HP player is now going to be taking down the paranoia. Goes across. The second tries to draw the shorty. It's him falling down. Zelsis now just trying to bully his way forward into the side. Mako gives up the space. Bang. Quick on the chase. Flushes him out, but flashback. Flinging ring around the Rosie. Zelsis needed to win that fight. Then
he's holding it.
Hattie Suckin might have just had it. Now flashback just looks to try to play around with time. But Bang with the half hold. Manages to clutch it out. A 4K to bring it now to just 2 rounds separating.
DRX this time, their post plant gets dissected by Sentinels. coming from a couple different angles, finding 2 early kills from both sides to kind of open this up. Hyunmin trying to get through. Bang finds freeing as well. So this time the discipline not able to be there. Just a little bit of a faster paced retake attempt from Sentinels.
Come back on.
Some frustration shown and now some excitement.
Nope.
Flip it right side up.
QB's feeling a little better now.
Kind of round that you want to be seeing with some more consistency here. Now an operator into the hands of second. Force off his opening angle. Stealth drones fitted out on either side. It's the break the TP now in towards Hell. Second. There's the re-pick and wow, Hyunmin, what is that pick?
Jeez.
Just the one tap to shut him down. Oh, stranded here on the floor. Now the neural theft as well.
Yeah.
Invested.
Spike planted.
Flashback goes ahead and scoops up the op for his own purposes.
On cooldown. Bane's got a rolling thunder.
All missiles away.
Is he gonna use it right towards the link?
Armageddon's gonna be sent out. Bane repositioning. He's just gonna go ahead and send it. Hyunmin on the peak. He's able to find one, but John QT mows down 2 with the Armageddon. Oh, and Mako swings out, finds the 8 and flashback. Steady as she goes.
Last round, boys.
भाई
यूटिल सेक्सी था जॉन क्यूटी का लेकिन सब कुछ अल्ट नेट सब
Slam the
कुछ.
door and sends faces. DRX.
I think stun भी हुआ जब वो नेट डाला शायद.
1 away from match point.
It's just crazy how much faith that DRX
भाई
can put
इसने
in
एक
the
और
gun
crazy मारा है
to
बे.
just TP into Hell,
This shot
find
के
that
बाद.
kill. That is ridiculous. And then John QT found 2 huge kills with the salvos, but then that scooped up operator off of Zekin's dead body falls into Flashback's hands, and he puts it to good use. 22 and 10 now on this map for the Sentinel of DRX. Just an absolutely tremendous start. This is going to be Dimensional Drift for Hyunmin as well. DRX has done a great job using these to either combo or just take space, find that open player, punish them, or just find the open site. This time around, heavy lean towards the seaside.
The straight line for
by Sentinels. It's been a lot of A pressure. John QT rightly is reading that DRX might be feeling like they can find an opportunity. Sentinels might be feeling like they have to close the A long gap.
This one spotted out. The fault line going to be sent. John QT here in the corner. The salvos. He sees exactly where they're going to be coming from. Looks for the kill. Takes him down so very low, but it's still John QT coming away with 1. It's not the will fall to the salvo at the same time. Going to be traded back. Bane pushing forward. Bell stuffs to find flashback.
Window वाले को नहीं मारना था बे.
5 HP. This round may just be a little bit too chaotic here for DRX. Repositions from Sen. Maybe reading. Potential rotate, but they still do leave 2 lingering here towards this seaside.
Technically जीत सकते क्योंकि 22 नहीं है.
30 seconds left.
Finding that right timing to strike.
जब तक 22 नहीं आता ये लोग retake नहीं करेंगे.
Did it over. Plant handed here for Hyunmin. Freeing. Wanted to try to play a bit of a timing there. Spots nothing on the peak. Tabo's now going to be sent. They get the Steel Garden out. Wanting every single advantage that they could possibly get here.
More time.
Sen knows that they need to win this round out. Weapon recovered. Zelsa's tucked away. Diffuse. Starting to be held. Push out of the smoke. Bang. Good for the shot. Hyunmin. Time is not on his side. Is able to find 1. Bang with another big round. Comes up with 3. Keeps things tight-knit. 2 more to go to tie it up once more.
Again, it's the timing for Sentinels more than anything.
They're
They're able to wait out the dimensional drift a little bit, just smother Mako with flashes to make sure that those salvos were going to get the job done. Flashback might have showed his hand, revealed his hand a little too early there. But it's just to cut off the plant before it can even happen here. That's what's giving DRX problems. I think the identification for Sentinels is that DRX, we can't let them get into post plants because that's where they're just going to tear us apart. We have to prevent them as best as we can. We have to confuse them, make it a little bit scrappier. Some of these moments, they're doing a great job of it. John QT has done a good job. Some of that util. Bang has been absolutely electric on the Astra. Hitting some crazy shots.
Post plant utils पे वो लोग rely करते हैं. Spam पे नहीं
करते. From him, one separating. Big heroics being put up. Sentinels slowly getting
But
comfortable
don't
once
think
again.
it will go to third. Well,
Timeout
you
call here
just need
from
like 2
DRX.
good rounds for Sen.
See if they can bring this to a conclusion.
They can go to third map.
2-round lead, not something that they're going to be overly comfortable with.
Big
Might
score,
still
I
go
think
for some
OT
minor
and then
investments
Sen
here.
wins.
And we haven't really seen much in the way
Possible.
of fakes or that kind of thing from DRX. So obviously this is an eco round.
No
This
one
just
is
might just be
doing
another
red
just,
super chat said,
you know,
"Kya
fast
karu
hit,
aise
execute,
hota
try
hai?"
to just smother him with utility, get a plant down and see what happens. But
Aaj
after this, I'd
chutney
like
ke
to
sath
see them
vada
work
pav
the
nahi
map a
kha
little bit
paunga.
more.
Mako offering up a weapon here. Getting that over into the hands of Hyunmin. So 2 rifles available to DRX. Once again, sight set over towards C. Stealth drone in towards the back. Going to be cleared out by Bang. Celsius far forward, and Bang is absolutely ready for it. Gets the shutdown. Hyunmin on the floor. Shots into the smoke. Mako gets dropped.
10 minute में कॉल
Everything
करता हूँ.
DRX were attempting here in this round.
Hello.
It just blows up right in their face.
They tried to use a flash timing to set up Hyunmin's
10 minute में
teleport,
call
but
करता हूँ.
Bang turns it and kills him instead. Finds the second, spamming through his own smoke. He has really stepped up for Sentinels to put him right back in this match. Now DRX gonna have to try plan B. Will that actually be the B site?
Cage triggered.
Flashback just trying to show a little bit of presence at long A.
Cage fake, but Seward being watched there by Zekin. B site. End up.
Bang
exactly
carrying
where they're
now
trying
to
to go.
go.
Well, Salvo is going to be sent through. Thorns popped.
Constant गड़बड़ नहीं
On
नहीं.
QT, however, still waiting, getting the spot out.
Electricity bill
Wants to
कितना
try
आता
to
per
make
month?
the
10
front of
11.
sight unassailable here for them. Aftershock similarly on the opposite side, just locking them widely into this corner as the concuss goes through. Not going to be found. Frink swinging onto the corner. They put it down low. Second now. Arriving over at A-Link. Finds one. Double swing. Force him away, but Bang still here, still being a hero. Another
10-11 guys.
3 players surviving. Sentinels 1 round away
Bang
from tying us up.
बोलते. Bang उठ गया बे.
Starting to really get a feel for themselves now.
Huh?
Are these players? Yeah.
Bang is banging
Just
right
moves
now.
right to the back of the plat.
The desk.
Nope, not today, Hyunmin. And oh, I
The
see
mouse,
some shots coming
matlab,
through
the
that
mouse.
smoke. Let's just see if I can find some freebies. But he has just been crisp as all hell. He is really starting to get the wind underneath him. Now he's got a cosmic divide to boot.
अबे सीन
Second's
क्या
got
मालूम
the
है?
blades
DRX का OT
potentially,
का
but
जाने का chances
See what
बहुत
they
ज़्यादा
want
है.
to do is the
क्योंकि
crowd starting to get
एक
into
round में
it.
Yoru ult with Breeze.
It's hard to tell which team has the bigger
Utils
support, like you
वो
said
तो
earlier,
रहेगा ही.
man. It's pretty evenly
Ring का भी
divided.
ult
The moment
रहेगा.
that you
मतलब
hear
बहुत
a
कुछ
chance starting for one, it gets matched.
उनके
drowned
फेवर में
out
जा
by the
सकता
other
है for
side.
1 round. तो 12 तो कंफर्म होना चाहिए.
Bugle jump. Sheer wall gets popped. John QT lingering here in heaven. Stealth drone going to be sent through. Try to scout.
Drone is down.
And might not have gotten the vision on Hyunmin, but knows that there is a player in that spot.
All missiles away.
Attack now. Getting ready to begin. Salvo's going to be sent.
This
सब
is nice.
utils
You
करता हूँ.
made it out quite a
अब
bit of utility.
अब ये बहुत अच्छा चीज है DRX के लिए क्योंकि वो लोग पास अभी utils है
Just
नहीं.
taking your time.
ये लोग सिर्फ घुसना है अभी.
Trying to show that maybe you've rotated to another site, seeing if you can convince another Sentinel player
Flashback.
to move off.
Pushing up in towards B. Smoke there. Cage going to be popped. Trying to create some of that pressure. This is right there alongside it.
Oh, John.
Meanwhile, here, yeah, in heaven, John QT opens things up. Hyunmin going to be shut down. Gantry power widely taken away from DRX. The second continues to play forward. Narrate here backing him up. 20 seconds remaining. DRX going to have to try to ham fist this one into the team, but continue to bleed out. Members of the flashback comes up with 2. John QT able to trade 1 back. It's Bane down to 5 HP. Desperately trying to get himself forward onto the site, but the Armageddon is going to be called in.
Time नहीं है, जगह भी नहीं है.
Cuts off the site. Does he find a tiny sliver? It looks like he has.
Oh!
Points the blast radius, the spike in play. This round not over yet. John gonna look to try to drop out.
No way.
But he's only got 6 health. He has to reroute. And now the site is firmly in control of DRX. The IGL, the captain, asked to be the hero. Slowly creeping forward, but paying no credence to the Cubby. Bane will pick him apart. And DRX somehow dragged themselves over the line to get to match point.
It's a 4v5. Sentinels knows they're coming. They've got everything in the kitchen sink to throw at him. John hits an absolute banger there. But then somehow, flashback finds a timing and a transfer. Oh my word. It's outrageous. And then Mako hasn't been super impactful in the kill department on this map, but that one right there certainly had some impact.
भाई अभी almost zero ult और सब कुछ है.
Is this where it all comes to a conclusion, or can Sentinels give us our second time out of the day?
भाई ये लोग को सी कुछ तो स्पैम करके कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. योरू को अगर अल्ट मिल गया ना लगते भी.
Similar gate crash setup coming through. Bang once again here at backside, but this time there is an Armageddon, and he's got nowhere to go. Gentleman will still fall. Celsius is going to be good for 2, but he gets traded out right now on the floor. Second and John QT. The last one's remaining in a 2v3. Trying to stop it from ending right here, right now, but Mako has snuck him out of the sky. John QT finds one.
Oh my god, 2-0 DRX.
13 to 10, DRX.
DRX
up the Bangkok.
लग गए बे, जी को हाइडिंग लग गए.
Opening series 2-0.
भाई लग गए बे, मेरा गया.
Fear it, dread it, run from it. DRX is
जो 100% चांस था ना हम लोग ये लोग को हराएगा.
It's a completely different looking team in a lot of different ways than old DRX, but the results are the same here at Masters Bangkok.
भाई क्या लेवल का खेला है bro, what the fuck?
What a roaring start. And I think for a lot of people, more one-sided.
Sen बार नहीं, Sen बार नहीं, Sen खेलेगा.
Particular, but even here.
Sen खेलेगा, Sen अभी आउट नहीं हुआ है. But point वो नहीं है, point ये है कि 2-0 और वो भी ऐसा प्लेस के साथ. Prime DRX देखने मिला guys, Prime DRX
to kick off their tournament and to get these rookies acclimated immediately.
And they were hot on Lotus. Haven it, the flashback really stepped up huge. You know, we saw him last year. He's such a cracked aimer. He's such a solid Sentinel player for this DRX squad. And he was a little off during kickoff, let's just be honest. But I think a lot of that was just these new players,
the DRX Classic, guys.
So nicely. But here today, I think 26 kills
on
Haven. Absolutely incredible work on
ये
the
गेम के बाद हक से भाई हक से.
That C site, being that last
This
line
time
of
is
defense,
fucking by
being that
DRX
flank
Classic.
control player on the attack
मैं ले
side.
रहा हूँ.
Phenomenal.
मैं ले रहा हूँ भाई.
नहीं लेना है.
लेना है, सपोर्ट करना है टीम को, ऐसे टीम को, हमारे रीजन को, हमारे टॉप प्लेयर्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, ऑफ द एशिया, ऑफ द पैसिफिक.
Desk was highlighting is one that they were basically permabanning until they got to that
क्या
grand final.
खेला है बे.
I think that they have some very solid ideas on this map, so I'm not too concerned
करना
about
तो पड़ेगा
this
भाई.
even in the future here at the tournament. We need to see this kind of form, this step up that we were getting from the likes
क्या
of Bang,
खेला है
the hero
बे.
moments from John QT a lot earlier in the next match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some of the slow starts in the halves have really hurt them. You know, 4 in a row to start DRX's attacker side kind of set this pretty far out of reach. Yes, they were able to make adjustments. Yes, they were able to come back as the second half wore on. First half was great, 6-6, looking pretty solid. But that early 4-round lead that DRX was able to establish to just
चलो भाई अभी हम मारते हैं खर्ची इंटरव्यू NHK क्योंकि मुझे कॉल करना है, मुझे कुछ काम निपटाने हैं बिफोर आई स्टार्ट माय न्यू स्ट्रीम. तो अगर सब कुछ ऑल एंड गुची होती है तो न्यू स्ट्रीम करेंगे 9:30 को. अगर नहीं होती है तो आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज एडवांस में. और कल स्ट्रीम करेंगे सादा स्ट्रीम आफ्टर द वॉच पार्टी. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है कि वॉच पार्टी है तो सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी होगा. आई विल बी डूइंग 9:30 रेगुलर स्ट्रीम्स लाइक बिफोर. आज का थोड़ा डाउटफुल है बिकॉज कुछ चल रहा है लाइफ में. ठीक है, तो वो इम्पोर्टेंट है थोड़ा सा. ठीक है, चलो बाय गाइस, बाय बाय बाय. आदियोस चढ़े पे पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी आई लव यू, बाय. अलार्म डाल के रखना, हो सकता है मैं 9:30 को स्ट्रीम करूँ. ठीक है, बाय.